things that aren't about timed parking, but are about things like not parking by hydrants and safety issues like that. So anyway, there's details about that that'll be coming out to the community, hopefully in the media tomorrow. And then we also have effective tomorrow morning, so basically effective immediately since the offices are closed for today, we won't be selling pay-as-you-throw bags individually anymore at the Gibson-Aiken Center and here at the Treasurer's Office in the Municipal Center. And the reason we won't be doing that is because all of our town facilities will be closed to the public beginning tomorrow morning. Many places actually closed yesterday based on the additional reduced numbers, the advice that's coming from the health experts about how many people should gather in a particular place. We didn't do that because we had this meeting tonight and we didn't want there to be confusion about whether or not the building would be open for people to come. So we made Wednesday morning the effective time of our closing of all of our public facilities. But they will be closed until further notice. Town government will go on. We're inviting people, please, to remain in touch with us for the things you need from us, by mail, by phone, by email. There are ways in which we will still be providing services from town facilities, but the public won't be able to come into town facilities in order to, again, just reduce the risk and hopefully help to flatten the curve of the spread of the virus. Because of that, the town has always maintained these two locations where we sell individual bags so people don't have to go to a retail establishment and buy them 5 at a time. For the time being, we just won't be able to offer that service. That's going to be something where people will need to go to the retail establishments. The retail establishments will still be selling the bags, and they can be purchased in packets of 5. Beyond that, reminders from today. So those are the two things that were new today. Tomorrow, as I said, is when the closures go into full effect. Just a couple of reminders that have been in this report for the last couple of days, but for people who may not have been reading it, we want you to know that dispatch is now screening every call that comes in for potential COVID-19 implications so that word can be transferred out to the first responders about how to put the special procedures into place when necessary to protect themselves and the broader public when dealing with a case that might be COVID-19. And as the first responders arrive at any of these calls where there is potential hazard, they're going to go into a home and they don't know for sure exactly what they're encountering. They're doing what they call doorway assessments. Upon arrival, they're making sure that they have a better understanding of who needs what kind of help and what the experience of that household has been related to this virus. On non-emergency and administrative support functions, a couple of highlights. There's quite a lot more information in this daily update that we're putting out, so I'd urge people to go and take a look at that. But a couple of highlights that we thought people should be aware of are that the water treatment plant and the wastewater treatment facilities are both operating under special procedures that have been established in close communication with health authorities and the regulatory authorities at the state. It takes very specialized skills and training to operate these facilities, and obviously they are critically important to community health, to have the water plant continue to function effectively, providing the clean and potable water for us, and then wastewater treatment on the outflow side. And so we're making sure that the relatively small teams in a small community like ours are healthy, but based on how we're rotating shifts and how we're also communicating with other providers and with the state to make sure that backup resources are available should that become necessary. There'll be ways in which communities are collaborating throughout this, actually, in all different kinds of functions, in ways that we see often in mutual aid for public safety, less often in municipal collaboration around non-emergency services. We'll see more of it as we deal with COVID-19. So we wanted to reassure everybody that special actions have been taken to protect the functioning of the water treatment operation and the wastewater treatment operation. And then on the enrichment side, as opposed to the basic services side, both the library and the recreation and parks programming are closed, unfortunately. It's just not safe for us to be inviting people to come together for the purposes that those important institutions provide. The Recreation and Parks Department is still taking registration online and by mail. And the library is providing services, takeout services. So if you communicate with the library and you reserve a book or some other resource they have available, someone will come out and meet you at the door to hand it to you, so that people can still at least borrow from the library. Everything's being really thoroughly cleaned, obviously, in between uses. But the institutions themselves, the buildings and the activities that go on that are so vital to our community life are closed until further notice. We are communicating, town officials are, in a variety of ways, select board members, staff members, with various people and organizations in the community around how they're coping with this, and different levels of support that are being provided in all different kinds of ways in our community. Some people have just organically created new networks of folks that are helping to support one another through this. And then there's also sort of reliable institutions in our community that have been set up to provide a safety net and support for various types of individuals and organizations, and those are obviously in place in a very active way, and the town government is interacting and supporting those efforts, and trying to make sure that needs that go far beyond our normal sort of community needs are being met. We also have canceled until further notice any meeting of a town board, committee, or commission other than this select board and the action that this select board will be taking later this evening regarding representative town meeting. So representative town meeting hasn't been officially canceled, but it will need to be because of the prohibition of having a gathering of anything more than 50 people. The board will be taking that official action this evening. And then for the time being, until further notice, the select board meetings will be the only meetings of public meetings of town boards that will be ongoing. These are necessary, obviously, in order to keep the business of government operational through these extraordinary times. As we come up with ways to provide electronic access to the public and potentially for electronic functioning of the members of boards and commissions, then there will be a ramping back up of the operations of those groups as well. But at this time, for the foreseeable future, for this moment, it's just the select board. I'd like to ask Mike Bacassi to come up and speak to the emergency service delivery and to the supplemental community services that are being activated through the fire department and other town services. And before Mike speaks, I just want to make something really clear to the community that is clear and very appreciated to all of us on the town team. While you know him as the fire chief, we know him that way too, but also as the town's emergency management director, and that's usually a really quiet role that has to do with a lot of planning and sometimes some training. At this moment in time and extraordinary moments like this, we look to Mike for the leadership that he provides and is providing related to COVID-19 to make sure that in a broader than normal way, our emergency services are delivered to the community to meet the high demands of such extraordinary circumstances. So thank you, Mike, for the incredible job you're doing, and please inform us about what that entails on the emergency side.
Thank you. Though I've got to say this hasn't come without a lot of help from outside agencies and within my own department. Assistant Chief Howard's been a huge help. BMH and Rescue Inc. both have had a lot of input into what's happening in the town. I hope to give you that broad perspective of what is going on in town. I really don't want to get down into the weeds. Things are changing very, very rapidly. I sent the town manager our town situational report at about 2 o'clock, and at 3 o'clock, the first update came out from the state, and things are different already. So from 1 o'clock to 3 o'clock, things have changed a lot. On the local side, for the local update, I'm glad to say, and I think this is very important, that we have no known cases of COVID-19 in Brattleboro. Though we may not know about them if it happens, Usually we pick up on it, but right now there's absolutely no sign that it's in town as far as patients. Local EMS we've responded to several cases that sounded good, if you will, sounded very close to the symptoms. They've all proved negative. A plan's being developed to get out to the elderly and to the medically compromised. These are the high-risk groups for this virus. Assistant Chief Howard is leading that program. He's developing a plan and an outreach to see what we can do to help them. A lot of them I'm sure we're gonna see down the road, they're afraid to go out, and we want to be there to help that group to get the needs that that they need, such as medicines, even groceries. If we need to figure out a way to get them food, we'll make it happen. There's a group that's being pulled together, led by Rihanna from Groundworks. It's being called the Homeless Response Team. Our first meeting was Monday. What's today? Yeah. Was yesterday, and
it was like a week ago.
Yeah. That's going to be it's going to be a grassroots group, I think, led by Rihanna and Groundworks. So far, I think that's been our speed bump in all of this, is that we're having some issues pulling the plans together for that. But we're starting to get some leads on how we can work through that, and I think that hopefully by this time tomorrow we'll have a better direction on where that's all going. Some of the municipal actions that I've kind of highlighted, being very cautious not to speak for all the other emergency departments, but yet to give a broad statement that there has been no interruption in emergency response in this town. We have taken steps to minimize exposure of our staffs to, if you will, to the public. We're trying to minimize the social gatherings, the social contact. Some of the things that we're doing to help as a reach out, as of this morning, it's all been confirmed. We're using both fire stations starting tomorrow as distribution points for the school lunch program. They're going to be set up. Lunches will be brought in and handed out from both fire stations by the school district with the help of staff. Captain Emery is doing the organizing with the school district on that program, and all three captains on the days they're on duty will oversee it. BCTV has graciously given us remote access to their software, and we are now putting informational messages and a scrolling banner on both of their channels to keep the public informed of information they may need to reach out to different agencies where they can get help, and obviously emergency messages that may come up. So like I said, the emergency services, there's no interruptions. We're operating normally. There's been some adjustments. Some of the support service functions, if you will, inspections on the police side, car unlocks, VIN checks, all of that stuff has been suspended for now. And dispatch, as the town manager said, they're screening every single call now that comes into dispatch. They're screening for COVID. And the reason for that is because a couple of times now we've kind of had a scare where a call's come in a different way. EMS has got there and talking to the patient, they actually screen very close to COVID symptoms. So we've decided every single call will get screened, and that's why we're doing the doorway assessments when it's not life-threatening. All of the essential services, if you will, either have or they're presently working on staffing plans for continuity of operations. So if a majority of our staff goes down, we have backup plans to keep all of those services not only staffed safely but operational. Brattleboro Memorial Hospital has taken several steps during this. They have now activated their ELC and put their incident command system in place. They are doing drive-up testing, and that's being done as an outpatient service, and only when it's ordered by a patient's primary care physician. So you can't drive up and just request a test. It needs to be ordered by the doctor. And as of about 3 o'clock this afternoon, they've administered approximately 75 tests. Access to the hospital has been limited to the main entrance of the hospital and the ER. Everything else has been locked up. At the front ER entry, all people going into the ER are being screened, and if they screen positive for possible COVID, then they're sent back around to the outside of the building, to the emergency ambulance docks, where they've got the testing set up there before they're allowed into the hospital. And then there's a lot of other safety steps. One of the big things that I learned today, BMH now has an agreement with Grace Cottage to handle overflow. So if this really blows up in our faces, and I hope I can explain this right so it's not confusing. The simplest way to explain this is that BMH is going to keep all of the COVID patients here in Brattleboro. All of the inpatients, for whatever reason, are going to go to Grace Cottage. And the reason for that is because BMH has the abilities to draw negative pressure on 2 of their ER rooms, and then a good portion of the second floor can be pulled into negative pressure, which will contain the virus there. Rescue Inc. has taken a lot of the same steps we have. Their quarters is closed to the public. All of their on-site classes have been canceled. Obviously, they've implemented a lot of infection control measures, and like us, they're limiting the number of providers that are coming in contact with a patient that screens positive. Some of the numbers, I'm sure, do you have this update in front of you? I don't know if you had a chance to look at it. No, Peter says. As of 1 o'clock this afternoon, the count in Vermont has gone up to 10 cases that have tested positive. And at 1 o'clock, they had 4 non-residents that had tested positive. We're now up to 7 as of just before I came here. Some of those non-residents are being isolated in Vermont homes, and others have gone back to their main home. In the United States, very quickly, total death count, if you will, is now 75 people, which is up from 68 from the last. One of the things that I would say we keep hitting a speed bump on, and we're working very hard on this one because it's going to take a little bit of planning, is the isolation, monitoring, and quarantine of the homeless if they get sick or are exposed to the virus. We're working on sites and how to staff those sites. We've been in contact with the state. Rihanna's reached out to a lot of private entities, and we still have a couple to contact, and hopefully we'll get some of that solved tomorrow. I don't know if you want to say any more on that, Rihanna, or?
I'm happy to, and I know we're speaking a little later, so.
I think it would be fine, yeah, if you'd like to say a couple words on that subject. I have a feeling maybe there might be a couple other questions, and it's all related to,
Okay,
yeah.
so speak now versus later.
Sure, if you don't mind. Thank you.
I'm Rihanna from Groundworks. So to kind of sum up all of our programs as a whole, we moved last week to start restricting out external visitors into our programs and started making lots of changes rapidly. Over the weekend, we were one of the homeless shelters identified. There's 4 areas across the state based on the capacity and the number of folks that we serve that were identified as high risk. And so we started moving folks from our spaces who are identified as hyper vulnerable, so over the age of 60 or experiencing underlying medical conditions, to motel rooms where they could isolate if need be. I do want to emphasize that no one in our programs are sick or showing any signs of symptoms at the moment. So we moved folks out of our programs to reduce the number of people so we could align with state guidance that we're receiving about how many folks we should be serving in our programs and precautions that we can take. Things like making sure in our year-round shelter that folks can have individual bedrooms as much as possible should people get sick, and that we're protecting those who are most at risk. Changes as of today, we closed the drop-in center and moved to the seasonal overflow shelter, where we're now running that shelter 24/7 in order to reduce the number of sites that we have, to make sure that we are staying fully staffed as things continue to change, and to cut down on the transportation back and forth. So our shelters, folks are moving in and out of, but in kind of greatly reduced amounts, so that we're trying to have folks have less contact with the community at large and lower the risk that way. One of the pieces to Chief Bukassi's point is that we convened a homeless response team. There's also a statewide homeless response task force that we are connected to, and I am the liaison to that group and then to the community at large. Out of that group, we have a number of committees, so working on general communications to try to streamline information and the delivery of that information to the community at large. A food committee working on food across the continuum from seniors down to kiddos. Our food shelf moved to a delivery-only model for its beginning this week, and so we have volunteers that we screen who are now delivering food to folks to cut down on the travel of folks and make sure everyone has food. Other committees include working on a congregate site should people get sick, what that would look like, and we're working with state partners who've given guidance around that, and working to identify a site and to ensure that we have backup staffing for all of our shelters should things start to look more dire. So lots of precautionary measures to be as safe as possible while also still operating programs and caring for folks at the same time. I think those are all the main pieces I have.
Thank you both. I actually had a question for, well, actually it could be either of you, because I think Liz and I were both lucky enough to be able to attend your first meeting, and thank you for facilitating that. I meant to bring a note, and in the rush to come here, I forgot to bring it, but there was some information passed along that I think is really important for anybody who doesn't have a primary care provider, which
Sure.
is a shockingly large number. I don't know the number, but a lot of people out there fall through the cracks of having a PCP, and without the PCP, it's sometimes questionable whether you can get the test approved. Do you happen to have that? There's a number that people can call?
Yes, so there's a couple of pieces, which reminds me of the other piece. In terms of volunteer management, we're really working to streamline volunteers, not just related to folks who are struggling with homelessness, for the community at large. And so Jen Jacobs has a great survey with a team of folks that she's put together. We have a volunteer management committee, and we're really trying to direct people to that survey, both to express if they can volunteer and also for community members in need of support, regardless of what that support need is, to that one central place, and then working on how information is shared from there.
Excuse me for interrupting you, but right there, while folks are paying attention to that point, I want to say that a link to that survey is in the information for individuals and families on the town's website. So if folks want to participate in that, either offering services or if folks need services, they can access that survey by going to the town site.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Another thing I wanted to add was that so many of the volunteers for Meals on Wheels and so forth are over 60
Yes.
now. And so you're looking for people who are under 60.
Yep, so we're screening volunteers out, much as we love and appreciate them. Our volunteer population at large in our community is largely in the at-risk population, so over 60 are struggling with underlying medical needs, and so we're asking those folks to please stay at home and let us help care for them, and asking younger folks who may have more time and capacity to step into those roles. And so that's part of the screening process that we're using, and additional processes to make sure we're not kind of furthering potential spread of how volunteers are dropping off and those sorts of things. To Tim's point, the piece around medical care is that VMH offers access to their team of providers, so through all of their practices, through the centralized scheduling department. I could look up the direct number for that, but
I
the
have the
hospital,
number.
Thank you.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you.
It's 251-8777.
Yes. So folks can call
Thank you.
to access getting a primary care provider set up. Typically that comes with a pretty lengthy application. In the meantime, folks without a primary care provider can call, get connected to an acute care visit if needed, or get advice about what next steps they should take if they are exhibiting symptoms rather than showing up at the emergency department. And if folks are struggling with needing health insurance or getting connected to a PCP, connecting with us at Groundworks, we can help get them out to the right person or provide that support directly to folks.
Thank you. And thank you for all your work on your end around this. It's been great. And also I wanted to say happy birthday, because I happen to know that you're
Thank you. Strangest birthday of all time.
Yeah.
I'll look forward to celebrating next year.
well. Try to all celebrate with you when we're through this next year. Mike, do you have more to add? Thank you for that.
That's the short story of a whole lot of information that is constantly changing. I'll go out on a limb here, and I'll say that I feel good about where we are right now as far as our planning in the town government and for the town itself. Department-wise, the only fear I have is protective equipment. But we haven't used a whole lot yet. I think we're going to, and there's truly a shortage out there. The state has requested surplus from the national stockpile, but I think that their priority is going to be for the hospitals, understandably. So we're just going to do our best, and we'll figure it out going along.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, it's always tough. We've been getting, the select board has been getting all of these pieces of information, and just to bring it all together and decide what's important, what's not important can be difficult. So thank you, Mike.
A couple of things to finish
Yeah,
up.
I'll pass it back to you.
Thank you. Yeah. So I just wanted to mention one quick thing that segues from the description about the supplemental community services that we've just been discussing, and then hit a couple of other very specific pieces of this that are of great concern to a lot of folks in the community, and I've had a lot of inquiries about. The one additional tidbit is one of the services that has changed but is still being provided is the senior meals. And so while the senior center has to be closed for obvious reasons, for the protection of the clients there, and because it's part of the town facilities that are closed overall, still the service is being provided both through takeout and some delivery of the meals. And today they had a total of over 125 meals. So the folks who are making that program happen are still making it happen in a way that's having a significant positive impact for some of the most highly at-risk people in our community. And then two additional things I wanted to address are the concerns about the devastating impact that this can have for businesses in our community and every community. and the question about electronic communication, specifically as it relates to the holding of public meetings. So I want to just let folks know where we are related to those two items. The business piece is daunting. There are businesses in this community whose very existence is threatened by the magnitude of this crisis. And that's going to be true in every community across the country, which means then, the federal resources that are brought to bear and the state resources that are brought to bear around Vermont, all are going to have to factor in the fact that there is some degree to which the magnitude of the threat that this poses to our economy, and, saying it's the economy is a really sort of big amorphous thing, but when we drill down to street level in small communities and small businesses operating on a particularly small margin, the threat to real people and the fabric of our community is there. So that's a real threat, and it's not a threat that we can just mitigate in the way that we can some other aspects of this by just being smart and taking some unusual actions. But there are efforts that are underway already, recognizing that situation and knowing that there's going to be great need. Under the federal and state emergency declarations and emergency legislation that is being developed, some of it has already been acted upon. A good bit more is just in the works. At both the federal and the state level, it appears that there is some help on the way, but it will at least initially be loans, not grants. And so businesses that apply for and receive that help will be taking on some additional burden as they operate into the future. But it's early in this crisis, and there's a lot of uncertainty about exactly what the details of that help from higher levels of government is going to be. In order to make sure that we at least have local businesses well informed and able to plug into the resources that will become available, the Brattleboro Development Credit Corporation, BDCC, which is the economic development agency for our region, is leading a regional effort to plug into those services. It involves the town, it involves the Chamber of Commerce, the DBA, and a variety of other organizations and local, state, and federal officials who together are trying to make sure that we have up-to-date, accurate information and are pushing that out in an effective manner to the businesses so that folks can connect to the local and state, or rather the state and federal resources that are becoming available. The big question that we're being asked is, what about local resources? Can't the town jump in to provide direct assistance to businesses here in town? And the challenge there for us is that we're so very early in a very long process, most of which we can't predict how it's going to unfold, either for individual businesses, the business community collectively, or the community more broadly. And so with the town's limited resources, making decisions literally in the first week of the full-on emergency that we're experiencing in Brattleboro. Some other places are farther along, but it's really, when you think about a week ago, Wednesday night, 6 nights ago, we were at Academy School holding the information meeting for town meeting. We knew that it was only a matter of time. We knew this thing was coming, but it's really in those last 6 days and more in the last 4 days or so that it is just suddenly, the world upside down for us. And so being this early in this process makes it difficult for the town to make concrete decisions of applying the limited resources that we have to do this or to do that. And so we have taken some limited action. There's another proposal that we have before the select board this evening related to some direct things that we can do because of ongoing relationships we have with certain businesses where the town has provided funding to assist those businesses in either starting up or expanding. But in the broader perspective, what we're trying to do is be a constructive part of the communication right now to help businesses access the help that is going to become available through the federal government and the state government, and then over time see, in the broader context of everything that's going to need to be done for the health, safety, and welfare of the whole community, what resources the town may be able to provide in specific ways further down the road in this emergency to local businesses. So those will be things that will definitely be still interacting with the business community around, and Select Board certainly will be considering as we go forward. On the electronic communications piece, we've had a lot of communication from folks. I know there's a level of frustration for some people in the community tonight, so if you're one of those people and you're listening on BCTV right now, I say to you, I understand that there are tools available where people can plug into a meeting like this remotely. And I want to make really clear why the town has moved cautiously in implementing those tools. So while there's a variety of different ways, some of them really powerful to connect people individually and in private meetings and organizations, those don't involve, those connections don't involve the open meetings law. We've got an obligation to make sure that we hold public meetings where we're doing the public's business in a manner that complies with Vermont's open meetings law, not just because that's the right thing to do, and government should set the right example by following all of the rules that are applicable to us, just as we expect people in the community to follow the rules that we make, but also specifically because the intent of that rule is to make sure that our public decision-making processes are open and fair, and that people in the community have an opportunity, an equal opportunity to participate. And our great concern is that for meetings of the magnitude that we hold with that special public obligation, we need to be sure that we can honor the letter of the law as it relates to the open meetings law. But we also need to be sure that the tool we use actually can allow for a manageable meeting, that the person who's in charge of calling on people can be calling on people in an orderly manner so that everyone has a fair opportunity to participate. And so that the decision makers actually all are equally participating, hearing everything that's being said, and in a position where their votes can be counted. So there may come a time as this evolves where even the decision-making participants of the meeting are remote. But as of right now, Vermont law requires that public meetings be held in a physical location. It does allow that those meetings in a physical location can allow people to connect in remotely. And we are actively researching the tools that are available to allow people to connect in remotely, so that by the time we actually commit to one, we have a very high level of confidence it won't lead to chaos, but rather will lead to orderly, constructive community participation in the meetings. So for tonight, we did this the old-fashioned way, and thank you to those of you who have come. To those of you who felt you had to stay home, we totally understand that. We hope that as soon as 3 weeks from tonight, when the next regularly scheduled select board meeting is on the calendar for April 7th, that by that time and maybe sooner, we'll be in a position where we know what tool we will use to allow for remote communication into these meetings, so that we can make sure that it is easier and safer for people to participate.
Thank you.
Having said all of that, we have 3 actions that we are asking the select board to take tonight, and then a 4th that we want to make sure is understood to be available to the board. One of these will require action as water and sewer commissioners, so I'm going to speak to the first 2 and the catch-all item. And then when your water and sewer commissioners here in a few minutes, we can address the other recommendation. Staff is recommending the cancellation of the representative town meeting scheduled for Saturday, March 21st, because of the fact that it would violate, and aside from the fact that it's just, I think, common sense at this point, given the necessity of social distancing, it actually would violate the governor's order at this point that no public gatherings exceed a maximum of 50 people. So we'd ask that you take that official action. Our plan will be, if you do agree with this way of moving forward, we can't be sure that we would be able to hold a representative town meeting by May 9th, but obviously we will need to hold one as soon as we are able to hold one safely and in accordance with the emergency regulations. And so if the situation improves quickly enough that we're able to hold a representative town meeting on May 9th, we think you should. And the reason for that is beyond May 9th, there are technical details I don't think we need to go into tonight, but related to the town's own obligation under our charter and our statutory obligation, where there's timeframes after town meeting acts when certain things are appealable. And in order to now allow enough time for those other processes to play out if necessary, May 9th would be the last time we could hold a representative town meeting this year and still have those other processes be completed by the beginning of the new fiscal year on July 1st. So we can go deeper into those weeds when you're actually having to make a decision about warning the town meeting. What we want to do is just make sure that the community is aware. We're keenly looking at those deadlines and at holding the representative town meeting at the first opportunity. But for now, because we don't really know when that opportunity will be, we think you should just cancel Saturday's meeting. And we are hopeful that the circumstances will be appropriate, that we can bring you a warning for the April 7th meeting, which would give the proper more than 30 and less than 40 days notice for a May 9th representative town meeting.
Did you want to go through these
Sure.
recommendations?
Absolutely.
Totally, because I would love to hit the pause button, just make sure that everybody here has a chance to ask
Yep.
any questions, make sure the fellow board members have
That's a
chance.
good point.
So
Yeah.
if you want to just outline for us, and
I
then we'll
will.
just take it all as just a open question period.
Sure. So the second action we're asking for is that you authorize that recipients of small business assistant program loans from the town's program income be allowed to defer their loan payments until further notice. So this is one of those actions I mentioned in my comments earlier where because we are the maker of the loan, it's a action that is readily available to us, that doesn't involve creating some kind of new program of the town or a commitment to one segment of the community at the expense of another segment of the community. We have these loans out, we're going to be repaid. One of the ways in which we can actually increase the likelihood of being repaid is to help the businesses stay afloat, but more practically, because every business is going to be stressed by this, we think that this is low-hanging fruit and the appropriate thing for the town to do. And we're just asking that it be until further notice for the same reason as everything else is until further notice. We can't reasonably predict a time when it will be appropriate to bring the monthly payments of these loans back into action. We will work through this with those businesses and with you and bring that action back to you at an appropriate time. For tonight, we're asking that you just act to allow the recipients to cease paying on those loans until further notice. When you are water and sewer commissioners in a few minutes, we're going to ask that you suspend until further notice the shutoff of water service as a consequence of non-payment of utility fees. As a matter of fairness, it's one of the harder things we do in town government. It doesn't give anyone any pleasure to ever shut off water to a household or a business. But as a matter of fairness to all the ratepayers, we have to have requirements to pay or else the service ceases. There are ways in which folks can go onto payment plans and extend the time to get back in good standing. But when those fail, we have procedures for warning folks that there's going to be a shut off and then actually shutting off the water. We believe that in these extraordinary times, especially where hygiene is central to the community's well-being, but more generally just when there's going to be folks struggling economically in lots of different ways for lots of different reasons throughout the community, we believe the appropriate thing to do is to suspend any shutting off of water service until further notice. And the last action that we are not proposing, but sort of making sure is known, the select board members certainly know their role within the community. We just wanted to make sure that in these times when things are moving and changing so fast and there's a lot of action, a lot of decisions being made, under the declaration of emergency by Governor Scott, the town as a subdivision of the state is exercising some power to make decisions and take actions that are outside of the normal boundaries of our day-to-day operations. And so it's important in the oversight role that the select board has over town government that we make sure that it's clear that if you choose to provide any other direction as a select board to me and the town staff regarding modifying or adding to any of the emergency actions staff has taken, that we appreciate receiving that from you this evening.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So that was a lot, but this is in the spirit of how everything's moving these days. A lot happens all at once. So I just to first open it up, I guess, to select board comment on any of the points of our COVID-19 update we just heard from Peter and Mike and Rihanna.
You go.
No, I got a list. Yeah, so as has already been said, a lot has happened in the last several days, and it feels like a long time since we sat here, and it's kind of a different world right now. I'm really, really appreciative of all of the town staff for all the work that they're doing right now, in particular to our emergency management team. So I really appreciate the work that's happening. In the community, there are mutual aid efforts going on. Jennifer Jacobs's kind of one was referred to earlier, and just to reiterate what Peter was saying, there's a link on the town website for folks to sign up. So that's like volunteering to provide services to folks in the community. And also, there's a way to communicate needs as well. And I would imagine that the fire department, through the work that they've been doing already, is kind of collecting kind of needs from folks through their non-emergency phone number. Is that right, Lenny? Yeah. And so, it's uncomfortable maybe to say, I have a need. I delivered some food for some people yesterday, and they were really grateful. And it was also, it was a kind of an intense moment. And I think it's important that people feel okay to let folks know what their needs are, and there's many, many people in this community that are ready to step up and help out in whatever way they can. So I just want to kind of shine a light on that. The library, is a really important resource in our community, and closing the library is not just about people losing access to reading material as easily as they would have had before. It's also a place where people gather for meetings, but also gather for shelter. And so I'm pretty concerned about how that will impact folks' ability to stay warm, to stay safe. And I think that Rihanna already kind of spoke a little bit to some of the work that's happening there, so I'm really grateful for that. I guess one thing I wanted to kind of flag about the library is, they're doing this takeout book service, and they also have online resources that you can access from your home if you have the internet using your library card. So if you don't have a New York Times subscription, that's fine. You can access it through the library website. They also have a subscription to the Reformer. There are websites where folks can do, homeschooling and whatnot. So I just wanted to make sure people know about that. And then the other things I wanted to say are kind of questions, and some of them might not be answered in this room. I am really concerned about the economic impact of people being laid off from work or having their hours reduced by their work. Those people who are paid employees have recourse, in the most part, I believe, to unemployment insurance. The state has been making some pretty swift changes about unemployment insurance right now. So you can call and you can get in the process of applying for unemployment insurance if that's something that is available to you. And folks should not feel shy about that. I'm pretty concerned about people who aren't eligible for unemployment insurance, but who are losing access to their livelihood. So people who own their own business. We've already kind of talked a little bit about like what will the town's role be, and I know that we don't want to make any hard decisions right now, but I'm wondering what our community will look like in a few months' time after all this hopefully passes as easily as possible. And I hope that we can stay open to being flexible and nimble about our use of town funds to support people in those situations that don't have access to unemployment insurance. I want the BDCC to step up right now and support our local businesses in ways that go beyond just words. I want our state government to do the same thing. And obviously I want our federal government to do the same thing. I have a couple of concerns about vulnerable populations. So You mentioned already about the senior meals program, and I'm glad that that's continuing. I was concerned about that. I know that the fire department has been collecting information months back about folks that aren't able to leave their home as easily with mobility issues. And I hope that we'll continue to check in on those folks and make sure that they're getting what they need. And immunocompromised people in our community are obviously at great risk right now. I work next door to the AIDS Project, and I know that they're continuing to provide services. They also had a lot of people come into their office yesterday who really shouldn't have been coming there. That it would be safer for them to stay home. So I hope that as a community, we will support organizations that are providing meals to seniors, that are helping those with disabilities and those who are immunocompromised, to continue to deliver those services, and maybe to even increase those services at this time. And then the other population that I'm concerned about, those people that need to be accessing a medically assisted treatment program like those offered by Habit OPCO. Those folks are required to go to that site on a daily basis, and you can correct me if I get this wrong, please. And I hope that Habit OPCO will step up and make services available for people to take home rather than putting themselves in harm's way. And then the FoodWorks delivery service that you all are doing right now, I participated a little bit in that yesterday, and that's another thing that people should plug into if they can. Final thing I want to say that's about our town business. We talked about not proceeding with any water shutoffs for non-payment, and we talked about deferring small business assistance program loans. I wonder if there are other ways in which we can make it as easy for people right now. So if there are fines for like a late payment of a water and sewer bill, or a fine for late payment of taxes, if we could consider waiving those at this time. If there are other fees or anything that we are charging because of some kind of delinquency, that this might be a good moment to waive that. I'm glad that we're doing the shut off moratorium, I guess, and the free parking. And I want to encourage people to be reasonable about the free parking, right? Folks need to have access, and this isn't a time to just stick your car there and forget about it, and so be nice to each other. It's a crazy time right now, and I'm really hopeful that we will get through it unscathed as much as we can. You want to talk about evictions? Yeah, I'll talk about evictions. So I don't think that the town of Brattleboro has a role in pausing evictions. Bob, maybe you can speak to that. My understanding is that the state of New Hampshire passed an executive order yesterday that pauses all evictions in that state. And I would like to think that the state of Vermont can follow New Hampshire's lead in that regard.
That would have to come from the legislature on that, as the town does not control the law with respect to evictions. But certainly the legislature could take such an action when they reconvene.
Okay. All right, I said my piece.
Okay. Well, I just want to say I'm grateful for all the work that's been done and all the information, and everything from going to the website to calling your neighbor are all examples of community, and that's what we're here for, to care for each other. I'm in favor of all these motions, and thank you all very much.
Is anyone out there in our physical audience at the time who would like to speak to any of these discussed motions and ideas and information? Kate? Please. please let us know who you are.
I know the general. I'm Kate O'Connor. I'm from Brattleboro, and tonight I'm here on behalf of the Brattleboro Area Chamber of Commerce. And first, I do want to say thanks to the town for giving out concise, real, true information. Your website is great, and if there's anything that the chamber can do to help push out any information, we will do it. We're trying to send out a regular newsletter. We tweet and Facebook and everything. So if there's something that we can do for you, let us know.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I do appreciate Peter's comments and Daniel's comments about the business community. And that's why I wanted to, come here tonight and just stress and make sure you folks are aware of the anxiety that a lot of the businesses are feeling. As we know, bars and restaurants are closed, and the people that worked at those bars and restaurants are no longer employed. There are also theaters and other performance venues that are closed, and the people that are there aren't taking in a paycheck in most cases. The majority of the businesses in our town are small businesses, which means it's not just sometimes the employee is the owner, which puts an added strain. We've heard from multitude, or whatever the right adjective is, of businesses that they're not closed right now, but if they sell a product that people aren't buying because they either can't come out of their house or they don't have the money to purchase the product anymore, they're about to face laying people off and possible either temporary closure or permanent closure. So what I think we would like, and I was on the call today with the Brattleboro Development Credit Corp, and Peter and Patrick were on it too, and I can tell you, Daniel, I think that BDCC is stepping up. They've not only got Brattleboro involved, because they're a regional economic development organization, and they put all of us. The Downtown Alliance was on the call, the town of Brattleboro was on the call, the Brattleboro Chamber was on the call, as were representatives from Wilmington and Bellows Falls and Wyndham Regional Commission. And the problem that I think we're all having right now is there's so much information that's coming from so many places, and you turn on the TV and now there's going to $1 trillion from Congress. Hopefully that will pass and get somewhere. But I think what would be helpful from the Chamber's perspective, and I suspect from the Downtown Brattleboro Alliance's perspective, is if we could start the conversation with the town now about what the needs of the business community are. Because as I think Peter referenced, this is something, and both of you referenced in different ways, Daniel was saying this is a need that's now, and it's also going to be a need that's 3 months from now, 6 months from now, and how many months down the way. So I'll just tell Peter maybe I could give him a call tomorrow, and possibly we could sit down and really start thinking it through now, because if we don't plan now, it's just going to, this whole thing is going to get worse for everybody. But if we can know what the end game or what our midpoint game is, working with the business community, it may alleviate a lot of the stress that people are feeling at this particular moment. So I appreciate your comments, and we'd love to work together and start working now. And I'll reiterate, if there's anything that the chamber can do to help the town, I tweeted out about free parking, anything like that is just helpful, we will do it. And I say that to Groundworks and anybody that's listening. If there's something that they need people to know and the chamber can help amplify that message, we will be there to do it.
Thank you.
So I'll call you tomorrow.
Good.
Mic drop.
I should have been the one that knows not to do that.
Anyone else would like to say anything about that big package of information and ideas just then? No? I think I just wanted to say that it feels like at the moment nothing that we have control over, which is a lot of people need to understand we have limited control in some areas and limited abilities in some areas. But I don't think anything that we have control over is off the table. We want to be talking about this stuff to the business community and our vulnerable populations and everybody who just is trying to survive this. That's the thing. I've talked to several business owners of restaurants today, actually, and they let me know that they're all sending out info via social media, whatever, personal appeals to support, if you can still afford to support your local restaurants through takeout, if they're still offering it. please do, because it's going to be a lifeline to get them through this time, hopefully. But even with that support, it's probably, some of them won't be able to hold out too long. So we hear this, is all I wanted to say. So with this big list that we have, I think one of the easy decisions at the moment is maybe considering RTM. So I would entertain a motion for that portion of our recent discussion. Anybody want to?
Okay, Tim.
Thank you.
I move to cancel the representative town meeting scheduled for March 21st, 2020 at 8:30 a.m.
All right. Liz, this feels like a big thing. You know, it really is.
It is a big thing.
But it's something we have to do. If there's no other commentary on that, we have a motion to cancel representative town meetings, which is scheduled for March 21st. This is this coming Saturday at 8:30 a.m., which now seems completely impossible. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And that's 3-0. Jan? We also, I would entertain a motion concerning our small business assistance loan program.
I guess I'll do that one. I move to allow recipients of Small Business Assistance Program loans to defer loan payments until further notice.
All right, Daniel has made a motion to allow small business assistance loan program participants to defer their loan payments until further notice. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And that's 3-0 as well. Does anyone feel the move that we should go ahead and make any other further motions amongst the board at this time? Recognizing that it is very early in the landscape, so I think that's one of the things that I really am feeling right now. Things are moving so fast as far as the federal and the state support. We're not sure what we would be supporting or not supporting, but I think very soon we'll have a clearer picture of that. So, great. So that sort of does it with this COVID-19 section. Thanks for your patience, those of you who are here for other items. And our next item, item B, has to be postponed because we don't have...
I'm going to go back to
Yeah, we need to go back to water and sewer.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I'm leaping ahead. We're going back to water and sewer commissioners. So do I have a motion to convene as water and sewer commissioners?
So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. We are now water and sewer commissioners, and we have a couple of items that we need to consider.
Yeah, I think if it's okay with the board, I'd like to see you take action on the suspension of the shutoffs because we've talked a lot about that already, and then we can move into the one item that had been agended for tonight. Water and
Indeed.
sewer.
Indeed. And whose turn
Shall
is
I
it?
make a motion?
Certainly. Thank you, Liz.
I move to suspend until further notice the shut-off of water service as a consequence for non-payment of utility fees.
Thank you. Liz has made a motion to suspend until further notice the shut-off of water service as a consequence for non-payment of utility fees. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That's
Thank you.
3-0. Thank you.
So the item that had been agended for tonight is a routine purchase of an important piece of equipment that likely will cause a smile and maybe giggles. It's
we
a
could use
sewer rotter. And a sewer rotter, as you might imagine by its name, is used to clear clogged sewer lines. We've all seen plumbers use those in our homes, I expect. I certainly have seen that in my home. But this is a sort of industrial-sized, industrial-strength sewer rotter that the utilities department uses when there are roots growing into sewer lines in town and other kinds of blockages. So the rotter that we had is worn out. We went out to bid to purchase a new one. And actually, I should correct that for the record. Rather than actually bidding it, we used a membership system that does collective bidding on behalf of lots of utilities. that we belong to called Sourcewell. And using that Sourcewell membership for the procurement of this, we have identified the rotor that we need be provided by J.F. McDermott Corporation, and the cost would be $61,824.16. We recommend your approval.
All right. And so we're a little bit over the budgeted purchase.
$60,000 was budgeted, slightly over that. But we would still recommend $1,800 extra to buy the right piece of equipment that's needed. We recommend your approval. The fund has money to cover it.
Comments, questions, anybody?
I'll just note that it really isn't over budget because they had anticipated selling back their old equipment and it was apparently worthless.
So that means there's like an old sewer rotor kicking around that you can take home.
Or bring into the parade on July 4th.
July 4th. Sure.
I wonder how
We can
How many
only
people
hope.
would be required to carry that?
I think the strolling the heifers that's sooner.
We could gift it. We could gift it.
Yeah.
Enough. Well, I guess I would take a motion if anyone is
I'd love to make
so
a motion.
moved.
I am moving to approve the purchase of a sewer rotor in the amount of $61,824.16 from J.F. McDermott Corporation.
Thank you, Daniel. You have moved to approve a purchase of a sewer rotor. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That's 3-0. Great, thank you. Now I think I can say that item B on the agenda is going to be...
Should we adjourn this?
Oh gosh, Daniel, thank you. Jan was about to yell at me. May we adjourn?
Please. I move that we adjourn as water and
The
sewer
3
commissioners.
really throws us off.
And I'm
sorry.
sitting in a whole different wing over here.
I know, she's on the wrong
I don't have my
side.
buddy.
Okay, all those in favor of adjourning as water and sewer commissioners?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, now we have shed that burden. And now, can I say that item B is going to be postponed for the amusement of our audience due to, just complications. Item C is something that many of us up here and many of us in our community are very excited about. I'm not going to tell you what it is because...
See if you can guess by looking at who's coming to the table.
Yes. All 3 of you could come up.
So, good evening.
Good evening.
Trying to calibrate my excitement here.
We need something exciting.
Yeah, that's right, in light of all that's going on in the community. But this is a very exciting time for the department and the basic committee because we had a bid opening and we've been raising money for years. And years and years and years. And the time has come where I think we can put the shovel in the ground upon your approval this evening. About 13 days ago, we had a bid opening for the skate park project. We received 2 bids. One bid from Parker Construction of Hardwick, Vermont for $280,000 with deducts of $4,250. I'll go into what those deducts are in just a quick moment. And the second one was from Bernie LaRock and Sons of Guilford for $288,800 with deducts of $4,700. The deducts are something that we can do within the department. It's seeding and loaming and planting some trees around the parking areas and around the walkways, pathways that will be leading to the skate park. When we put this out to bid, as I mentioned there, with the low bid coming in at $280,000 minus those deducts, and then we got to add some few things in because as we sat before you a few months back, we were talking about ways that we can look at the RFP and recalibrate things so that it would fit into the money that we have raised. The basic committee prior to probably an hour ago, had raised what's in your package this evening of $279,765. Since we were sitting here this evening, we raised another $2,000. So in the last 13 days, the basic committee has raised $9,400, which is about $200 shy of what is needed to meet the contract to Parker Construction. So what I'm asking you this evening is to, there's a lot of different numbers here, numbers of the deduct, but the bottom line, what we're asking you to do is to enter into a contract with Parker Construction, and on top of that, we are asking for the board to consider $10,000 to be used towards a contingency up to $10,000 because this has taken all the money that's been raised, and nobody wants to go into a project not knowing what could happen, and we all know anything can happen at any time. So what I'm requesting of you this evening, as I said, is to enter into a contract with Parker Construction for $275,750. And we're also requesting authorization of the $10,000 to be expended from the capital fund balance if necessary.
Thank you. Jeff, do you have anything to add?
No, I'm just happy to be here. It's been a long road.
We're happy you're here too.
I'm very happy, and I know I really appreciate everybody sticking with it as their boys have become young men. They're still in the committee, so that's wonderful, and I'm glad we're all at this point.
I don't know about this skate park. I don't know. Yeah, no, it's great. I'm glad that I get to be on the board at this time, and maybe we can all get shovels and do that whole thing.
Oh yeah, I love
And Josh Steele, if you're watching, ye of little faith, you said it wasn't going to happen. I said it would happen, Josh. Now look. So let's go ahead and make that motion. You got a question?
I do. I don't have any paperwork about it. We're supposed to sign something?
No, you're authorizing us to
Okay,
proceed.
good.
I'll execute the contract and we'll
Go.
get started as soon
Great.
as the circumstances allow.
Okay.
Yeah, well, it's amazing that we're here because a lot of us have had little parts to play along the years. And back when I first joined the board, we brought it up again. John Allen and I were talking about it a lot, and we committed some town money then. And it pushed us along, and then we stepped back, 2 steps forward, 1 step back type thing. But you guys have been with it from the beginning, literally, and we so appreciate that. And my 2-year-old son, who when I started getting involved didn't exist, or I had no idea he'd exist, he's excited about it. He's not able to say skateboard yet. But, so I think I speak for a lot of people in saying that thank you. And it's a nice moment we're having right now to focus on something positive and something we can see, hopefully in the warmer months, start to come to fruition. So thank you.
I'm ready to make a motion.
You should do it.
I move to award the bid for construction of the skate park at Living Memorial Park in the amount of $275,750 to Parker Construction, and to authorize an amount not to exceed $10,000 to be expended from the capital fund balance if necessary.
Thank you, Liz. Liz has made a motion to award the bid for the skate park at Living Memorial Park in the amount of $275,750. I almost want to say, and 15 cents, because that used to drive John Allen crazy, to Parker Construction, and to authorize an amount not to exceed $10,000 to be expended from the capital fund balance if necessary. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 3-0.
Thank you very much. This is this we go. Woo-hoo, right? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
But you could keep raising money, right? I mean,
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, no
you never
problem.
know.
Don't let up on that, gas. Let's see. Oh, we have a...
Cemetery bid.
Exactly. I'm sorry, I expected Carol to be with us, but...
Yeah. Carol, we're gonna use
Thank you.
all that excitement.
All of that excitement, I need to stick around.
I'm just happy that wasn't my fault for once.
That's
Thank
not
you,
like me.
Carol.
Sorry about that. I'm off my game tonight. Sorry about that.
Not at all.
Okay, so we'll go to a different type of subject. And that's cemeteries. You go
It's-
from a high,
Great circle of
a
life.
big circle of life is right.
We're dying for both of them.
Right. Again, I apologize for my early exit. With that, we had a bid opening on March 5th for cemetery maintenance. That is for both Morningside Cemetery and Prospect Hill Cemetery. This year we received 3 bids ranging from $17,000 up to $19,985. As I've mentioned in years past, the cemetery bids are kind of unique because they fall in two different fiscal years. So there is enough money in the current year to get us through April, May, June, and then going forward to the second part of the contract. I'd recommend this evening that we move forward with awarding the contract to Independent Landscape and Property Management of Newfane, Vermont. They are a new company. I checked their references and had a lot of conversation with them about the type of work, what the expectation is, and I do feel comfortable this evening recommending to you that we go forward.
Great. Any questions?
I actually do have questions.
Excellent.
Yeah, I didn't think I was going to, but it turns out that I do. So you said, the type of work and the expectations. Can you say a little bit more about the type of work and expectations?
Yeah, what we do, we put this out to bid for, I believe there's 19 mowings over the course of the year. Includes spring cleanup, includes fall cleanup, includes trimming of hedges at the cemeteries. And so we wanted to, we probably have over close to 40 acres of cemeteries that you're maintaining. So when a lot of these people, some of their big projects are 6 and 7 acre projects. So going from a 6 or 7, your biggest projects are 6 or 7 acres to 40 acres. Part of doing my due diligence was, do you have the equipment that you can go forward and maintain that type of work? But this is mostly just mowing and trimming.
Okay.
And Prospect Hill is probably our most challenging cemetery because the equipment is getting bigger and bigger. And there's still just so much room to get between those headstones, which takes a lot of man hours to get that work done. So by the time you get to one end of the cemetery, it's time to start back over at the other side. I hope that answers your questions. If
Yeah,
not,
it does. Yeah, I have an additional one. It's kind of a sensitive question, and I'll just ask it. A community member said to me that they felt that they found a large number of needles in Morningside Cemetery. I wanted to know whether that was accurate, and if so, like what the trends are about that, and what some possible solutions are.
That's true. We do have some encampments that take place throughout our cemeteries. We work with Groundworks from time to time to help us out managing that. And so we do that. We pick them. We do see them. We pick them up and try to make the area, because a lot of people use mostly Morningside, more so Morningside than Prospect Hill, for a lot of exercise. Walking the roadways and stuff. And we try to get down there as much as we can as Rec and Parks, but also that's part of the contract when they are down there. And I was pretty upfront with them. I'm like, you are going to see this, and you will need to make sure that you're cleaning it up and training your staff and to do so safely under the guidelines of the Vermont Health Department.
Okay, thanks. And I'm not saying that to necessarily point blame at any place. Like, I think that people in our communities use drugs, and some of those drugs require needles. And if we had safe places for people to do that and a plan for like where to put that refuse, then maybe we'd handle it better. So, you know, I'm not saying that's an action the board needs to take, but like, I've been spending a lot of time these last few days reading Johann Hari's book, Chasing the Scream, which is about the history of the drug war. And it's a good municipal read. Would recommend.
Okay.
But this bid sounds pretty good to me.
It's a tough transition.
Yeah.
Right
What can you think?
So, how good does it sound to you?
Sounds like I would like to make a motion about it.
Oh, that was my lead.
So I move to award the bid for seasonal maintenance of Prospect Hill Cemetery and Morningside Cemetery to Independent Landscape and Property Management in the amount of $17,000.
Thank you, Daniel, for making a motion to award the bid for maintenance of Prospect Hill Cemetery and Morningside Cemetery to Independent Landscape and Property Management in the exact amount of $17,000. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 3-0. Thank you, Jan. And thank you, Kara.
Okay, take two. Thank you.
Now, since we don't have Steve, I believe I'm going to pass it over to Peter for our
Thank
next
you.
agenda item. Thank
Yes, so this one is follow along to something you did really very recently. I think it was the end of January 28th. You authorized that we move forward in partnership with VTrans for the construction of a sidewalk and the modification of the intersection. So the sidewalk will run along the eastern side of Route 142 from the new Hinsdale Bridge, once it's constructed, down the slope there to the intersection with Royal Road, which is the access into Morningside Commons neighborhood. And then this project also involves the modification of that intersection so that the signal will allow, there'll be crosswalks added, or a crosswalk added, and the signal will allow for safe pedestrian crossing of the street. So we've been through the purpose of the project and some of the history of why it's been a tough project to get defined and priced well enough for us to be able to move forward with, but yet earlier this winter we were able to arrive at a way for the town to be able to afford its share of this. When we talked back in January about the fact that our share would be $70,000 out of a total project cost of about $535,000. So the lion's share of this is being paid by the state using federal highway funds. That makes the federal highway fund usage makes the process that's followed to complete the project a bit more cumbersome than it otherwise would be. There's steps that have to be taken and well documented in order to keep the state in good standing with the feds so that the money keeps coming into Vermont to fund these kinds of projects. We knew that also heading into this, but some of the details weren't known when we first approached you about this. So the memo that I've provided to you dated March 11th provides a little bit more detail about that, about how we're going to share the responsibilities with VTrans. It does not change in any way the financial split. We're still looking at approximately $70,000 as a town cost. We will be providing, we told you back in January, in-kind labor as a contribution to the project. We now have a much better handle on what that in-kind labor is, and I want to be clear that it's substantial. Dan Tyler, who is our superintendent of utilities and highway, will be the project manager for this and is familiar with the requirements, and he, along with others of us on the town staff, will make sure that we dot all the I's and cross all the T's. We think that the substantial investment of in-kind services is well worth it to be able to accomplish this improvement for just $70,000, money which is available for this project in the capital fund. And so we're asking you tonight to authorize me to sign on behalf of the town the project agreement that will, the grant agreement that will be the official kickoff of the partnership with the state.
I just had a question. So Mr. Tyler's services are in addition to the $70,000?
That is correct. Yes, the $70,000 is cash out of our capital account, our capital fund, into the project, and then Dan's time will be substantial. Others of us will be giving less substantial, but still, time to the project because of the fact that it is the procedural requirements are more rigorous than if we were just deciding to do this ourselves.
And I would see his time and input as a benefit to the community because that means that it's built the way we want it.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes.
Daniel, any questions?
No, it's a good thing.
I had a quick question. It's already been authorized through town meeting. You made a note of, correct? Because of it's going to be coming from sidewalk.
Yes. So
budget?
to be clear, there is funding for sidewalk construction in the capital fund.
Yep.
Has been for the last 4 years at least. That is authorized by town meeting without it being specific to exactly where those sidewalks will be constructed. We will be using those funds to build a sidewalk in this location.
From last year's town meeting.
Actually, from accumulated funds. So it's because of how the capital fund works. There are times when there's more than just this year's allocation in there because of whatever circumstances led us not to spend all of it last year. But we carefully account for sidewalk money to be spent for sidewalks and bridge money to be spent for bridges and so on.
Just that you don't need the meeting we just canceled.
Correct. We don't need any additional authorization of funds. We have what we need for us to honor our commitment through this agreement to pay $70,000 for this sidewalk.
Great.
Thank you. And if anybody out there is wondering if this would impact our ability to repair and replace existing sidewalks, what would the answer be?
Thank you so much for asking, Tim. The answer to that
I'm sure
would be
someone's
that
out there thinking.
in our operating budget, we also have been increasing in recent years the commitment to of funding to repair and replace small sections of sidewalks. So the capital funds, the creation or replacement of significant sections like this one, and the operating fund sidewalk money does like a couple of squares at a time here or there where there's need for safing up a sidewalk.
Thank you.
Well, it sounds like a great idea because it's going to take that Royal Road neighborhood and incorporate more into the community.
Exactly.
And, anticipate the new bridge work and incorporate that into the community as well.
Exactly, and yeah, just speaking to that, it's not just good infrastructure for the safety that it provides. It actually is going to encourage folks to walk. It'll be a connecting section now, so that folks from the neighborhood at Morningside Commons can walk all the way into Main Street, which I'm sure they have done, but they've done at their own peril up until now because of the lack of sidewalk through this section.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Or indeed to be able to walk up the bridge, correct?
And up onto the
Because,
bridge to
there are a
catch
couple
the
of
beautiful views.
planned viewing areas.
It's true.
And there's a lot of truck traffic on that road.
But no fishing, probably, from that bridge.
Don't know.
Okay, let's not go there. But another exciting thing for the future of Brattleboro, that's a little bit of a break from our current issues that we're dealing with. Anyone want to make a motion?
I'd be happy to.
Thank you.
I move to authorize the town manager, Peter Elwell, to execute a grant agreement with the Vermont Agency of Transportation for the transportation project known as Brattleboro STP BP 1917 to provide pedestrian improvements between the Morningside Commons neighborhood and the new Hinsdale Bridge.
Thank you, Liz. Liz has made a motion to authorize Peter Elwell to execute a grant agreement, and that is for providing of pedestrian improvements between Morningside Commons neighborhood and the new Hinsdale Bridge. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That's 3-0. Thank you. We are now listening to Peter once again.
Sorry.
As we are wont to do. We like that. For a procurement of engineering services.
Yes, indeed. So we talked at length during the budget process about the increased burden to municipalities that stormwater management represents based on the adoption of the state's Act 64 to improve water quality throughout Vermont. And this is one of the ramifications of that, implementing additional, very detailed, very complex planning about the work that's going to need to be done in various locations in order to comply with the regulations. So we're asking tonight that you authorize us to spend an amount not to exceed $30,900 to engage Stevens and Associates to provide several different pieces of engineering in different locations for different purposes. So there's actually 5 separate aspects to this engagement, each of them small in their own right, but together they exceeded my $10,000 authority, which is why the matter is before you tonight. I should note, because of one of the other things we talked about related to this broader topic throughout the budget process, is the importance of us preparing to and then moving forward with the creation of a stormwater utility as the funding mechanism for meeting these much more significant requirements for stormwater management. That this is not related to that. This is, more minor investment in specific improvements that need to be done here on the near term that will not be part of the creation of that better mechanism for getting this work done. We do expect to be back in the months ahead. Exactly when is hard to predict right now because of COVID-19. We were preparing to probably bring you something in April on this topic. It's likely to be a little later on now. But we do plan to come to you by, say, summertime with more details about how we would move forward to create that stormwater utility. And at that time, we will need to authorize additional engineering funds to move that process forward. But for tonight, this is specific location, specific work, and we're asking for $30,900, not to exceed $30,900 for this engineering.
Thank you. Would Daniel or Liz like to? Liz, would you like to comment on? Well,
I think
you
it's a
have
great
considerable
idea.
expertise with this area. So.
I've read all
Trying to
5 of
harness
the
No, I get it.
applications, and they all looked kosher to me, and I'm all for it.
Yeah.
Good.
As you were mentioning the budget, I was like, oh yeah, the budget. Remember the budget?
Yeah.
The trauma we sometimes forget very soon.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, all good.
Well, who would like to make a motion?
I suppose I would. I move to approve proposals from Stevens and Associates for stormwater related services for a fee not to exceed $30,900.
Hard to say.
Yeah.
Thank you. Daniel has made a motion to approve proposals from Stevens and Associates for stormwater-related services for a fee not to exceed $30,900. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
3-0. Thank you. And we have not finally, but we do have a financial report to squeeze in.
We do.
Would you like to give
Sure.
us a...
So the financial report is good. I'm going to give a couple of highlights from it as usual, but then I want to speak more broadly to town finances and the circumstances we find ourselves in with COVID-19 again, topic of import in terms of lots of different impacts, one of which will be financial for the town. So through the first, how many months of the year? 8 months of the fiscal year, we are in solid shape where our expenditures are below the threshold for 2/3 of the year. We've spent 64. When you prorate the large annual expenses and create a monthly flow, we're at 64.1% expended. That's about normal for this time of year. We usually end up somewhere north of 96% expended, but not fully expended. That's obviously the way we want to manage the budget. So we're on track for that in the general fund, and likewise in the utility funds and the utility fund and the parking fund, where we are at 63%, 64% in the utility fund, and the parking fund is right at 67.8. It doesn't involve those prorations, but revenues in the parking fund up until this 8th-month report have been running well, and so that also was, everything here is a Nothing to be alarmed about report. It has also, for folks who may want to look at it on the town's website, it has the normal monthly information about the status of our loans and stuff. But rather than spending time on that, what I'd like to do is put in perspective the fact that, this was chugging along until this past week as a relatively normal year, some unexpected expenses, but also some ways in which we could save on certain things. And the spending was in line with reasonable expectations for being 2/3 of the way through a fiscal year. Our revenues all are in good shape. So in all of the three funds, we were just solid, steady as we go. That has completely changed in this past several days. In parking, because of the decision we made tonight, the revenues are going to be significantly below target. Our expenses will probably be lower than the target, but they won't go down by as much. The largest single expense in the parking operation, just as it is for all of town government as a labor-intensive service delivery organization, are salaries that we're going to be continuing to pay during the time when our revenues are not coming in. And so that's not going to put us in any kind of a precarious long-term position related to the parking fund, but it means we're going to end fiscal year 20 not in the position that we shoot for. We will spend more money than we collect in the parking fund this year. The utility fund may end up the same way. It's got a much more complex set of circumstances there. The action you took tonight related to the utility fund was to suspend shutoffs. We expect that when the May payment comes, actually one thing I'd like to just digress on for a minute. I almost spoke to it when you brought up delinquencies, Daniel, and I thought, no, I can wait for another night. But there's not much to say that we're fortunate about, but in the context of all that is misfortune all over this COVID-19 thing, there are glimmers of bright sides here or there about details of it. And one is the timing of how this happened is coming right after a payment due date. So we just had February 15th as the last time that taxes and utility fees were owed to the town. We had normal collections at that time, no surprises. The next time they're going to be due is May 15th. We don't expect May 15th to be normal. We expect that there's going to be quite a few more people who and organizations that are strained and may not be able to make their payment at that time, but we'll see how that turns out. Maybe this will be shorter lived. Maybe it'll be weeks and not months, and folks will get back on their feet and we won't have such an impact. But I think we should expect that there will be more non-payment at the May 15th timeframe than normal. And so we may end up upside down also in the utility fund at the end of the year. But again, in a situation where we've got substantial enough reserves and a solid enough overall financial condition to not be a long-term concern. But in the short term, we may end this fiscal year in a deficit position. In the general fund, the same thing might happen, but we will be carefully and separately accounting for the emergency-related expenses. So in order to make sure that our documentation is really clear for the federal authorities who may be coming to audit our books in order to make refunds available through FEMA processes or other government processes where we might be eligible to receive reimbursement for some of the extraordinary expenses we're going to incur. We will document that well as we go along so as to be able to be well positioned for that recovery after the emergency is over. That will all get reconciled in a way where it will be a general fund burden in the end. There's no other funding source for those expenses other than the grants that we might receive, and we might not. And so there's just a lot we don't know about that at this point. We'll keep you well informed as it unfolds. But again, all of that is, the unfortunate but necessary word of warning that while, when this was prepared on March 4th, we were in a normal, solid position. We now have a lot that's unknown, and the likelihood that some of our financial operating condition at the end of this fiscal year will be in deficit. Overall, for the long term, we're in still a very solid financial condition.
So as the state and federal government do whatever they're going to do,
Yes.
Does the municipality have people to help us decipher what aid might be coming to us? Is the Vermont League of Cities and Towns
Sure.
a group that would help us make sure that we're getting what we're entitled to and so
Sure.
forth?
Yes, they will do that. We also, as you know, we're in between finance directors right now, but we have the interim finance director is somebody who actually has audited Vermont books, municipal books. And so she's a person who will be familiar with how, whether it's Irene related or some of the more minor emergencies that have happened, it's not uncommon that on small scale emergencies that are not affecting our whole society like this, that there are, virtually every year, some municipalities that are affected by some smaller scale disasters. And if there's enough impact to those areas from those storms usually or other incidents, then a presidential declaration will make them eligible to receive reimbursement for some of the expenses incurred. And so that's a process we're all pretty familiar with. Fortunately, we don't have to go through it every year. But those of us who've been in municipal government for a while know how those processes work. And to the degree that there are sort of arcane accounting details related to that, we'll have Lori to provide the guidance to the town about how to make sure we first document the information correctly. And then by the time we're applying for reimbursement on any of this, we'll have a new finance director on board.
Super.
Thank you.
Something you mentioned reminded me of a question I forgot to ask a little earlier, so I'd like to just ask that. The employees of the parking,
Yes.
what will they be doing?
So there will be, to some degree, some repurposing, and this is not just in parking. It's kind of spotlight on parking because of the fact that we're going to stop issuing tickets. That particular group is a small group. There are larger groups of employees in some other town departments that will actually be, for a while, not needing to do their normal function. And they will either do sort of special project things that we don't normally have time for that are going to be valuable to the department and to the town more broadly over the longer haul, and or be repurposed to assist with some of the community work that we're doing, to food delivery or other kinds of support for what we ourselves in town government are doing and what others in the community are doing to just keep things happening, to keep people who have needs supported in the community. So there will be a variety of different ways in which that happens. There will be some days when neither one of those things is necessary, and there'll be employees who are sent home for their own safety and for the safety of others in terms of social distancing, and will be paid for that because we're sending them home. But there will be as little of that as possible in order to make sure that either through regular town operations or through the extraordinary needs that we're facing right now, folks are part of delivering the service to the community.
Great. Yeah, I mean, of course, that's the answer we wanted to hear, because Daniel laid out a very good list of all the community efforts happening, and
Right.
If we can plug safely into some of those,
Absolutely. Yep.
that's what we should do. Thank you. Well, thank you for that report.
Do
Anyone
we
else?
need to
Anyone?
have a break for the...
Oh, gosh, I didn't even think of it. Do you folks need a break? You guys? Yeah, okay. Sorry, I know there's a couple people here that have been waiting for the next item, but if we could just take a strict 5-minute break, I think we'll do that, and we'll reconvene at 8:25. Thank you. I don't know whether I should do that for reopening, but you've joined us back after a quick 5-minute break, and we are at letter H, as Daniel loves to say, because he's from a strange part of the world.
Australia.
Australia. That's right.
Well, down under.
We have a couple guests. Would you like to join us up at our table of inquisition? Came up with
Presentation.
table of honor. I'm going to call it that.
That sounds kinder.
Would you mind introducing yourselves?
Sure. I'm Rhianna Kendrick from Groundworks Collaborative.
Thank you.
Josh Davis from Groundworks Collaborative.
Why are you giving me that look? Not everybody who's watching knows exactly who everyone is.
I'm happy to introduce myself. I also live in Brattleboro proudly, and so
Ditto.
Excellent. Thank you for being here. Peter, would you like to?
Actually, I'd like Patrick
Oh, that's
to
right.
give us an overview of the situation. I think while the action item tonight is really clean and clear, it comes with a good bit of history attached to it. So we'd like Patrick to kind of lay that out and certainly hear from the Groundworks leadership about it as well.
And Patrick wrote an excellent memo, so please.
Well, thank you, Tim.
Thank you.
And thank you, Peter. I'll just take a couple of minutes before we turn it over to Rihanna and Josh, and just talk a little bit about the project, the role that the town has played in this project, actions that the board have already taken in support of the project, and of course, why we're here tonight and the reason for staff's recommendation. So the project is called 54-60 South Main Street. And while the project will do a number of things for the organization in terms of enhancing its efficiency of its operations, its principal function is to develop a permanent home for the seasonal overflow shelter. As many folks will recall, the seasonal overflow shelter for years was situated on Main Street at the Baptist Church. That building was sold. That use could no longer continue at that location. That put Groundworks in a bit of a pinch. The town of Brattleboro worked closely with Groundworks, looking at any number of different locations around town where we might be able to, situate that type of service. They found a temporary solution, temporary in a couple of years, up at the Winston Prouty on the Austin campus. But of course, that too has come to a conclusion, and so almost by process of elimination, their existing location at 60 South Main Street became the focus of the permanent home for the seasonal overflow shelter. So it was at the beginning of 2019 that the board authorized submission of a grant application to the Vermont Community Development Program. The grant application was in the amount of $500,000, at which point in time the town contributed from a revolving loan from program income, $50,000. That was received well by the state, but funded to the tune of $400,000. And because of the challenges around fundraising for this effort, at a subsequent action, the select board authorized an additional supplementary commitment of $100,000, raising the town's contribution on this project from $50,000 up to $150,000. So that's where we were the last time the board took this matter up. The project continued to move forward. Consultants and engineers working for the project secured all the necessary permits, and the only remaining item that needed to be completed in order for the final phase of the project to begin is the remainder of the fundraising. And while their fundraising efforts have been successful and are ongoing, we have reached a point in time where the organization needs to pull the trigger on this project. In order to be ready for next winter, which I believe starts sometime in November, there's a 6 months construction project that needs to occur. And in order for that to happen, Groundworks needs to execute a contract for construction by early April. So we're at a time crunch. We're at a point in time where it's time to decide, are we doing this project? And I believe the answer to that is a wholehearted yes. There is currently, as of the date of the memo in the board's packet, excuse me, about $506,000 of funds remaining to be raised. And we've been working with Groundworks and some of the other project partners to try and go back to each funding source and see if perhaps there's a little bit more that could be had. The town submitted on their behalf a enhancement request to the Vermont Community Development for an additional $100,000. I believe that's likely to be funded, especially if tonight's action moves forward. The USDA and the incentives to be provided by Green Mountain Power are, we believe, all but certain. There are other funding sources that the organization is looking at, some opportunity zone tax credits, and then actually as a worst case scenario, there is borrowing against assets of the organization. And we think with this combination of final pieces of this $3.1 million project, after your action and after the action that will be done up at the state in consideration of the enhancement request, we think that positions Groundworks to be able to execute this contract in order to be ready for next season. Does that seem about right?
Yeah, that's fantastic. I would just update one thing. Since we submitted this memo to you, we've raised an additional $28,000. So that brings the bottom line to the gap to $478,000. And so, like Patrick said, we've been continuing to fundraise, but really thorough overview both of the history and our current status and the urgency that we have to start this project just as soon as we can in April so that we can be into our new space in November. The schedule is extremely tight.
Do you want to give us just a very quick overview of what the new facility will look like and the services it'll provide?
Sure. It will really bring all of the vast majority of our services under one roof. So we'll have a expanded, adequately sized day shelter. And in that program, we'll have a kitchen so that folks can cook meals. We'll have a pantry that will be stocked. We'll have multiple bathrooms with showers. We'll have office space. We'll have meeting space in the new building. Also upstairs, there'll be a second floor where we'll have our administrative offices. Now that space will convert at night into the shelter space. And so we'll have storage at both ends that will allow beds to come out and unfold. And really we're using every nook and cranny for shelter space as well. Also be a mezzanine in the main area that'll be open, that'll have 4 bunk beds that will be available anytime. Those won't break down and set up again, and so if folks need to sleep during the day, they can access those. 60 South Main, circa 1780s building, will be updated for our HealthWorks team to do their work out of there, and that's our embedded provider from the Brattleboro Retreat, our RN from Brattleboro Memorial Hospital, and our HCRS provider will be working out of there along with our case management team and representative payee program.
Great.
Well, I just wanted to mention you're continuing to fundraise, and you have a matching grant?
We have a matching grant. We do from the
Vermont Country Store.
Thank you, Vermont Country Store.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think with this fundraising that we've done, we've almost captured all of that match, but we're continuing to set up matching grants and work with folks to close this gap. We've been really successful.
I just thought that the people in the community want to know in case they want to contribute.
Absolutely. And I would say a deep sense of gratitude both to be back here because the town has already been very generous in the support of this project. The state has already been generous in the support, and so I really appreciate the fact that you're entertaining an additional ask for this project because we think it's really worthy. But I'd also underscore that individuals and businesses in this town primarily have given $1.5 million or pledged $1.5 million to this project, which I think is a testament to the importance of this project, the support of this organization, and the support of the people that we serve. So I don't want that to go unnoticed. That's almost 50% of the project is coming from local support. So thanks for pointing that out, Liz.
Thank you. Well, I feel it's someone's duty, I think it'll be mine at the moment, to just point out to people watching that this, if approved, comes from our community program income, which originated originally, and Patrick, tell me if I'm wrong, originally as federal, state pass-through grants. It also is a fund that gets loaned out to businesses, for instance, and gets replenished periodically as they pay off. It's been very successful for multi-purposes in our town. Yes. And it is restricted to housing and community economic development. Correct. And certainly what you guys provide helps, really you could argue, in both those arenas, but certainly in housing, which is a critical need that we have right now. Especially given recent events, we have all kinds of housing on top of our minds. And people need a home to go home to and sometimes to isolate in, and that's one of the problems we're addressing with COVID-19 right now. Just wanted to throw that out there. But this is not general fund money
Correct.
that we're considering.
Meaning that it's not from the taxpayers.
Correct. Thank you for that clarification. Do you anticipate any expansion of services or any changes in that regard coming up?
You want that one?
Want to comment on that at all?
Expansion of services with the new project.
Well, expansion of capability or capability of expanding services.
I think an efficiency that we have, and also, being under one roof is going to dramatically change our programs. Right now, we are pieced out across the community, and so being able to do what we do under one roof is not only going to have great outcomes for the people that we serve, but also the people that work at the organization. In terms of expanding services, oh, that's the question. Yes, absolutely. Talking about having a shelter, we're getting into the spring. Now is the time that we start to close down our seasonal overflow shelter. And for years, we've talked about the hardship that comes with that, the fact that we pass out tents, and that tenting is part of our emergency housing system. And so with this building, we'll be able to go back in our strategic plan. When we started the groundworks, we put in that strategic plan to have a year-round shelter. And so it's been a question of location, and then also a question of resources. And with this, we answer the question of location, because this will be our building. We won't be renting from anyone. It'll be a secure building for us to provide our services for years on end. However, it'll be a question of the resources that will be needed to operate this program year-round. Given our current capabilities and support that we're seeing from the community for the work that we do, I foresee in the very near future that that is something that we would be able to provide the community as year-round services.
Great. I think that's great news, because year-round services is not only something that we all want to see, it's absolutely necessary
Absolutely.
for our clients.
I just have a completely different question,
Yeah.
more about COVID-19. The state sends warming funds, and they're about to end. Will that be extended because of the virus?
Yep, the state task force is looking at the capacity of all warming shelters to extend their services. So last days have all been together at this point. Friday evening, they surveyed every warming shelter in the state to determine a wide variety of things, and that was one of the questions they looked at, is do we have the capacity to continue to stay open for longer? And we certainly do, and are working closely with our partners at Winston Prouty, where we're not the only tenant at that space, and so far have received significant support, not only from them, but from all of the tenants on the Winston Prouty campus. So I anticipate it's highly likely that that's something that we'll be doing this year.
I think one of the few positive things that could come out of the virus is that the community's understanding of the need for your work.
Good point. Well,
Well,
how do we feel?
well, indeed.
Motion? Is it my
yeah.
turn?
I think it is.
All right then.
Yeah.
I move to approve a grant in the amount of $100,000 from the town's revolving loan fund program income to Groundworks Collaborative in support of the project located at 5460 South Main Street to establish a permanent seasonal overflow shelter.
Thank you. Liz has made a motion to approve a grant in the amount of $100,000 from our revolving loan fund to Groundworks Collaborative in support of 5460 South Main Street and their permanent seasonal overflow shelter. All those in favor?
Aye.
None
Thank you.
opposed?
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you for all your work.
And thank you, Patrick, for the support.
Hey, my pleasure. Thank you.
We have a small grant to reallocate. We do.
So
IH.
it's a reallocation of Homeland Security funds that we were made aware of. So we applied for a very specific, very small amount, $1,600, to enable the town to purchase 2 multi-purpose devices that are used when doing swiftwater rescue activities for the fire department. We were in front of you, if this sounds eerily familiar, it's because it was only about a month ago we were in front of you to ask for permission to apply for this, but almost as soon as we sent in the letter, they sent one back and said, yes, you got it. And so what's before you tonight is the acceptance and appropriation of a grant for $1,600 from the Vermont Department of Public Safety for the town to buy those 2 multi-purpose devices.
Great.
They sound very useful.
They are, in multiple ways.
Yes. Let's get one.
At least as useful as they were
Let's do
just a few weeks ago. Would you like to make a motion?
I would. I move to accept and appropriate a $1,600 reallocation of 2017 funds as a state Homeland Security grant from the Vermont Department of Public Safety.
Great. Thank you for that motion to accept and appropriate $1,600 reallocation of funds as a state Homeland Security grant from the Vermont Department of Public Safety. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And that's 3-0. Jane. So we get to committee matters. We had some appointments to interview committee members earlier today. However, none of them could make it.
Yes.
So, go ahead.
Well, if I may, I just, so because the individuals weren't able to be here to be interviewed, and because we've temporarily suspended the operation of town committees, and because this particular committee has enough members on it right now so that if we resume that activity before you make these appointments, they still can function, it might be appropriate that you postpone action on these applications until such time as the emergency has settled down and the individuals can come be interviewed by you and you can make an informed choice.
I was thinking that too. Was anyone else?
Yes.
Peter's a mind reader.
And we do have 4 applicants for 1 vacancy, which
You
is
do, which
terrific.
is unusual. Yeah.
We love that. Would anyone like to announce other? We don't have to make a motion to do that, do we? No.
You can just agree to move past it. Yes.
you So wanna add the agreed.
On consensus.
Do you want to add the tree to that announcement?
To the announcement? Sure, since it's still open.
Since it's still
Yes,
open.
please. Yeah.
Sure. I don't mind doing it. Would you like me to read the vacancies?
Go right ahead.
Okay. So we do have, people are invited to apply for some remaining committee vacancies, one of which is still the tree committee, which has 1 vacancy. And then there is the ADA committee has 1 vacancy. All of these have, oh no, sorry. The arts, I was trying to make it simple. The arts committee has 1 vacancy. The CPCC, which is the Citizen Police Communications Committee, has 1 vacancy. The Conservation Commission has 1. The Developmental Review Board alternate has 2. And the Inspector of Lumber, Shingles, and Wood is also searching for a bright-eyed, bushy-tailed inspector. So, but just 1.
Maybe there's a squirrel somewhere.
I don't know what. I guess it's getting late, and I'm getting.
Yeah, getting punchy.
May I speak to K&L, please?
Oh yes, certainly.
We're almost done.
Certainly.
And the last 2 items on the agenda tonight, both related to annual business that is done around the time of town meeting, and both of these actually relate to the timing of town meeting, and so they have become moot tonight by the virtue of the action that you had to take to cancel town meeting. So,
Indeed.
unless you have something else you want to talk about tonight, we're done.
No, unless there's any other commentary, that brings us.
I move to adjourn.
Oh. Good idea.
Liz has moved to adjourn. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 3-0. Thank
Wash
you
your
very
hands.
much. And Pretty CTV
And
for
thoroughly.
providing safe viewing for all of our citizens.
these are difficult and uncertain times. It's important for everyone to understand our mission, which is to slow down the spread of this virus in order to protect those at risk of getting very sick, which includes the elderly and the very ill. It's also important to understand that even though most of us will have mild to moderate symptoms if we get it, we can all transmit it. So we all have a role to play in making sure we don't pass it on to those who are at the highest risk. To further the point, the best information we currently have from the experts, learning from other countries, says that slowing it down is the best way to make sure the care is available to those who need it, especially the most vulnerable, who may need hospitalization. This is literally in our hands. We need everyone to accept this reality and be part of this effort. Slowing this down, or flattening the curve, is the most important thing we can do. Mitigation, along with simple steps like washing your hands a lot, staying home when you can, and social distancing can help protect loved ones, friends, and neighbors who are at higher risk. On Friday, to act on this strategy, I declared a state of emergency, and we put in place a wide range of measures to slow this pandemic. From limiting public gatherings and restricting visitors at long-term care facilities and hospitals, to banning state employee work travel, encouraging and facilitating telework, extending unemployment benefits for those who have to be self-isolated, and much, much more. Sunday, I ordered the dismissal of pre-K through 12 schools, which began today. With it came the challenge of coming up with an education plan so kids can continue to learn. Monday, I ordered the closure of bars and restaurants statewide, though they can still offer takeout. And yesterday, I directed the closure of licensed child care centers across the state. However, I've asked centers and schools to provide child care services for those deemed essential personnel. This includes healthcare and public health workers, first responders, and those involved in our state emergency operations centers, and many others, knowing we may need to add to this list. I realize, even as we ask many to step back to help slow the spread of this virus, we're asking others, including educators and child care providers, to step up and provide a critical service so those who are on the front lines can continue to care for the sick, protect the public, and manage this ever-evolving challenge. Now, I know some won't be able to, and that's okay. But for those who can, we appreciate your help, because filling the need by teachers, child care providers, and school support staff is critical to our response. Understanding how challenging but important these directives are, I've also asked Neil Lunderville and Liz Miller to lead this effort to support the Agency of Education with this critical work. Liz, who served under Governor Shumlin, and Neil, who served under Governor Douglas, have a wealth of experience in state government and the private sector and have already hit the ground running. And they're working on other projects as well. I want to, again, remind Vermonters that more measures are inevitable. We're already working on a directive for hospitals to postpone elective procedures. More details will come on this and others, but I will continue to make decisions based on science, data, and the guidance of an incredible team of leaders and experts I have working with me. This is a moment of service for all of us, from those working on the front lines in healthcare to those who are simply following our social distancing guidance to protect others. We're all in this together, and we will get through it. Just like during Irene, we're facing new challenges every single day. And I know some are feeling scared, worried, and overwhelmed, just like after Irene. but we made it through. And we'll do it again because we're Vermont strong. In times like this, Vermonters rise to the occasion. We help our neighbors. We answer the call of duty. And we get creative to solve big problems. I'm seeing it every day. From healthcare workers, state employees, school administrators, and business owners. From those adjusting hours at grocery stores and adding curbside service, to organizing online card drives to send love to their grandparents who can't have visitors right now, and so many more initiatives. These people, with their compassion and commitment to service, show me that we will get through this, and we'll do it together. So I'm now going to turn this over to Education Secretary Dan French to share more details on our latest education guidance.
Thank you, Governor. Good morning. This is an unprecedented situation that's calling on everyone to make difficult decisions and to take quick actions. I wanted to highlight a few aspects of this work. Firstly, childcare. We issued new guidance to schools last night to support the provision of childcare for the children of essential personnel. These essential persons include currently educators, healthcare providers, and emergency workers, first responders, servicemen and women in our National Guard who have been activated for COVID-19, and state employees working on the COVID-19 emergency response. Schools have been directed to provide care to enrolled students up to at least grade 8, and where necessary to students from other towns or districts. And we are currently working with districts this morning to support them in organizing this work. Our guidance also directs the continued payment of pre-K tuition to private providers as established under Act 166. These funds are already in school budgets and paid for out of the education fund. We mentioned our work under feeding students. We've received the necessary waiver from the USDA to offer reimbursed student meals on a distributed basis. 39 of our approximately 60 supervisory unions have applications approved and are ready to start serving meals. Many are doing so today. 7 other SUs are in the process of having their applications finalized, and we are working directly with the remaining SUs to expedite their application process. Labor issues have emerged as a concern. We're asking a lot of our education labor force during the state of emergency. We need their expertise and dedication as we navigate these uncharted and unprecedented times. We have directed education staff to report to work during this 2-week period of school closure to accomplish 3 main objectives. 1, to maintain the education programs of students. 2, to support our most vulnerable students. And 3, to plan for the continuity of education programs in the event of a prolonged school closure. We are not expecting school staff to report to work if they have concerns about their personal health. Specifically, the following educators are not required to be in public school buildings: educators with compromised immune conditions, educators who reside with someone with a compromised immune condition, educators suffering from anxiety, expectant educators, educators with infants, and educators over 60. In other words, anyone with a serious physical or mental health issue is not being required to be in a public building. Also, I've directed schools to ensure all staff get paid for their regular scheduled hours during this 2-week period. Lastly, I just want to mention work we're doing around this issue of continuity of education. As I mentioned, we are using this 2-week closure period to prepare for an extended period of school closure if that becomes necessary. We are actively engaged in planning work at the agency and at the local level to ensure all students will be able to continue to make academic progress in the event of a longer period of school closure. Many of our high schools can deliver instruction online, even though student access to the internet and computers at home is uneven around the state. We will need to be more creative with the provision of educational services at the elementary and primary grades, but we will work closely with districts to start and plan this work together. And I'm very optimistic about our ability to creatively solve that issue. Now I'll turn it over to Dr. Levine.
Thank you. First, I'd like to give somewhat of a situational update. At the moment, we have 19 total positive tests in Vermont. To put that in perspective, that's out of a total testing run of about 600 tests. So clearly, far more negatives than positives, but obviously we're going to focus on these positives very intently. We always discuss how many people we're still monitoring in the state as a health department, and I'm not going to give you a precise number because that changes so rapidly. Each time you have a positive test result, there's abundance of surveillance and phone calls and interactions with people who may or may not have had contact with the actual case. And if that case happens to be in a healthcare setting, the numbers can get quite large. So just accept the fact that there are hundreds of Vermonters that are being monitored and interacted with regarding these 19 positive tests. I wanted to just spend a few moments and feed off of a bit what the governor was saying about the overall strategy, just so people can sort of see with some clarity why all this is happening so fast and where we're going, both as a state and in some respects as a nation. So there are some fancy words, but everything began with the word containment. And containment is kind of just what it says. You identify cases. To identify cases means you have to be testing, so you need to have some capacity to test, and you have to have some ability to prioritize those tests. Having done that, you begin to identify cases, and you rapidly isolate those cases, assuming they're in the community still and not requiring hospitalization. And we've had plenty who are still in the community that did not require hospitalization, to be clear about that. And then we do something called contact tracing, so that we make sure that those who may have had some contact with a case know exactly what it is they should do to prevent further transmission of COVID-19 across our communities. We are still doing that, and that's what I would term a parallel strategy to the now more significant strategy of mitigation, trying to slow but not necessarily stop the viral spread, because we know we can't stop it at this point, but we can slow it down. And we've shown you curves before in the past that really focus on our ability to not have a rapid spike and overwhelm our healthcare system, but to have a more gradual, flattened curve, which frankly may take longer to dissipate, but will have a much lower burden on the population at large and on the healthcare system's ability to cope. The prime mitigation strategy goes under the other fancy term social distancing, which I hope everyone sees we're trying to practice up here on the podium today. Maintaining that distance from others that as human beings we don't do every day. That's not what we're accustomed to. We high five, we shake hands, we embrace. Well, we're asking Vermonters to go through a significant amount of behavior change. And that's uncomfortable, and that's something you have to kind of be actually conscious of every time, because your tendency is to do the things you've always done. So we understand that that's hard and may require a lot of support. And all the strategies that have occurred since we really called this an emergency, in a state of emergency, are really falling into place in that social distancing category. So some of them had to do with protecting our most vulnerable and our elderly, regarding visitation policies to hospitals, to long-term care facilities, nursing homes, etc. Some of them had to do with how we tend to gather in groups, and you've heard numbers go from 250 down to 50, and to me, the number's irrelevant, because people are already understanding that it's probably not a good idea to be in a crowd at a time when you're talking about an infectious disease that can be easily transmitted through the air from one person to another. So people are already falling into line with that, and it's just the idea that we don't get into congregate settings that are very crowded. Then we have all of the issues of schools, which you've just heard about, which I won't perseverate on. Changes in work policies, changes in the way that workers can or cannot travel, and then really as part of the gregarious nature of human beings, where do we usually do that? Well, we do that sometimes in restaurants and bars. And yeah, you've heard new policies regarding those. And the only thing I want to say about those is, again, every step of the way in managing this, I think, very manageable epidemic requires resourcefulness, creativity, innovation. And even restaurants and bars can be innovative, as they're all learning now, with bring something to your car, takeout priority, interacting with people in ways that they have to deliver food, but still being able to actually do that, even though people can't sit down at a table with one another inside their premises. So again, I know this requires significant behavior change and hard work, and nobody's going to deny how hard it may be. Really does require sort of a social compact and an idea that we're all here to cooperate with one another, and I'm confident that we as a state can rally to that cause. The final stage of sort of where we're going and the aspiration of all of us in the United States, never mind just Vermont, is a state where they sometimes call it suppression. So you've slowed the growth of the curve, it's been flattened, but eventually you want it to come down. And that's when you enter that state. We have good experience now just by watching the rest of the world, because as you know, the US was not the first country to be affected. So even though China has received a lot of criticism, they are now in a phase where things are much more controlled, and they're seeing decreasing numbers of cases all the time, especially in that hot zone, but even in the rest of their country. South Korea is another example of that. And soon we hope we'll have some European examples of that. We need to observe critically and learn from those experiences, and I'm confident that we will. We will also learn about the timing of these things. We can set arbitrary dates of 2 weeks of this or 3 weeks of that, maybe a month, maybe 2 months, but we'll actually get a little more certainty about how we actually figure that out, because we'll learn from their experiences and see, as they've eased up on some of these more restrictive policies, how things have gone. And is this something that in the short term can be managed very well? Or is it something that's we're really in for a long-term kind of approach to until vaccines develop sometime in the next 12 to 12 plus months? So again, we know these things have a lot of impact. They have impacts socially, economically, health-wise, etc. But we will learn from other experiences and I think benefit from those and really begin to see where the light is at the end of the tunnel in terms of how the strategies you've heard outlined today can play out in the future. I believe I'm the last speaker.
I'm happy to turn it over to questions right now. We're taking one from the floor first.
We're going to take one from the phone first. So
Okay.
Wilson or Lisa from the AP.
Hi, it's Lisa from AP. I noticed that the state is now delineating between Vermonters and non-residents who have gotten positive results of who have COVID-19. And why is that? And does it make a difference? Do that.
Yeah, thank you very much. The question was about how we report the numbers of those who have positive tests in Vermont. That was a bit of a miscommunication on our part, to be quite frank, yesterday. I wanted to make sure that we were adjusted. We had just one number of both non-resident and resident positive tests, and to carry that forward. What happened was they eliminated the non-resident and carried the Vermont number. So the point was, and we've clarified this and now it's rectified, we'll be reporting just one number of those affected in Vermont that have the positive test in Vermont from now going forward.
Okay, so the next question, Molly from 7 Days.
Thank you. I was wondering, Governor and Secretary French, if you could speak to any continued risk at the child care facilities caring for emergency workers and health workers. Obviously, your there any steps under considered to keep addressing that, Brad, at these more limited centers?
I'll have Secretary French offer a few words, and then maybe someone else. Secretary Smith.
Thank you. Yes, in our guidance that was published last night, we talk about the social distancing measures and our continued disinfection measures to ensure that these workplaces are safe. But it is a priority to ensure that those employees and workers that are on the front line of this emergency don't have to worry about their child care needs, and we're working hard to accomplish both of those goals.
Molly, this is Mike Smith at AHS. As you know, we've limited the size of the classroom size for these facilities down to 10. That means no more than 10 people in that room. We've also put the various sanitation requirements in place, and if we need to make those stricter, we will. Both Dan and myself have the ability to make stricter recommendations as we move forward. So right now, we limited the class size. We've put in fairly strict sanitation sort of requirements, and we feel that will ensure, or at least make people feel comfortable about the safety of the decision we've made.
Thank you.
Governor, just your reaction to the president announcing earlier today that joint decision between the United States and Canada to close the northern border except for essential traffic.
I wasn't aware of the directive from the president, so I don't know the details of that. Obviously, we have a few concerns. We have employees who live in Canada that are part of our healthcare system in the Northeast region and maybe even the Northwest region. So that's a concern. I would think they would qualify as being essential. And we have to do everything we can. I know Canada has taken some extreme steps as well in Quebec and across the whole country, and we're going to have to do the same. So I would assume that in conjunction with Canada, this is the right step to take, while understanding that we have a lot of trade and we still rely on a number of employees from there. Anyone else want to add anything to that?
Lola from BT Digger.
Hi. I was wondering, are you concerned about the ability of schools to be able to carry out this mandate to provide this child care, especially in more thinly staffed districts that might see a lot of staff say, I can't carry out this work, either because I'm anxious for myself or immunocompromised or et cetera.
Secretary French.
Hi, Lola. Yes, I mean, it is a concern, and we've been actively engaged with districts this morning as they're trying to navigate both the provision of continuity of education and child care service. At the same time, I think we've seen some really creative responses and really positive support of teachers stepping up to help assist in this moment of emergency. So it's going to be challenges, but just one in a series of challenges that we're going to have to navigate. But as Dr. Levine, the governor, said, our priority now is to bend that curve as best we can, and I think is a moment of service for all of us, and I know educators and teachers will step up and help in that regard.
Super quick follow-up, I'm so sorry. What about, so child care have been asked to do this, but not, ordered, schools have, if you have a 3-year-old and you're a nurse, and your child care is shut down, can you bring them to the local public school?
In our guidance, we had to make a delineation between students age 0 for 5 and 6 through 8th grade. So currently, public schools are equipped to handle age 6 up to 8th grade fairly easily, both from a safety and an educational standpoint. We were less comfortable making a provision for younger children under 5, but we'll certainly reevaluate if the need becomes necessary.
Let me just.
So right now it's go ahead.
This is Mike Smith. Let me just sort of bring the pre-K up where we are right now. As you know, we have instituted a pre-K program for essential children, and those child care centers we're starting to contact now. Last night we contacted 41 programs in just one and a half hours so far. 288 children have been identified as essential people. I've got to emphasize this. There has been enormous collaboration among the private child care providers, and we can't thank them enough in terms of what we're doing and how we're moving forward to this. We've actually ID'd many potential additional staff to deploy to other facilities that may be limited to a facility that needs those employees. So we really are seeing the healthcare, I'm in so many different realms here, but the child care community really stepping up to this, and many centers have told us that they're willing to work extra shifts. So we are grateful to all the kids, all the centers. We're working with organizations like Let's Grow Kids to bring all this together. And I've got to say, just in what I'm hearing in the feedback that's coming back, it's incredible how Vermonters are trying to help Vermonters get through this time.
Bob from Brattleboro Reformer.
Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Okay, so yesterday the state of New Hampshire announced that it was expanding unemployment benefits for people who have to stay home with school-aged children. Has Vermont considered, enacted, discussed this at all?
Yeah, I'm going to have our Commissioner of Labor answer that.
Sure. So I had a chance to review the legislation that came out of New Hampshire, and while I haven't been able to do the background on it, one thing that needs to be considered is it looks like there was some legislation passed that allowed those individuals to become eligible, and that is something we are working with the Vermont legislature right now to expand benefits to those that have to stay home with a family member who becomes ill or is quarantined or isolated. So yes, we are considering it, and it is moving through the legislative process, but it does require a change in state statute.
I would also add that the legislature has been very receptive to any of our needs and is a very willing partner. So we're working through many of those initiatives as well as many others at this point in time.
Pete Hirschfeld from VPR.
Thank you.
Pete, VPR.
Thank you, Brittany. Seems to be some increasing concern about Vermont's inmate population. Are you testing individuals that are entering the correction system right now as inmates? Can you talk about any other specific mitigation strategies, Mike, that you're using to address that concern?
Sure. We are testing in terms of screen testing inmates that are coming in to the facilities. If you're talking COVID-19 testing, the answer is no, because they aren't showing symptoms of COVID-19, or they wouldn't be allowed into the facility. So we are screening those. We've also put video visiting apparatus so that visitors are now can't meet personally with inmates, but they can meet via video conferencing. We also are looking at how we segregate our population to be in smaller groups when they're in recreation areas. We have contingency plans that have been put in place in case we do have a illness within our facility. So the social distancing things that you see are a little bit different in our correctional facilities, but we're putting in place those social distancing where we can, and in many cases you'll see the social distancing happen within our correctional facilities. I do want to emphasize that we are being pretty stringent on making sure that those screening processes that are happening on entrance are really diligent as we move forward. We cannot allow a case to come into the correctional facility. One last thing, Peter. We are stocking up on supplies a little bit more than we normally would in case we have an outbreak. That includes mat supplies for those who are under medical treatment for addiction. So we're doing all that right now, and there's other contingency plans in place or being worked on.
Calvin, WCX?
So do we have enough tests in place, or does the state have enough tests for widespread testing? And do we know, I guess, how widespread the disease is if we don't test widespread? We're still hearing from people that are sick, but they can't get a referral from their doctor because they don't have a travel history. So
Yeah.
are we past that?
Commissioner Levine.
Thank you for asking about testing. So I don't want to give the appearance I'm talking out of both sides of my mouth, but I do want to show reality and optimism at the same time. We have testing capacity now to do all of the testing that we've currently been asked to do in terms of physicians coming to the clinical judgment that their patients should have testing. We are grouping those into higher and lower priority. I think you'll understand that those in the higher priority group might be in a hospital bed or in an ICU bed. They may be a healthcare worker who has to know if they can continue to work in the healthcare system, etc. We have done all of our testing in state at our public health lab because, like most states, that's what we have available to us right now. And in that public health lab, we have supplies of test kits and reagents and everything that's needed to do the tests, but we are limited in how far that supply will take us. We have literally 10 or 12 pathways that we're looking at simultaneously for obtaining more test kits, reagent supplies, machinery to do the testing with, personnel to do the testing, and that's at all levels, local, regional, national, that's public and private. So it's quite expansive. Vermont is no different than any other state in the country with regards to not being able to do what I would call expansive health surveillance, knowing in the entire population how much disease is present, whether there are people who are asymptomatic or only mildly symptomatic compared to those who are acutely ill in a hospital setting. But I think as a country, you're going to find in the next week or two, we are all going to catch up rather rapidly. So we're working very closely with the Health and Human Services apparatus in Washington, with the FDA and with the CDC, all in actually separate strategies. We are working very closely with the UVM College of Medicine and the UVM Medical Center, and we are working very closely with the partnership you've often heard about from the federal level of public-private partnership with companies that are commercial and will have testing capability as we speak. They're just coming online now. So what I envision is that we will have greater local support through our affiliation and partnering with the UVM College of Medicine and Medical Center, and that will help us with this more high priority group, which we'll continue to maintain in state, and we'll have opportunities to do more of the lower priority but necessary not only public health work, but reassuring our citizens' work about their conditions through these more national lab testing opportunities. But I have to provide a realistic expectation that these national opportunities won't have the turnaround time we've come to expect locally, which is within 24 hours. They may be 72 hours, maybe even as long as 96 hours, but we'll be careful to make sure that they are in the group that is lower priority. I do want all Vermonters to know that we still need to have rational and reasonable expectations of who should be tested, who should not be tested, and our clinical community understands that and will work with their patients to help them understand that. Because at the present time, it could overwhelm the system if everybody felt that their test was the most important and that they needed to have it done immediately. Because we're certainly not in a situation where we can do that today.
Patricia from Bennington Banner. Trisha Bennington Banner.
Oh, the mute button. Sorry. I see in the guidance here that during the closure period, schools are directed to provide care to, at a minimum, students enrolled in their school up to grade 8. Would that be, that does not include pre-kindergarten students, correct? I believe Secretary French mentioned this. It's just kindergarten up through grade 8 that are currently enrolled at that school?
The guidance speaks to age 6 as being the cutoff, not necessarily distinguishing between pre-K. The guidance also speaks to the eventuality of giving those essential employees the opportunity to place their student in a district other than their home district. So for instance, if it was more convenient for them to access care in a school that's located in the community where they work, we want to provide for the maximum flexibility in that regard.
So they have to provide care, these schools, for age 6 up to grade 8, currently, as of right now, the students that are enrolled in that school.
And for eventually, and if there's a need for those essential workers that might be working in those communities and find it more convenient to access care in that location.
Liz, Burlington Free Press.
Hi, thank you. I wondered how many child. Hello?
Yes, we have you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. I wondered how many child care centers in the state are going to be closed down because of this order, if you guys have any idea as to the number at this point.
The governor's order requires all child care centers to be closed down with the exception of meeting the needs of the essential persons. We'll have an accurate picture of that by the end of the day of how many that will be. But one of the things that I just want to emphasize as we're looking at this is we wanted to make sure that the child care system was still in place as we rolled through this crisis. And what we have decided to do is continue the subsidies for the child care system as we move forward. So if a child care system does close down, we will continue the subsidies for that child care system. And if they take essential personnel's children, we'll look at how we can make that more of an incentive for that child care facility to take those children. And that's something we're looking at right now.
Colin, 7 days.
Hi, yeah, so I have a question about vulnerable populations. Should DOC furlough inmates to reduce the risk in prisons, and how does the health department assess the likelihood of spread at the Burlington nursing home with a positive case? Thanks.
You want to take that one first?
Yeah, Dr. Levine here. I'll take the nursing home. When it comes to nursing homes, obviously, by definition, everyone there is a vulnerable population. So we have to have consistently across nursing homes adequate guidelines in place, an adequate regulatory structure that would make it important for them to adhere to. And I want people to be reassured that that does exist in Vermont. And indeed, this particular facility that we're focusing on, if I could use the word, passed with flying colors without any deficiencies about 4 or 5 months ago. All nursing homes are, of course, petrified in the wintertime of infectious diseases that can take hold there, not just COVID-19, but other viruses, including the flu. So they have to have effective infection control programs in place. They have to have good advisement about those programs, and they do. So we're certain that they have the programs at this facility. The health department and Dale were instrumental in sending out abundant communications as the COVID epidemic began regarding good prevention strategies, good surveillance strategies, et cetera. And now that we have a case, obviously we have embarked on a significant venture here to work with the nursing home to identify all those in the nursing home, specifically those who work there, but others as well, who may have had contact with this index case. In addition to that, we have part of our public health team with skills in infection prevention actually going to the nursing home to actually work with them and support them in their activities and make sure that all the appropriate containment processes and prevention practices are in place.
Nick, local
Wait,
2244.
we got another part to the question.
Sorry, hold please.
Colin, I believe you said furloughed prisoners, or furloughed inmates. Is that what your question was? What are we doing in terms of those? Well, furloughed inmates are usually outside the facility is what you're talking about. They are under the sort of the same guidance that everybody would be under in terms of making sure you self-screen and making sure that, you know, you're going to be...
My question is more, are we considering furloughing inmates who are in the prisons right now who may be vulnerable or nearing the end of their sentences?
At this moment in time, given the fact where we are right now, the answer is no.
Nick, local 2244.
Thank you all. So while the guidance is, directed towards essential personnel, what about workers who are not considered essential personnel, such as the food workers? Are their children still being allowed at child care facilities?
Yeah. Hi, it's Mike Sherling from the Department of Public Safety. The Emergency Operations Center has a task order, which is basically an avenue of work that is assessing who's essential and adding to that list over the course of the morning and through the day, so we can get that out to the child care centers. And grocery store workers, folks who are distributing food, and people in the supply chain that supply that food are essential people. So we expect additional guidance to be available as that list evolves over the course of the day.
And as we've shown over this short period of time, this is evolving, and we are making changes as we see necessary. So we'll be reflecting on that over the next 24 hours.
Ann, VT Digger.
Yes, thank you for taking my question. I wonder what models or scenarios you're working with. National epidemiologists are saying that there's a difference between the reported infection rates and the actual rates in the community, and they're estimating that they're 10 to 30 times higher than what we're reporting right now. And I'm wondering what scenarios you're working with right now, what your models show.
Dr. Levine?
Yeah, we're relying to some extent on those models, and we're developing our own as well as we speak. Suffice it to say that the countries like South Korea that show the lowest case fatality rates have the most testing capability and have tested huge swaths of their population. So their denominator of cases is very large. And since the mortality rate we think around the world is around 1%, they can show numbers that are significantly lower than 1% because they've identified mild, possibly even asymptomatic cases with the abundance of testing. So there's no question that when we identify 19 cases in Vermont, that there are more than 19 cases in Vermont that we haven't fully identified. Likely, though, is that the majority of those other cases are not very ill, or they would have come to the attention of the healthcare system and been taken care of appropriately. So they would tend to be in the pre or mildly symptomatic or moderately symptomatic range, and will do well with their illness, etc.
But having said that, and I know Dr. Levine will emphasize this, but that's why we put into place so many of these steps and measures, because knowing that there are some who might have this and not even know it, they're still transmitting to others. And that's why social distancing keeping away from others, taking all the precautions that we've been talking about is so important for everyone to adhere to. Just, I would, if you don't know for sure, just assume you have it in some respects. And I'm not trying to create panic. I'm just saying keep your distance. Make sure you're doing the right things so you're not infecting others, because you may be okay, but you may be harming someone else who is vulnerable. So keep that in mind.
If this goes on beyond a
A
couple
follow-up, please? Can I
Sure.
Can I ask a follow-up,
Yeah,
please?
go ahead, Ann.
Thank you very much. Do we have enough ventilators, ICU beds, and beds in general in Vermont? I understand we only have 210 ventilators, for example, and that we might have, say more than 1,000 cases at some point. What are we going to do about that? Other states are pretty upset about that. Governor, were you on the call with Mr. Trump when he talked about states having to buy their own ventilators?
Yeah, I mean, it was slightly nuanced from that, but yes, I was on that call when other governors were showing some apprehension in that regard. But I'll let Secretary Smith answer the question about the ventilators and bed space.
And Mike Smith, we currently have 273 available beds in the state as of this morning. That does not include possible surge beds. It does not include the capability to open up temporary facilities using the National Guard or other sort of temporary facilities. We have 245 ventilators that are available in this state. Again, if this was, as the governor had mentioned, we are trying to ramp up to add capability as we move forward here. And I think one of the things that the governor has always told us is think ahead. Think ahead the next 72 hours to know what we need and where we're going in terms of our needs. And I think that's an important message.
How many ventilators do you think we need, Mike?
We're uncertain right now, Ann. We're working on that modeling in case we have to use it. But right now, all I have for you is the number of available ventilators at 273.
When will the modeling be done?
What was that?
When will the modeling be done? We're working on it, Ann. I'll let you know when I can.
Okay, next question, Mike.
Thank you.
Mike Velowski with North Report. If this goes on beyond a couple of weeks, the economic damage to people's lives and businesses is going to be overwhelming. What are you going to do then?
Yeah, well, obviously, this is going to affect our entire country, our entire world from an economic standpoint. And it's just not a question of if it's going to happen. It's just a question of the magnitude. I've been in constant contact with our federal delegation, Congressman Welch, Senator Leahy. I had a call from Senator Sanders yesterday afternoon, all talking about what is it you need? What do you need to get through this? And obviously, we don't know at this point, other than we're going to need federal assistance, flexibility, in all kinds of different ways. And I know they're working diligently on this effort right now. It looks like it's going to be over a $1 trillion package that will be coming to the states. So suffice it to say, we don't know what our needs are, but we know we're going to need some assistance in order to get through this.
Thank you.
Amy, Caledonian Record.
Yes, thank you. Dr. Levine, you said the state is monitoring hundreds of people connected to the 19 confirmed cases. Are there any counties in Vermont that do not have people being monitored? And can you speak specifically to the Northeast Kingdom?
5 or 6
Yeah.
counties at this point.
About half of our counties have documented cases and half don't. But I have to be careful when you're talking about who we're monitoring as a result of a case. They may live outside the county that we're concerned about if they were at a gathering with the person or what have you. So hard to say. But consider the fact that half the state has documented cases, and that half is geographically heterogeneous, so it's not like any corner of the state is exempt.
And we have asked those who have traveled to other countries to self-isolate. So there may be some self-isolating in Caledonia County as well. I would expect most counties have some who are self-isolating and we're monitoring.
Okay, so we have time for one
Thank you,
last,
Dr. Levine. Governor?
one last question. Tim, Vermont Business Magazine.
Hi, I talked to many educators, and it looks like they're going to start the learning programs this Monday, the 23rd, which would trigger the free and appropriate public education requirements of the federal law. As I read your document, Governor, these will be more complicated than just picking up a packet at school or doing an online course. What is the plan for kids on IEPs starting as early as Monday?
Hi, this is Dan French, Secretary of Education. We put out guidance last night on special education compliance, and we're certainly waiting for more guidance from the federal government on this. During this 2-week period, we're expecting districts to just maintain academic performance and progress of students. So at this point, during the 2-week period, it's not triggering necessarily a change in students' individual education programs under special ed law, but we do have to start planning for that eventuality if school closure is prolonged beyond the 2-week period.
Again, I want to thank everyone on the phone, as well as those who are here from the media for your great work in trying to keep your listeners informed and your readers informed. It's really important that we get this right, that we give all the facts we can to try and do whatever we can to help assist people as well as to calm their fears, because this is going to be a long haul. It's not going to be solved overnight, and we're all going to have to work together in order to get to the end of this. So I thank you for your efforts.
Good evening and welcome to a special meeting of the Brattleboro Select Board being held on Monday, March 23rd, 2020. I just want to make sure I hit the record button properly on this. If it's making volume things, then I'm good to go. Perfect. Yeah. So we are recording, we are live, everything has been done properly. And Jan, has the meeting been properly warned?
Yes, it has.
Excellent, thank you so much. Okay, it's a short meeting tonight. We have a few quick orders of business to take care of so that we can keep town government running smoothly during these uncharted waters. The first thing that we are going to do is have an appointment of a select board member to fill the vacancy that was created by David Skoll's resignation, which many of you probably saw, I believe came out last week. And David, who served this board very well for I think 7 or 8 or 15 years, I'm not sure, is now going to put all of his attention into the school board. And so we are going to appoint somebody to come on in and take that spot. Indeed. And the person that we're going to appoint is none other than Ian Goodnow, who of course won the election, and had this been a normal year with a normal representative town meeting, we'd be swearing Ian in right now to his regular spot, but instead we are going to be doing an appointment. So
would you like the motion?
I could make a motion.
Yeah.
That's all right.
Yeah.
I'll make a motion to appoint Ian Goodnow to fill the vacant seat on the select board for the remainder of the term to which David Scholes was elected in 2017.
Excellent. Tim has made that motion. All those in favor? Aye. All right. Motion carries. And now, directly following this, we will swear you in. Please find your X. And the swearing in will be done tonight by Jan Anderson.
Thank you. So please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Ian Goodnow,
Do solemnly affirm
do solemnly affirm
that I will faithfully execute the duties of Select Board Member
that I will faithfully execute the duties of Select Board Member
for the Town of Brattleboro
for the Town of Brattleboro
for the period to which I have been appointed,
for the period for which I have been appointed,
and will therein do equal right and justice
and will therein do equal right and justice
to all people
to all people
in the best of my judgment and ability,
in the best of my judgment and ability,
according to law,
under
the pains and penalties of perjury.
under the pains and penalties of perjury.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Welcome to the table.
And please join us at the table, which we are, of course, practicing social distancing, so Ian is way over there.
Welcome.
Welcome aboard.
Thank you.
Okay, so with the exception of Daniel Quipp, who could not join us tonight, this is your sitting board. We are now going to move into election of officers, and what that means is this is the opportunity for people at this table to give out nominations for chair, vice chair, and clerk. Currently, I am chair, Tim is vice chair, and Liz is clerk. That's going to be a big shakeup. Peter.
You need to adopt a motion to conduct the election since it's not a reorganization.
Perfect. Thank you for that. I have this right here. Before I do that, I want to say that I will not be seeking and have not been seeking any of my colleagues' nominations for chair, as I am not seeking to be an officer of the board. I am seeking to just be a regular old board member for the remainder of my term this year. I am now going to be looking for a motion to elect select board officer for the remainder of the term of the 2019-2020 select board, right? Perfect. So I would look for that motion.
I move to elect select board officers for the remainder of the term of the 2019-2020 select board.
Excellent. Liz has made that motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Whew. Motion carries. We get to continue our work this year.
4-0.
No shakeups on that one. Okay, at this time, we are going to go ahead and do the election of officers, and the first position that we are going to be looking for a nomination for is for chair of the board. Liz.
I would very happily like to nominate Tim Wessel for chair. He's currently serving as vice chair.
Excellent. Thank you, Liz.
Thank you.
Are there other nominations for chair? Okay. Nomination closes. Do we do these one at a time? Does it matter if we do the whole? Okay.
Yes, you do.
So for chair of the board, the only nomination on the floor is for Tim Wessel, current vice chair. All those in favor to appoint Tim as chair or elect Tim as chair of the board? Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Phew. You can breathe now.
Should I have abstained?
No.
No,
Okay.
you were allowed to vote for yourself.
My mother said you should always vote for yourself.
That's right. You should be the first boys we hear. Okay, moving on, I am now going to be looking for a nomination for vice chair of the board.
I would like to nominate Liz McLaughlin for vice chair.
Excellent.
That's in order.
Very good. Are there any other nominations for vice chair of the board? Okay. Seeing none, I would say Tim has made that motion for Liz to move into the vice chair position. All those in favor? Aye. 4-0 again. God, we're just keeping it too easy up here. And last but never least, our final officer position is for clerk of the board. I would entertain a nomination for clerk of the board.
Yes, you were going to do that.
Okay. I was until 30 seconds ago, clerk of the board. And I would be happy to nominate Ian Goodnow for the position of clerk.
Excellent. I have a nomination for Ian Goodnow for clerk of the board. Do I have any other nominations? All right, then Liz has made that motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Good job.
Oh, wow.
That's how you do it, Tim. Take note. Wonderful. So we have your sitting board for the remainder of the 2020 select board term. We have your officers, who are Tim Wessel, Liz McLaughlin, and Ian Goodnow. That's what we have. Is there any other business to be discussed? Is there any member of the public who would like to participate this evening? No, there is not. Okay, then I would entertain a motion to adjourn at 5:38.
Oh, I move to adjourn.
Excellent. Ian has made that motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Meeting adjourned. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, VCTV. We'll see you soon.
That might have been a record. I think we're good.
Okay.
I know.
S-187, and Kate, why don't you walk us through this? We're gonna vote on this bill over the next couple of minutes, and we'll hold the vote open for anybody who's not here, but I don't sense there's any real issues with it. But just could you walk us through the changes since it was introduced?
Sure. Katie McLean, Office of Legislative Counsel. So what you have here is a list of exclusions to the chapter on residential rental agreements, and you're adding a new item to the list, transient occupancy by an occupant placed in a hotel, motel, or lodgings in connection with healthcare treatment or recovery, where the occupancy is paid for by a hospital, an agency designated pursuant for a designation statute, so a DA, or a specialized service agency operating under an agreement entered into pursuant to statute, and regardless of whether the occupant is subject to the tax levy, the meals and rooms tax. So since the last time you've seen this language, the only change is on lines the end of 20 and the beginning of 21. You're substituting the word, you previously had that, and now you're saying where the occupancy. Right. Do you remember that conversation? And advocates brought that language. So where the occupancy is paid for instead of that is paid for. And other than that, this has not changed since the last time you've seen it.
Okay. And we just wanted it to cover other entities than hospitals as payers because they could possibly have the same situation.
Right. When?
Where or when?
In other words, is where the right word, or should it read when? Not that it matters that much.
I have run it through the editors, and they gave it their stamp of approval, but if you prefer when, you could make the change. Yeah, I hear the concern.
Mine, I don't think it probably makes much difference.
Let the House fix it. You're the chair of the Congress. Okay, so do I have a motion to pass draft 3.1 S-187?
So moved.
Second. Thank you. Okay, any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Okay. Shall we do this one? Sure. I think there's several people in the room that could help bring the history to life for you, too. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, and we'll hold the vote open. Well, you know,
Rebecca's going to be trying to
it's not a roll call vote anyhow, so unless she wants to close it, we'll just say 4-0-1. Okay, we're going to move on to 237, and there should be, I don't know if we got, I emailed you the latest draft.
It's right. Is 6.1 the latest?
Yes.
230, yeah, 7:40 a.m.
Yes.
Okay. And is Ellen here?
No. But David was planning on being here.
So is Ellen from 10 to 11, I think. So did you call Ellen's office? Yep.
So Ellen, who's your right hand?
Yeah, she's Ellen and Dave, but Ellen mostly. I'm just going to get Allison back.
Are you able to come to, or
We're going to go along without that.
No, I don't.
So we need Ellen. So I have one minor thing that 15 and 20. This is to get more information into the facility plan. I just want to see whether the committee agrees or not. I read it and I asked the drafters whether it was duplicative or not, and then I realized that the reason why it's not duplicative is because they've used a hyphen, it seems.
It's a weird hyphen, though.
I've never seen hyphens used in drafting like that.
It's very strange.
Where are you?
Well, actually, 1920, yeah, and 21. There's a...
It's basically, I think the way they're trying to write it is water supply, hyphen, lines, facilities, and service areas. And this is sewage disposal, lines, facility, and service areas.
So,
but I think they should probably clean that up. I've never seen one.
Well, it may be cleaning it up because it's an underline under the comma. So they're trying to get rid of the semicolon, actually, and replace it with just simply a comma. It's very strange.
That's lining the period out in the semicolon and putting a comma in.
Yeah, it's to me even worse than discussing shelter bays. That's like, well, at least those are simple.
Oh, it's water supply lines, water, sewage disposal line, facility, and service area. Well, so they should just get rid of everything between supply and lines, right? That would be okay, right?
Well, let's have them explain it before we go.
That's probably what they're doing.
It's water supply, comma, lines, facilities, and services.
No, I think it's water supply, lines, facility, no comma. I think they're getting rid of the comma.
Except that the underline is over the comma, which is puzzling. I've never seen that.
I think they're getting rid of the comma.
Okay.
What's the previous version look like?
That's the way it's always been.
Any early sense from the Natural Resources Committee on?
They're meeting on an 11.
Good. Great.
Senator, you're speaking.
Hi.
It kind of jumps.
Yeah, I've got it.
She's coming in at 10:15 because that's actually what it's scheduled for. She said she has to finish one little thing. She's been here 3 minutes.
Okay.
Do you want David here also, or are we going to start
Sure,
with Ellen?
we could start with Ellen, but David can come fairly soon.
Okay, let me just tell it back.
So let me tell you, before she goes through the specifics of this, I'm glad David has highlighted some of the yellow sections which are changes. Trying to think if there's any major substantive changes that we could discuss. And as I just told Senator Clarkson, the Natural Resources Committee is looking at this at 11 this morning. My hope would be we'll have some discussion on this between now and 11 and longer if necessary, and then tomorrow, hopefully, we'll be in a position
So, on this bill, I mean, while we're waiting for Ellen, I got feedback on from our regional planning commissions on the amount of money that's in here to plan to help towns with their bylaws. They think it's totally inadequate, particularly because it's going to be a multi-year challenge. It's not going to just be one-time money. And it's going to take a couple of years for towns to do this. This is a big piece of work. And so I at least love a notion. We don't have, I don't think we have any, the RPCs weighing in on this at the moment. But I'd love to, during the break, maybe I'll give them a ring and find out, what are they talking about? If it's one, because we have 150 in here.
Is there anybody from the administration here? It's interesting.
Yeah, at 10:15.
Everything's scheduled for 10:15.
So maybe I'll call Peter right now. I'll call this month. We have 3 minutes.
Well, let's...
Anyway, that was a flag during town meeting.
Chris Cochran had some suggested changes that he emailed me. I was unable to open them until very late last night. They're very small, but...
But I just flagged that as a concern.
Well, and I think that's one-time money, if I'm correct.
Right.
It's in there, and so they would have to come back the following year if they wanted to continue for a comparable amount of money. I don't think that money's supposed to extend over the future, indefinitely.
Yeah, point is that this will take several years to actually roll out fully. I mean, anyway, it was flagged as a concern.
You have to be careful of how much we spend.
I got it. We're spending a lot.
I don't disagree with you, but if the administration has, if they highlighted this as one-time money, and we'll hear from Chris, if they expect that to last for 3 years,
oh,
I think you're right. If they're saying one time we'll see where we are, and we may come back for another one, then, because you're right, I don't think all the communities will get this done within a year.
Yeah, anyway, that was my one on this bill. Other than everybody delighted that we're doing this bill, that was the one piece of feedback.
You can have a seat. We made faster progress than we thought on the other bills, so we're ready for you. And we started talking about
a comma in a sentence.
First page. I think we finally understand what 19 and 20 is trying to do.
But maybe it's more.
Could I? We're trying to delete the comma after water supply and sewage disposal?
Yep. Ellen Chekhowski, the Office of Legislative Counsel, yes. Because the intent is to make sure that the municipal plans include water supply, lines, facilities, and service areas, and sewage disposal, lines, facilities, and service areas.
Great. Boy, I can't believe it took me 2 months.
It's just requiring more details on the map.
It was because the striking out of the comma. It looked like the comma was still in there, so, okay. So we're going to try in the next hour to walk through this whole bill and see what questions we have remaining with the hope of voting it tomorrow. Okay?
Okay.
So,
I'm going to send it.
11.
Yes. So
that's why you're here now.
Great.
And David will come after you. Okay, so the section we're in now is the municipal plan, and section 4412 on page 2 is...
This is when we start talking about municipal bylaws.
Right.
Yep.
Okay. This is the housing one.
So these are the types of bylaws that are required. So you're adding new language to this section. A variety of things are in this section. So
right. Plus we're also changing the accessory dwelling unit. So we're striking that, and we'll just capture the whole following section.
yes. Yes. Oh, so yeah, on page 2, so the previous, are you in subsection 10 on page 2? Yeah.
Are you just to make sure we're not the same draft 6.1?
Yes. Yep. So what we're doing here is we're expanding. So currently the municipal plan is required to reference the permitted accessory dwelling units. So now we're expanding it so that they have to comply with all of the sections in 4412. Which includes all of the sort of density requirements and affordable housing bylaws that you're adding in the next section.
Let's keep going.
All right.
Yeah. Okay, we talked about that.
Yeah. Yep.
And tell us what the changes on 919.
Yep, so now we're in the definition of accessory dwelling unit, and so we had the conversation about if there should be a cap on the size of the accessory dwelling unit, and so down on line 19, it now reads, the unit shall not exceed 30% of the total habitable floor area of a single-family dwelling unit, or 900 square feet, whichever is greater. So that was what we talked about shortly before town meeting week and how to capture that size issue.
Good. Is Chris coming by the way?
Yeah, he's out in the hall.
Okay. Well, you might want to come and listen to this because he's going to be sort of up next, going with his concerns. Okay. This on page 5 is Just a different terminology?
Yes, so this was feedback from the agency. This section was originally titled inclusionary growth, and inclusionary has a specific meaning in other parts of the statute, so to sort of differentiate, it's inclusive development is a slightly different title.
Okay.
But this is the
Very optimistic title. I like it.
Great. Great.
We could have done with it in the 50s.
Right, so then this is the section that creates the mandatory program with the ability to opt out. This does have the effective, this section is in effective for 3 years out. So that's in the end in the effective date section, but otherwise this section hasn't changed.
And remind us why we put it 3 years out?
To give a sort of initial period. It was
the bylaw work to be done.
Yes.
But what if they're bylaw ready? What if they're ready to do this?
There are incentives built into this in a couple of pages. So as soon as they have adopted this language, they're eligible for incentives. Priority for funding.
So that doesn't have to wait 3 years. If they are bylaw ready and if they're ready to go, can they start sooner rather than later?
Yes, but yeah, you are correct. The funding actually is part of this, so it is on the 3 years later.
So, well, some communities may be ready to rock and roll soon. Some maybe have these bylaws in place already, or some may be able to.
Right, so they should be eligible for the incentive.
Yeah, earlier than 3 years. Why are we waiting 3 years? Is my question.
Are we waiting 3 years?
Yes, that's what she just said, and that's why I asked the question.
Yeah. So I mean that was I think this was your idea, was to push out the effective date. And so if you want to
it was my idea.
Okay.
The effective date of it being, the whole thing being mandatory. Right. I didn't know that we were sweeping in. We can fix that. I think
we should be able to fix that. I think that our objective was to not have mandatory immediately. Have mandatory, they get 3 years to have it be voluntary. But if a community has its bylaws in shape and is ready to rock and roll, I think we need to be incenting them immediately.
Yeah, I agree. I was trying to, when I suggested that, I was talking about the substitute changes, not the carrots. So we probably have to make specific reference.
Yeah, I just want to make sure we.
All right, so the incentives start on page 8. And so it includes the prioritizing funding as well as the ability to override restrictive covenants and deeds. So that's part of the sort of incentive package. So do you want all of those to be captured in the...
Yes.
Okay.
You mean if they're ready to go? Yes.
So on page 9, yellow.
Yep.
What is 27,545? Right below it. Okay.
Yep. So we had a conversation the last time I was here about the wording of this section being a little confusing, and so I rearranged it.
Okay.
So hopefully it reads a little more clear.
You answered this question, because I know Ellen and I spent a long time together before the break. And how is this section any different than the first sentence of 545?
So they work in tandem. So subdivision 4 is part of Title 24, whereas then the section 545 is actually in Title 27, which is the property title. So we tie those two things together.
Okay, so it says the same thing, but you're putting it in two places.
Yeah.
Okay. And I know we had a conversation about on line 11 about the concept of running with the land, and I'm a little, I continue to be a little concerned that there could be deed restrictions or it could be like a transfer of deed saying, as long as you're there, this thing prohibits you from doing, you can't put an accessory dwelling unit there. So it wouldn't run with the land, transfer by deed, just be connected to one possible sale. So I'm just wondering why we need or should have running with the land in there as opposed to deleting that phrase.
I don't know.
Okay, so this was something that was given over to you by the agency? They'll have
Yes.
Okay, we'll ask them.
Did the bankers raise some questions regarding subsection 4 as it was written before, regarding the deed covenants and restrictions?
I think it may have been more in the context of this one, but it could equally apply to the other.
I just want to,
I don't, we can hear from them. I think any concern they may have would be taken up by line 6 and 7.
Presumably.
Because this is all perspective. And it doesn't make sense, quite frankly, either. In my mind, some of this language is almost, how should I put it, unnecessary, because if you pass a bylaw and you start putting covenants in your deeds that are contrary to the bylaw, they're in some ways illegal. But this simply says it and it can't be enforced. So I think it's in some ways both of these sections are belt and suspenders. But as long as it's perspective only, then I don't think you're dealing with taking the property, the rights. But certainly we can hear from. If we don't get to them today, we can have hallway conversations before tomorrow on that if they have some alternative language. And we'll hear from the agency on this running with the land.
And Ellen, would you be kind enough to just point me, the conserved land concern I had, that's, because I'm finding this sort of dense to read and get any, okay, so it's on 17 and 18, I see it. Yeah, thanks. I found it myself. All right.
And the following one protects the house.
Yeah, got it. And then we go into the Act 250 exemption.
Yeah, do you want to move on to the next change isn't until page 15. And this was again, we talked about the language in this subdivision being a little bit confusing. So I just rewrote it, so hopefully it's a little more clear.
This is at the bottom?
Yep.
Right. So when we talked about this, I think you and I shared some concerns that with the language of A through E above, this is the situation whether an existing permit has conditions on an Act 250 permit. Is that right, Act 250 permit? And whether those conditions would carry forward to the municipal permit that might substitute for the Act 250 permit. And it says you can't get rid of any of those conditions unless they fall into one of these criteria.
Yes.
And you raised a concern on C that may be too broad. Someone could say, well, this law doesn't apply, so we'll get rid of the condition. Meanwhile, some neighbors may have fought really hard for this or something like that. Now the condition is gone. Is this does that help in terms of giving people right to complain about that, or?
No, so I did not rewrite any of the substance of this, but the language in 4 is about providing notice and an opportunity for a hearing. So this is making sure that there is notice given to the statutory parties under the Act 250 process. Right. And so if someone does want to raise an objection, there is a process by which people will receive notice and there will be a hearing on this change of permit. So
on the overall switch over to the municipal permit?
Yes.
Will the Act 250 permit be part of the record so they can see what the conditions have been?
Yes.
Okay.
The permit itself will be gone, but the new municipal permit will be added to the land records, and so hopefully those two things should be tied together, at least in some way.
And, man, and how will this be affected by the changes the House is making? Well, they'll get reconciled during the course of this process.
What?
Well, the House is making some changes to some of these reviews, or have they just backed away from all?
Well,
it doesn't matter.
Not the House.
I know. Well, I'm just curious about what's happening.
So yes, so the language in this section is in the House Act 250 bill.
So it's parallel.
It is parallel. The language of this section has not changed in the House bill. However, the House bill did expand the exemption to village centers as well as downtowns and neighborhood development areas, which is what your bill has. Downtowns and neighborhood development areas. Theirs expanded it to include village centers as well.
Okay. Is there, just to play devil's advocate here, is there a reason why this section to limit the removal of conditions is preferable to say all the conditions apply, and if somebody wants to get rid of a condition, they should go through a municipal process, like they would in Act 250 if they wanted to change the condition?
This was the original proposal. I think you could do it other ways, but this was the original proposal.
Okay.
Because I'm still looking at C and thinking that if federal or state law is no longer in effect, then how does a hearing help?
Well, there could be a challenge, the town could say, this law was governing this condition, and we think this law doesn't apply anymore, so we get rid of the condition of the permit.
Well, then,
and somebody could disagree with that and say there's other laws that are still impacted.
okay, all right.
So I mean, we're changing conditions. We're trying to give the towns more responsibility, but we want to be careful not to change the conditions of the permit unilaterally. The town changing. If we could have a free for all, where the towns could change the conditions of the Act 250 permit, we'd never get this through.
Well,
yeah.
Correct.
And so here it's saying you can't do it, but in these conditions, these cases you can. And it could be they could make a mistake, or it could be done. They could overextend themselves in terms of removing conditions. The town could do that, and we don't want to.
And I see that.
I think this is a section that Chris could possibly look at too. Not you, the other Chris. Okay. Let's go on.
Sorry. I know. Forgive me, but I somehow had thought, and I clearly was, that we had included village centers. I thought we'd included all downtown and village, designated downtown and village centers. We didn't include village centers in here. And would we like to?
I'd like to get this bill out of here.
I know, but
taking more testimony.
But would we have to take more testimony on that?
I don't know.
Okay, I'm just putting it out there. It strikes me as we'll let the House do that.
Sorry.
Okay, fine. I just think I thought we had.
Okay, this, I remember on line 18, this deals with giving the communities more time to bring their housing, priority housing, preserving their priority housing.
Sure, so on page 18 is the next change, and so when last we spoke, because we're removing downtowns and neighborhood development areas from Act 250, that does change priority housing and the definition of it. And so there was concern about how do we preserve the incentive for priority housing. So we added to both the designated downtown and the neighborhood development area a requirement that towns have one of the following things to promote affordable housing. And so on page 17, and then later in the neighborhood development area, there's new language that came from the affordable housing group. And so we discussed that perhaps past, we need to push out the deadline slightly because the way that the designations are reviewed is every 4 or 8 years, and so we needed, if these changes went into effect immediately, there's a few towns that will be up for renewal or review very soon and wouldn't maybe have time to comply, and there was a risk that they would become out of compliance and then lose their designation. So on page 18 and then later, we add language, hopefully trying to avoid that by saying, beginning on July 1, 2022, any community under review or seeking renewal for their designation status shall comply with subdivisions B4 and B5, which are the new affordable housing requirements. Okay. So slightly pushing out that new deadline.
Denise, is this posted online at this point?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so page 20.
Page 20. Yes. So now we're in the requirements for a neighborhood development area. And so this was some of the language from VNRC surrounding flood hazard areas in a neighborhood development area. So this was the proposed language change from VNRC. So it now reads, the proposed neighborhood development area consists of those portions of the neighborhood planning area that are appropriate for new and infill housing, including only areas containing pre-existing development and areas suitable for infill development as defined in section 29.201 of the Vermont Flood Hazard Area and River Corridor Rule.
What does that mean?
So infill development is defined in the rule, and so this is just it's attempting to have the definition match that.
So I know we had questions about rules and statute, but is it meant to say that there's only 2 places? Well, you use the word including, but then you use the word only. So, so it says the area consists of those neighborhood planning area that is appropriate for new infill housing. And then you're trying to say what that is.
Yes.
And it's only those that have pre-existing development or areas suitable for infill development. So we're letting the rule and pre-existing development control. Okay. Those are the only 2 areas. I mean, wouldn't it be more appropriate to do it in the negative, say areas?
Right, so this is sort of the result of back and forth negotiating, right? So currently the language reads, excluding identified flood hazard areas. And so this is an attempt to allow some more development in the flood hazard area, but only where there's pre-existing development and it's suitable for infill.
Okay, I don't remember all the details here, but if you look at the language you're striking here,
yeah.
Couldn't you have that rule just come after excluding identified flood hazard and erosion areas as defined? Wouldn't that accomplish the same thing?
No.
No?
No. So it's attempting to capture that it's different in all areas, that some towns have development already in the flood hazard area.
Okay.
So this is an attempt to allow some development in there because previously they were excluded from including it in the neighborhood development area.
Okay. What would be the result if you took the word only out?
Yeah, it seems odd to confusing. Have that there.
I do think the language could be changed.
Why can't you just say including areas containing?
forgive me, I'm sort of slow to boot up here, but are we giving permission then to continue to develop in flood hazard areas? I guess I'm puzzled by this.
Yeah, that's my concern.
So why would we do that?
Because it was proposed.
Yeah, but it's a bad idea.
Well, for example, if you look at that mobile home park that we've been talking about in Brattleboro,
right?
If I were reading this, is this telling me that it would be okay to include that in a neighborhood development area and that you could develop it?
I don't know specifically about that.
I don't think so. I mean, I know.
What would exclude it?
Yeah, I think this language that was proposed by people who would, I assume, would want to protect these flood hazard areas from development.
I think having all of us having lived through Irene, I think we want to get as much out of flood hazard areas as possible.
I think we want to understand what this says, because I don't understand what this says right now.
Clearly we've missed something somewhere.
Chris.
Man?
Yeah, go ahead. Real quickly, I want to just preface, and one of the things I say consistently when we talk about this flood stuff is that this is one area that I really want the natural resources committee to look at.
And they will.
Yeah.
So the neighborhood development area rules or statute was passed immediately after Irene. It was passed before A&R created their river corridor rules and procedures. A&R river corridor rules and procedures allow appropriate infill, like in parking lots and things that are areas that are already developed, that are already armored, that are not of high risk. What this change does is bring the neighborhood development area designation into compliance with current best practices at A&R per their river corridor rule.
Which is what Kate spoke to us about.
And we worked with the NRC on this. Obviously, they do not want to see buildings built in the wrong locations either, so we came to agreement, and that's the intent, that two different state policies were communicating
So you're
mixed
trying to
messages.
sync them up.
Exactly.
I get the sync up. Is there any way that the word appropriate development would be added? I mean, because I get the part, I understand there is appropriate development in flood hazard areas, but that doesn't say that here.
I don't have any strong feeling whether appropriate is in there or not.
So maybe, I'm sorry,
I would say it would
catch
work
this sooner.
It would work out carefully with the NRC, and they're not here to comment.
I know they're not, but she has an exciting, beautiful little baby boy.
She does.
Which was lovely. It was so great.
Well,
She
when
sent
you go
us all.
into natural resources, can you flag this section that we think it may need some clarification ourselves, and we'll welcome their ideas and clarify. I think we know the intent.
No, I think we also, just for our own purposes, ought to know what's section 29-201 of the Vermont Flood Hazard Area and River Corridor Rule is.
Can you bring us that rule for tomorrow morning?
Sure, I mean, that's the definition section of the rule, so it's just having it match the definition of infill development.
Right, and I think Kate discussed that with us, as I'm recalling, but I think just the simple word appropriate infill development, or whatever would help us feel more
comfortable. It says appropriate above all that said.
Yeah.
But if you can get us that language, maybe we'll stick the language in here as opposed to cross-referencing the rule. I prefer that myself, actually.
It reads, infill development means for the purposes of designated centers, construction, installment, modification, renovation, or rehabilitation of land, interests in land, buildings, structures, facilities, or other improvements in an area that was not previously developed but is surrounded by existing development. For purposes of farm production areas, infill development means construction on a vacant area within the farm production area.
That this is pre-existing development and area suitable. So pre-existing development alone, and again, I go back to that question of the mobile home park in Brattleboro. Does this say that you could treat that as a pre-existing development area and build there?
It's not in a designated center.
Well, I mean, if it were.
Yeah.
If it were, would that qualify for being rebuilt when we know it's going to flood? And in fact, we're moving stuff out of it.
I
don't know enough about the facts to actually comment, so I don't.
I think we should flag this and have the Natural Resources Committee weigh in on it. Let's delegate it.
Well, I don't know. We should be passing things we don't understand.
Well, we haven't until
tomorrow.
We haven't passed it. We haven't passed it. They're going to make their changes and get them.
No, we are going to pass it.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you were gonna.
No, we're gonna pass tomorrow. We're gonna vote on it tomorrow, and then they have amendments we want to do, we'll discuss it.
Well, then I hope that tomorrow we'll understand what this says, because I don't want to vote on something that I don't understand.
Okay.
And is unclear.
Okay. We will try and find that out. Okay. Let's keep going.
On page 21, there's a change. We're still in the same section. Previously, it referenced within an existing settlement, so it just changes it so that it's confined to within a neighborhood development area. And then the next change is on page 26, and it's the same language I referenced a few minutes ago about the delaying the implementation of the affordable housing requirement for the neighborhood development area, pushing it out to July 1, 2022.
However, right, is that 3 years? That seems like 2 years after. I mean, didn't we want?
It's different. It's not the same.
Yeah, so this change is going to pretty much affect a pretty narrow group of towns, a known group of towns, because their renewals are coming up within that period. So the next change is on page 31. We updated the amount for the tax credits.
Right. Okay. So just voted on the transient, and so that's going to come out. I think those are all yours. Do you have any more sections?
Nope.
Okay, could you stick around for the next 15 minutes? I'd like Chris to come to the chair to go on this environmental stuff here, active 50 municipal permit stuff, walk through section 6.1 in terms of any concerns, additions that you might have.
Good morning. Chris Cochran, Department of Housing and Community Development. You were right. I had nothing to worry about. You were going to pass this bill and get it done. Thank you.
We are.
Yes.
The more we live with it, the more questions we have.
Yeah.
Maybe that's dangerous.
I think we're supposed to be in natural resources in 15 minutes. Yeah. So I just wanted to just flag a few things, and then if we can get into some of the specific questions. One thing that we missed when we recommended adding, when we talked about the flood mitigation credits, there's a reference in the tax credit section that talks about just limiting the benefit to FEMA flood hazard area. That should also include river corridors to be consistent with the change in the other section. Does that make sense to you?
That it's going to need more pages.
Yeah, I can get you the specific, but
okay, so it sounds like it's a technical.
It's a technical change.
That's
important to qualify projects within the area. The whole background on it is FEMA's flood hazard irregular. Their maps are not published online consistently. River corridors is a statewide digital layer that we can make people look at the map and figure out if they qualify or not.
So work with Ellen to get that into the next draft, please.
The short-term rental housing report. As you know, we collected a lot of data. Our housing needs assessment will be coming out pretty soon. I think it's going to answer some of the questions you have there. My preference, given limited time and resources the state has, was to actually give communities some tools and resources to help them manage short-term rental issues if it is a problem in their community. I'd much rather see language that directs the department to provide the department and regional planning commissions guidance to help municipalities.
Find where we are in this draft with our short-term.
Toward the very end, it's the short-term rental report.
Okay, so we haven't gotten to that yet. I have some concerns with your position on that, but I want you to focus on the sections that Ellen has talked about.
Okay. Really, the tax credits is the only change that I have that we missed. Other changes, we reviewed them this morning. We think they make sense. Thank you for your support, and I think we're in a pretty good place with them. Josh will have additional comments for the later sections, as will I. A question regarding Senator Brock, your question about what infill would require, I can't answer that. I just, if there's two buildings, a building here and a building here, and it's on a river, what A&R's river corridor procedure allows you to do is put another building within the setback of that area. It has to be raised to above the floodplain elevation, so if it does get wet, people won't be harmed. But it does allow infill, because an infill in that situation isn't going to make flooding any worse in that community downstream. So that's the intent. We haven't looked at how this would play out in a mobile home park specifically, but that's the
part of the
premise.
issue, because infill is it's or infill.
Right.
Existing is as written.
Right.
And so would it allow, for all intents and purposes, the rehabilitation of an existing building in the floodplain? Would allow it to be sort of rebuilt as opposed to filled in?
It would allow it to be rebuilt, and our presumption is that we're providing these tax credits to them, so when they make these improvements, they will make the building more flood safe.
Is there a requirement that they make it more flood safe?
We don't. Well, it may be required in the community if that gets too complicated.
Well, I guess the question is, are we tax subsidizing something that's going to wash away in the next flood? That's my concern.
We hope not.
That we know about.
Our communities aren't really going to be moving anytime soon. We've got huge infrastructure investments in them. I think the strategic way for Vermont to respond to a changing climate is to make these incremental changes to make their communities safer. Communities do make these changes. Often when buildings are built, they have to meet newer requirements, what we're saying. But there's an exemption for many existing buildings because they're historic and they're listed on the National Register. So how do we get that slice of buildings improved? And that's the intent of these incentives.
Right.
I understand.
Okay.
I did have one question on this for Ellen as well. I don't know if this is your section or other, but on page 4 where it says nothing in this section shall be construed to prohibit a bylaw that regulates short-term rentals distinctly from other residential units. And then later on in the bill, we talk about that you can't pass a bylaw that would, for short-term rentals, that would wind up encouraging the displacement of long-term permanent housing. And I was just wondering if those two sections are inconsistent.
And why? Yes.
Well,
do we need this here?
You may not need it here. You may not. This is specifically the ADU section to enable the regulation.
This section is not the ADU section.
Well, on page 4, line 10.
It is accessory dwelling.
Is the ADU section.
It is the ADU section, right.
You subsequently added a more global change to the chapter that says municipalities may regulate short-term rentals. So,
okay.
It doesn't hurt for them to be in both places, but...
Can we take a look, Ellen, and maybe striking line 10?
Okay.
That would be striking all of little sub 2.
So, okay, so you had written, I thought I saw it in your notes. I wanted to ask you a question that was raised earlier this morning on running with the land. Apparently that's your language.
Yeah. And
what page are we on again?
Page 9.
Yeah, this came up in Ellen's. I'm afraid I don't have a great answer to that. I presume it's just running with the title and in the land records, but I did not draft it. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know how to.
Who did draft it?
Our attorney.
Okay, could you talk to your attorney?
We don't. She's left us. We don't have an attorney right now, so I can't. So I think we're going to have to rely on your attorney.
Okay.
A vacancy?
Yes, we've been in without an attorney for several months now. It's been fun.
Wow. The things you could do, the places you could go.
We've relied on the kindness basis.
Well, it's a good thing you're in session. You can rely on it.
And I think that needs to go for the reasons I said. I mean, you could have somebody consult a party, they could live there for 50 years, and
And there could be
violations are inconsistent with the bylaws.
You may want to talk to a title lawyer.
Okay.
They would have actually good information on that. It's just not something I can answer.
Okay, well, we do have a few more minutes before you have to go, so we'll take advantage of that. And items, please, David here?
No.
He's been sticking his head in now. He's been checking it out. He wanted to go to school.
So, we're going to move on to...
So we're in that,
Okay, so you had some, you were about to embark on thing, cut you off, because I wanted to deal with the environmental first. Okay, the study on...
so we're past tax, we're cutting, we're getting rid of the...
statewide housing study on page...
With the short-term housing study on
Page 36 and 37, I think is where we are. Short-term rentals, bottom of page 36, top of page 37.
Yep.
Okay.
And I understand the concern and the need for data on this.
We thought you were close to finishing.
We have to work with many partners, AHS and others, before we can release our housing needs assessment. There is some information on short-term rentals.
Right.
We also the tourism office did a big study with Inutopia that scraped a lot of the short-term rental data. We have a big pile of data, but the analysis for it is not something we can do quickly. So we do have information, so I don't think any emergency rules are needed for us to gather data. We have it. The challenge with the short-term rental data, from my opinion, is we don't know what the baseline is. We don't know the universe of rental properties out there, and it's a very fluid market. So without an ability to compare it to like what exists, it's hard for us to report on what's happening in the state of things. We can say this is a snapshot in time. We can give you some general ideas about where this is happening, which we have testified, but we do know where it is happening to a greater degree. We do know many communities are concerned about it, and that's where I got to my recommendation. Let's do something to help them now. Let's not study this for a year. Let's give them, you've enabled their ability across the board to regulate short-term rentals. What they need is sample bylaws and ordinance and support and guidance on how to implement them. The communities that are feeling these pressures are aware of it. What they could use is some tools to help them get further along.
And they don't, not every community has those resources.
Well, I'm not certain that we need the idea of emergency rules to allow you to collect data was to help you in making recommendations and assessing the situation. We have a very fluid market with short-term rentals that everybody across the country is experiencing. And we didn't feel comfortable that we can start coming up with any kind of statewide policies. Maybe there's no need for statewide policies, but communities and other states are starting to get into this and set baseline criteria to protect long-term housing and also promote tourism and all this stuff. So
and health and safety.
We need either a report or we need a study. And we need some recommendations. Whether you need any information to collect on this stuff further, that could be your decision. Maybe we can make this permissive, but it would seem to me if you want to write a quality report, there's going to be information you're going to want to collect. And you might not have the authority right now to collect this information. So that's why we wrote it in a way of saying we want to get the information necessary to make sound policies while balancing the privacy interests of the people who are in this industry. But we need the information. Maybe when this report comes, we've been told several times that the report was coming. I haven't seen it yet, but maybe you'll see it and say, okay, we don't need any more information. We're ready to make some recommendations. We're going to look at the literature, we'll look at all the other states, and you may come back and say, well, do nothing, legislature. Let the towns do whatever they want. I hope that's not what you come back with.
Yeah.
Right. Because I think this was meant to to be empowering, but if you also want to add line, I think part of your report would be, we as a result, we are developing blueprints for
Here's my point. I don't need legislation to do this.
Yeah,
I think
you don't.
what I'd rather do is spend my time helping the communities with the issues, giving them the tools they need.
You very well may need legislation to get information from people who are doing short-term rentals.
I don't know how much we can compel a private company to share, and that's a question for...
But we want to empower you as fully as we can, is I think the point.
This committee has done a fair amount already on short-term rentals, requiring some inspections, requiring tax collections. So don't say that you can't control this industry, because it's a public interest issue.
I'm not saying I can't control. I just don't know what the extent of our is.
So that's one of the reasons why we're giving you this problem.
So hopefully this report will begin to set some of the baseline. But if you'd like to have an additional section saying ACCD, the Department of Housing and Community Development, will be a resource for towns and municipalities going forward as they develop these ordinances and this work.
Well, we may want to change the shall to may. If they don't want the authority, but we're going to make them do this report regardless.
So by hearing on the report, I don't need language to help communities. We're going to help them anyway.
I know, but I realize, but I mean, in your initial comments, it sounded like you were interested in having that be explicit, or that you were available as a resource for communities.
That's going to require more resources.
Yeah.
$50,000, and we have $350,000 out there to help other people develop the bylaws. You start adding more responsibility, the more staff and
right.
So we have data. We can issue you a report. It's not worth arguing about it.
Okay. So you got to go.
Yes.
I want to let you go. And we're going to move on to the other.
Ideas presented in 464 and 808. And it is coming to the point where I think we need to try to decide as a committee what direction we want to go on these issues. And so we've teamed these bills up together to intentionally allow us to have a conversation
not only about policy and whether we think there's a reason why we need to make a change in, for instance, use of force policy, but also issues around training, training in cultural awareness, training in de-escalation, and of course issues around data collection so that we have the information at hand in order to understand what the experience of Vermonters in their interactions with law enforcement is about.
What's the bill?
464 or 808, is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Thanks. Are you being our legislative counsel now?
He's trying, but I don't think he's so good.
Doesn't have the ponytail.
How do you do that? I'll work on it. I'll work on it.
Yeah, can you do a split screen, bring them both up side by side, use side by side?
It's been a while. Do you really, are you just being a wise guy?
I think he's being a wise guy. I don't think we need to look at the bill language right now. I think we need to have a discussion about what we've heard, what we think makes sense, and what we want to begin to move forward with in terms of getting language on the page. So this is just an opportunity to have some open discussion. Jim?
So, we've had obviously a lot of testimony and a lot of different viewpoints, but the first part on the data collection, was it my understanding that we have this information, but it just doesn't go to this group? The E. That's already collected but not necessarily shared. Is that, maybe I can call a friend in the room?
Lifeline.
You got a friend in the room?
Like a lifeline?
How? They think I know too much, I'm not sure.
Who would you like to call?
I would like to.
Nobody in this room.
Happy to try.
My friend from the state police.
Sure. Tell me your question again.
Okay, so I thought my understanding was that the E, the underlined part, was already noted somewhere on different reports, but not necessarily given to this group that's looking at all the data.
Okay. So that is not one of the mandatory bits of information that's captured at traffic stops in the traffic stop data currently, right? There are, I think, 5 or 6 required: age, gender, reason for stop. So all those things, whether a search was conducted, but use of force at a traffic stop is collected by our department in a separate way. It's not part of the data collection effort tracking racial demographics of traffic stops. We are collecting uses of force at all levels, whether it's a traffic stop or somewhere else. I cannot speak for other departments about their collection of uses of force.
Wouldn't that be pretty, I don't know, common sense, standard, that you, anytime you have a use of force, local police, sheriff, state police, that you would note that somehow?
Yes.
Okay. So I guess my question would be, how big a deal, and is there any harm to sharing this as part of this report, this collection?
You know, just off the cuff, I would say that it should be being collected. I don't know that this is the best place where it should be collected, but it should definitely be collected. In my personal opinion, every department should be collecting use of force data. Whether it's on the ticket or else, I mean, the traffic stop is just one instance where force could be used.
Do you have any thoughts on data? Since we're on data right now.
Yes, I did meet with Representative Donahue
And we came up with some additional language in E that we were just looking at. We were concerned about the means by which the stop was achieved and whether a chase might have been involved for achieving the stop, and some other language around use of force, whether it resulted in bodily injury or deadly force. So there's some additional language we thought might be added to that section.
And this pertains to just roadside stop data, but I think we are understanding in the broader context of putting both of these bills on the table that some of the issues are not around a roadside stop, but around other interactions with law enforcement that we may want to collect data on. I think we would want to broaden the data collection to be other interactions and the use of force on that. Bob?
May I shoot a lifeline question also?
Sure.
If you're on foot or in your car or anywhere, if you do an attempt to evade, it comes out as a separate charge, right?
If you're on foot or in a car and you attempt to elude or you don't respond to lawful orders, is that a charge? Is that correct?
Yeah, sort of is that. It's kind of a backdoor way of asking if that data is already kind of available in a lot of situations.
I mean, I would think the majority of the time if you attempt to elude, but there is some discretion there. It's not, we can't say for sure that every time there isn't a decision made to go another route. Like if you're attempting to elude and you're caught and you're DWI, maybe you're only charged with DWI. There is some discretion.
Other conversation about data collection.
We also spoke to including language around collecting data for a person acting in a manner that created reason to believe a mental health crisis was occurring. And that's specific language from other statute around mental health, I think from the Mental Health Council. But that kind of data needs to be specifically named. And finally, the thought was that this data report shall be reported annually to the legislature, in addition to the council.
I guess I have some concerns about trying to capture more data when the data that we have, that we're getting currently, we don't have any consistency in how we capture or report it. Aren't we just going to go through an exercise that really isn't going to do what we want it to do? I don't know who I'm asking this question to, just sort of throwing it out there. Because even the local, because this isn't, we're talking local and everybody. And we don't really have a good, robust process in place even now for the data we're supposed to be capturing.
I think we heard that it's an evolving process, that the first year they tried to collect, they had something certain handwritten on the back of the envelope sort of thing. Right. So this is definitely an evolving process. shining some light on it and also putting into statute exactly what we want to be collecting is the opportunity that we have before us right here. Other discussion on data? Okay, well, I'm hearing a proposal that we work in some way to incorporate some of the issues around people who are in apparent mental health crisis. And so I think probably what we should do is actually get with Ledge Council and see if we can get some bill language on in front of the committee. Take a look at this.
I would have to see the language, but I'm inclined not to support that. I think that's way too broad, personally.
Let's see what it looks like. Anything else on data? All right, so we have training in de-escalation and cross-cultural awareness as two concepts that were put forward in the bill. Any committee discussion on that? Any thoughts that you have based on what we've heard for testimony thus far?
Just to clarify, what do we have for policy in this area today? Anything?
Well, I wish I had that off the top of my head.
Well, there's a lot. For use of force, obviously.
I think we had some testimony that there is some training, and I forget how many hours of training off the top of my head.
I think they said 4 hours.
Small number.
They're looking to double it. One of them was looking to double it to 8. They started 4.
But I'm more specifically on policy before we get into the
So that's a separate issue.
Right.
Directing the creation of a policy around use of force is a different question than training in those.
Right. Yeah.
You want to
I think it's a two-step process. You have a policy and then you train to the policy, but I'm trying to understand what do we have for policy in this area today. I'm going to assume we have policy surrounding use of force and some type of de-escalation, but I maybe the major can help me again.
And is it do different agencies have different policies as opposed to this legislature directing a unified policy on when it's okay?
That's a good point. Yeah.
Use force.
I'm looking for is the breakdown in the training that's provided at the different phases of the academy. Go ahead to the site. Okay. So for Vermont State Police recruits in the pre-basic phase, this is just BSP, 16 hours of less than lethal or non-lethal use of force training, 26 hours of firearms training, 2 hours of fair and impartial policing training. Basic training for all law enforcement in Vermont, 36 hours of firearms training, 46 hours of less than lethal use of force, 8 hours of communication and de-escalation, 4 hours of use of deadly force, 4 hours of capsicum spray, less than good use of force, 8 hours of working with people in mental health crisis, 4 hours of fair and impartial policing, 4 hours of community policing, 4 hours of responding to hate-motivated crimes. In the post-basic for all law enforcement, there's 16 hours of TASER certification, 2 hours of Team 2 mental health crisis and de-escalation training, 20 hours of firearms training, 28 hours of, this part is just for state police, 28 hours of less lethal use of force training, 20 hours of firearms, and 2 hours of Team 2 mental health crisis. And then for VSP, 8 hours of fair and impartial policing. And then in service for VSP only, 4 hours non-lethal use of force training, 12 hours firearms training, and then ongoing, the average trooper per year attends, average 30 troopers per year attend an 8-hour updated class for 2. And I can print this for you, and then you'll just have it in front of you.
That's actually not a bad idea.
Email.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, that's,
So
let's get that up on the committee page.
That's a lot of non-use of force training. What sort of form does it take?
I'm sorry, say it again.
The non-use of force training, it's a lot of time. What sort of form does it take? Is it out in the backyard playing karate, or is it classroom instruction on?
So I can't recite it exactly. I think it's a combination of practicals, so control procedures, how to make high-risk car stops, how to use de-escalation tactics, how to go hands-on if you need to with using other than your firearm. So it's a combination of classroom and in the field.
Madam Chair, if I may just add something to that. That's part of what the move on now is to increase the basic training another 4 weeks. And that's part of that additional 4 weeks is to provide much more training in this and the use of force and de-escalation. And that use of force de-escalation are actual hands-on practical exercises where the police officer is actually thrown into a scenario where the major can correct me if I'm wrong in this, but thrown into a scenario and the officer is, or trooper in the case of state police, is required to evaluate the situation, take the appropriate actions, and they're graded on that at the academy. And just for the record, the municipalities, most municipalities, unless you're very large, and I can only assume that happens to be very large, like maybe a BPD or something, don't receive as much training as the state police do in this, because they have a pre-basic, and I believe your post-basic is a little more intense, and they receive a little additional, they receive more training. So this additional, get off a little subject here, but we're getting this additional 4 weeks with assist the municipal departments greatly and requiring more time. I just wanted to emphasize that.
So while we're talking about training, is there anything that you committee have heard during testimony that makes you feel inclined to specify something with respect to training?
Well, just
pick up on what JP just shared, I remember there was some reference to trainer approaches, and it didn't seem like there were many of them. So how might you increase that in a way to allow some of the smaller agencies to have more exposure to training? Is that thought?
I mean, I think the challenge that I've seen just in all of the discussion that we've had around all of these issues is that, you know, there's probably a wide difference in the way that Vermont State Police handle some of these interactions versus some of the small municipal agencies. And yet we're being asked to consider law enforcement as a whole because we recognize that our community members who have interactions with our local law enforcement may be experiencing different things than what they experience when they are pulled over by a trooper on the highway.
Well, I mean, with respect to the training, I mean, I understand the policy part, and I'm fine with what's in the bill, but then the training component is supposed to be based on a policy that we don't know what it is now because they're going to have to draft it based on this bill. And I guess my question is there might be a cost to that, which would be unknown.
So all of our municipalities.
Right. I mean, should it be more that, you know, the training council should come back to the General Assembly with a recommendation on training? I'm just, because, I mean, it's a difficult situation as they have to, they come up with this policy, a model policy, and then they're supposed to take training on that. But we don't know what the model policy is at this point. And I mean,
chicken and egg.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with the policy issue. I mean,
I agree with that sentiment. I mean, 4 hours to put in the bill is 4 hours. I don't know what 4 hours gives you. Maybe it should be 2 hours. Maybe it should be 8 hours. And I think until we get a recommendation from, you know, having a policy and then the recommendation of the folks that do the training that was required to implement that policy, I think might be premature. Plus, there is budgetary concerns, and there's been a lot of discussion whether we go to 16 weeks to 20 weeks, and does this tip it to the 20 weeks, which has a huge budget. And it may be good, and we may have to spend that money, but I would think we ought to know that.
That's a model policy. Do all agencies follow that policy is the question that I have.
well, you get a report back about that.
Right.
So we would have some idea of who's following it and who's not. I mean, I just worry about, okay, you know, there is all this training already. I mean, it probably, and I don't know the answer to this, because this is not an area of expertise for me, that it could be tweaked to be consistent with whatever policy is come up with, and it may or may not require an additional 4 hours. I mean, I'd rather see a recommendation about training than just saying, okay, we need 4 more hours.
And if I might, I agree 100% with what Representative Gannon had said. If the Federal does training council, who has the ultimate responsibility for setting training requirements for all sworn police officers in the state of Vermont? if they come up with a policy, a specific policy, give us some actual hard data expectations of what the cost might be, the type of training you're going to receive and everything. And I have to say that, you know, having been a retired police officer, for all the years I spent, and most of them are on the road, 4 hours is not enough for what we're looking at here. So it's going to require additional training to do the job that our citizens are asking us to do. But if the council can give that recommendation, that would be wonderful, and certainly assist us in what we need to do here as a legislature, specifically this committee. So I agree with you 100% on that. And the director, I'm sure, would arrange that. The figures and everything would be close.
Does that make sense to committee members?
Just to add to that, talking with my local police force, which is small, sending their staff off for training creates a hardship on the force. So I think we should have the courtesy of knowing that and of letting them know how many hours it's going to be up front before we mandate this.
Oh, sorry.
So this has an amendment to 464. Who drafted that? Was that
Just trying to be transparent.
Can you work with the drafter to make that change?
Yes.
All right. So, other thoughts, questions, suggestions, concerns about these issues? Nobody's dying to. All right. So Hal, you will work on putting together some of the language for that proposal, and John will work with Bryn to adapt to the policy language. Anything else? All right. I promised you a quick break, and so let's take a 10-minute break and come back to talk about the State Ethics Commission.
I want to point out that the sun shines down its power to all the world and makes the wind blow strong as it will. I want to hope gentle rains can fall upon the land so lovely earth can stay lovely still. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Energy Week. Today is the 19th of March, the first day of spring. Unfortunately, because of the coronavirus, BCTV studios have been closed. I had originally thought that it would be a good idea to work the Energy Week show with Tom Fennell via Skype, but Tom isn't prepared to do that quite yet. Hopefully he'll be on with next week, and we'll be able to continue it. I'm sorry to say that Tom is not going to be involved in this because I think everybody will miss him. But nevertheless, I'm going to go ahead and provide an Energy Week show for you, I hope. We're starting on the 12th of March. Today is the 19th, and we always start a week before. That's why it's called Energy Week. And we start with a photograph of pump jacks. The pump jacks are the devices that are used in conjunction with pumping oil out of the ground. And sorry, I should say first of all, the Energy Week comes from my blog, geoharvey.com. People who have been familiar with watching Energy Week in the past would know that. You can go to energyweek.com and find the stories that I'm talking about by looking at the calendar, clicking on the date of the story. The first stories are appearing on the 12th of March. The date on the calendar, which is on the left side of the screen. Our first story comes from CNN, and it is titled, "The Oil Industry Doesn't Want to Be Bailed Out by Trump." This is from CNN. And the synopsis that I've got is: the shale industry that made the United States the world's leading oil and gas producer is facing its deepest crisis yet, triggered by a trade war and the coronavirus. Reportedly, the Trump administration is considering federal assistance. Industry leaders, however, say they don't want a bailout. They don't want a bailout because they don't want the strings that would be attached to a bailout, along with other reasons, not the least of which is the fact that they're fundamentally, well, they're conservatives, and they don't think that the government should be bailing businesses out, and even their own, I guess. But nevertheless, the backstory on this is the shale industry is producing lots of shale oil, and the fracking industry is actually not just producing gas, it's also producing oil. And those two industries, between them, have got a lot of oil coming out, making the United States the biggest producer. The United States has gone past the production of Russia, which used to be the biggest producer, which in turn recently had gone past the production of Saudi Arabia. With the coronavirus, people are staying home. And when people stay home, that means that they don't use oil or gas they don't use oil in their cars. They don't use aviation fuel, for example, for flying around in planes. They stay home. They're not even using fuel for industry and so forth. So the oil industry, because of the United States shale and gas industry, is way past what was already needed. But and we had a glut of oil on the world markets, but the coronavirus came along, and the consumption of oil went down. So did the consumption of coal. Well, the result of that was that OPEC had to address the problem. They went to meet and asked everybody to reduce the amount of oil they were producing in order to keep prices up. Russians refused to comply, and the price of oil dropped to about $30 a barrel. The problem is that the shale industry needs to be able to sell oil at $50 a barrel or thereabouts, or it can't make money. And it is deeply in debt already. So it can't make money. If it produces oil, it's going to be producing it at a loss, and they don't have the ability to do that. So we'll see where that goes going forward. We'll get back to this, I'm sure, in fairly quickly as the story goes on. The next story that I've got for today is from the Sydney Morning Herald, and the title is "Renewables to Make $1 trillion," that is Australian dollars, which are worth about 25 cents each, 75 cents each American. Renewables to make $1 trillion in new coal-fired plants uncompetitive. That is to say, $1 trillion worth of coal-fired power plants are not competitive with renewables. Analysts published by the Carbon Tracker found that more than half the coal-fired power stations worldwide were more costly to run than building and replacing them with renewable energy. And by 2030, all coal capacity will be uncompetitive with renewables in all markets. That is an analysis by Carbon Tracker. And I think that is a likely scenario. Okay, we have a picture now of offshore wind turbines. This is in conjunction with a story from Renews. Renews puts out a lot of news on renewable energy. I use their stories very often. They're short, though. There have actually been occasions when my 50 to 55 word synopsis was the entire story. But in this particular case, it's a little bit longer. The title of the story is U.S. East Coast Offshore to Deliver 83,000 Jobs. The U.S. offshore wind sector could deliver up to 83,000 jobs and $25 billion in annual economic output by 2030, according to a report by the American Wind Energy Association. The report assessed the impact of 30 gigawatts of projects expected to be developed off the east coast of the United States by 2030. 30 gigawatts of offshore wind power. Offshore wind power in the United States is expected to have a capacity factor of about 50%. And that is approaching the capacity factor of combined cycle natural gas, which is, as I recall, about 60%. American nuclear power plants have capacity factors that are slightly upwards, usually, of 90%. The capacity factor, to figure the capacity factor, what you do is you take the nameplate capacity of a plant or a technology, and you multiply that by the number of hours in a year to get the number of watt hours that you would get in the course of a year. And then you look at the actual production from that facility or technology, and divide the actual production by the nameplate capacity, the nameplate output that you would have expected. So, for example, if a nuclear power plant runs at 100% capacity 90% of the time and is off 10% of the time, then its capacity factor would be 90%. Wind turbines have capacity factors that are a little bit more difficult to determine, or I should say to guess at. It's easy enough to measure their output and find out what the actual capacity factor is, but the wind turbines, particularly offshore wind turbines, tend to run almost 100% of the time. That is, they'll run 98% of the time, typically. The problem is that the wind doesn't blow at the speed at which they will produce their maximum output. So their capacity factor, they're usually producing something along 50% of the amount that they might. So the capacity factor is close to 50%. This is for offshore wind. Offshore wind has a slightly higher capacity factor typically than onshore wind. So what I'm getting at here is 30 gigawatts of offshore wind power would be the equivalent of a little over 15 gigawatts of nuclear power, which means basically 15 large nuclear reactors. And we will get back to that business of the capacity factor and the effect on the grid in a few moments. Okay, the next story is from Friday, March 13th, and it comes from Clean Technica. The title is 39% of toxic air emissions in the USA came from 100 facilities. The Environmental Integrity Project is made up of former EPA enforcement attorneys, public interest lawyers, investigators, analysts, and community organizers. These are people who have in the past, obviously a number of them, many of them, were in the Environmental Protection Agency and were either forced out or resigned because the Environmental Protection Agency wasn't protecting the environment anymore, in their opinions, and in my opinion. They have issued a report showing that 39% of all toxic air emissions in the United States came from just 100 facilities in 2018. And that's important also because air pollution kills people. And in fact, air pollution, as we will see later on, kills more people by far than the coronavirus. So that was from Clean Technica. Also on Friday, March 13th, we have an item from Renews on FloatGen. And there is a photograph of this, which is a FloatGen photograph. FloatGen has a product that you can mount a wind turbine on and take it out to sea and leave it there anchored. So you can have the wind turbine floating in the sea in a fixed location, and it doesn't need to have a foundation on the seafloor, which means that you can put these things out in the ocean in places where you otherwise wouldn't be able to build wind turbines. And this is technology that's just being developed now. The title here, this is from Renews, FloatGen output soars in February high winds. The 2 megawatt FloatGen floating wind pilot off the French coast has had its best month for production to date in February. Ideol, or Ideol, I don't know how that's pronounced, IDEOL, which developed the floating foundation, said it achieved a capacity factor of 66.3%. This is the capacity factor that I was just telling you about. 66.3% is actually very close to, or possibly higher than, it is higher than some natural gas, combined cycle natural gas power plants. So this is a pretty good capacity. It produced 923.2 megawatt hours of clean electricity. The time availability stood at 95.7%. That means that it was actually running 95.7% of the time, but it was not running at full speed, obviously, that much of the time. Okay, our next item comes from oilprice.com. An interesting site for information on energy, general energy. It's not all about oil. And the title of this particular piece is "The U.S. is ramping up its wind power production." While solar power projects have become supersized, the size of wind turbines has also grown rapidly. In particular, the growth of the size of wind turbine blades over the last decades have greatly transformed the power industry for the better, producing much larger, what are called swept areas. The swept area is the area that if you go edge to edge on the wind turbine blades. They run in a circle, and if you figure the diameter of that circle, or if you just take the wind turbine blade and plus the amount of the hub that is there, you can figure out the size of the swept area. It's just the circle that the thing will run in. And that swept area is very important for determining the output of the wind turbine. So there is what they're doing is they're building bigger and bigger blades. I don't think this article actually mentions it, but it is a problem that, and it's a problem that's being talked about. These blades don't last forever. They're made of fiberglass generally, and when they are broken or otherwise damaged to the point where they can't be used anymore, they have to be disposed of, and they don't exactly fit on the schedule of landfills very well. Our next item has a photograph of Stromness, which is a town in the Orkneys. It's not the biggest town, but it is a rather picturesque town, sitting on the water. This is an item from CNN, and the title is "This Small Island Chain," referring to the Orkneys, "is leading the way on hydrogen power." The Orkneys are a group of islands just north of Scotland, and they are they're not heavily populated, but they have faced the problem of having to deal with very expensive electricity because their electricity has historically come from diesel power, from a cable running from Scotland, and that has to be paid down. And they've been adding renewable power, and they've got to a point where there are a lot of people who understand renewable energy on the Orkneys, and they have started putting that into trying to do research and development, and they've been very successful. Let me read the synopsis. A group of islands off the northern coast of Scotland is a uniquely it is uniquely set up to pioneer in hydrogen energy. Orkney, better known for its breathtaking coastal scenery and some of Britain's oldest heritage sites than for cutting-edge approach to energy, has been quietly leading the way on hydrogen technology. Now, clearly what's happening here is hydrogen technology, for anybody who has not kept up with this, and I think most of the people who have watched Energy Week probably understand, hydrogen technology is something that makes it possible to store energy as hydrogen. And the deal with the hydrogen is if you're dependent on wind power and solar power, obviously there are times when you don't have enough power because solar is intermittent and wind is variable. But what you have to do in order to have the energy that you need all the time is overbuild the solar power and the wind power, and then have a way of storing energy. And that overbuilt power plants can produce electricity that you could just shut the plants down. But what you really want to do is have them run whenever they can. And that the excess energy, because you cannot put on a grid more energy than the demand. You have to do something with that energy in order to increase the demand. You take it and use it to make hydrogen. And there's been a lot of work on how to make hydrogen into reliable energy over the years without costing too much money. And the result of that is that in the last few years, the cost of producing hydrogen has declined. Now, that hydrogen can be used for all kinds of purposes. It can be burned to make energy to heat a house if you had a house set up for that, or drive a car, or provide electricity. It can also be put through a cell fuel cell device to get electricity. And aside from the fact that hydrogen is a little difficult to store because the molecules are so small that they'll actually fit between the molecules in a steel alloy and they'll just work their way through. So if you have a bottle of hydrogen and you come back in 10 years, it's going to be empty. Anyway, the on the short term, storing it is not too bad. And, you know, if you've got lots of renewable energy, you can make hydrogen. And that means that you don't need fossil fuels at all. People are building airplanes that run on hydrogen. And you know, we've talked about that. Anyway, the Orkneys have a lot of research and development going on into how to deal with hydrogen energy. Okay, the next item is entitled "Wind Plants Can Provide Grid Services Better Than Gas Hydro, Easing Renewable Integration." And this is based on a study that was done by CAISO. Now, CAISO, C-A-I-S-O, is the California, what they call an ISO, which is an independent operator. Basically, the grid is operated by these ISOs. We have an ISO in New England, and the ISO is in the position where it has to balance demand as the demand appears with the supply, and that balance puts you into you know, if you've got too much supply, you've got to create a demand, or you've got to shut something down. And this is something that this is not new. This is not just something that has happened because of renewable energy. You cannot operate a grid with just baseload power. You need to have something else because the baseload power is inflexible. It cannot be ramped up or down to deal with changes in grid demand. So with a baseload paradigm, you have peaking plants, which produce very expensive electricity in some cases. And as the baseload power plant cannot meet demand, those peaking plants and other types of plants that come on for short terms come online, producing high power at higher cost. In other words, renewable energy needs backup. Wind doesn't always blow, the sun doesn't always shine. It's getting to be boring to hear it. So we have batteries, we have pumped hydro. Hydro doesn't have that problem, and neither does geothermal. But, you know, we've got to have backup power for renewable energy. Well, they need backup power for baseload power too. And it happens that right now that the backup power for baseload power is more expensive than the backup power for renewables in many or most cases. Here what's happening is the California ISO says this: the wind plants have a potential to provide grid services that match those of gas plants or hydroelectric facilities. The California Independent System Operator, CAISO, has found in a test wind provided services as least as well as conventional power plants. Okay, that addresses the question of can we depend on something if the wind doesn't always blow? Can we depend on it? Well, there is an answer to that, and that is the wind always blows. I had mentioned that the amount of time that a wind plant might be generating is something, might be 98%, but more to the point, if the wind isn't blowing in Central California, it's blowing in Southern California or Northern California, or both. And it never shuts down everywhere all at once. So they tested this to find out about, we are moving to a new paradigm. We're moving to a point where baseload power is not going to be our primary source. In fact, in the end, it's not even going to be a secondary source, because it's not going to be a source unless the baseload power is renewable. And I'm going to exclude nuclear for a very simple reason, which is that it's too expensive. even the nuclear plants that have been paid down are closing down under pressure from natural gas and renewable resources. And now natural gas is being uh, uh, the renewable resources compete successfully with natural gas. Anyway, that was from Utility Dive. Now we have a photograph which is just entitled Energy Transmission. It is more of those pump jacks and a wind turbine. And this goes with a story from Green Tech Media, and the title of it is "Could the Oil Price Collapse Drive in More Investments into Renewables?" Okay, this is kind of counterintuitive. The oil price has collapsed. It's declined maybe 50% from a price that, in the standards of the last few years, it has not been terribly high. The oil price has been down because of the American production of shale oil and the oil that comes from fracking. And what they're asking is, as the price of oil goes down, are we in a situation where the law of supply and demand really doesn't work quite the way you expect it to? We would expect that as the price goes down, people will buy more oil. But for a number of reasons, that may not be the case. And in fact, what this says is low oil prices will test the resolve of the majors' energy transition plans. But analysts expect the company's long-term commitments to decarbonization and renewable energy to remain intact. It might even speed up the transition if they aren't going to find any profit in oil. And at $30 a barrel, a lot of American companies are not going to be finding profit in oil. Then they've got to move to something else. It's just a matter of economics. If they can't make money on oil, they're going to have to make it some other way. They have thought about making money on plastics because plastics are based on oil, a lot of them. But that, I think, is not necessarily going to work. That story and the two before it were both from Saturday, March 14th. We are up to Sunday, March 15th. And by the way, I'm allowed to touch my face because my hands were washed and I haven't been out today. Okay, Sunday, March 15th, we have an item from WKOW. The title is "A Step in the Right Direction. More UW campuses are moving off coal." UW is the University of Wisconsin. The Platteville campus of the University of Wisconsin is transitioning away from coal this month. A total of 8 UW campuses are doing so, and they include Superior, Eau Claire, Stout, River Falls, La Crosse, Oshkosh, and Stevens Point. They are all moving toward sustainable energy. A lot of the reason for that is because of pressure on the universities from their faculty, the students, and so forth, to reduce their carbon footprint. A lot of it is because they know the coal is producing pollution, and a coal plant in the middle of a city is not a good idea. So they are, and of course they could have coal plants that they're using outside of their campuses, but in many cases here, this coal is being used for heat, and that means it's going to be local. So our next item has a picture of a grizzly bear in Canada. It comes from Electric, and the title is "Bears Are Waking Up Because It's Too Warm Too Soon." And the synopsis says, after a record-breaking warm weather in Europe and the United States, you don't think about European bears very often, but they're there. After record-breaking warm weather in Europe and the U.S. this winter, bears are waking up from hibernation because they think it's spring. Well, of course, today is the 19th of March, so it is spring, but because the 19th, this is the earliest spring we've had in over 100 years, and that is just a calendar thing, but it's warmer than it has been ever, in terms of these guys' memories. So why is this early emergence of bears a problem? And the answer to that is because they're hungry and there isn't any food. And that's a problem for them, and it's also a problem for some people. I actually saw a bear behind the Canal Street School in Brattleboro. And, the bear was in town. I called the police and they showed up, a whole bunch of police cars, and the officers got out and they were carrying shotguns, and they did not want to shoot that bear. They wanted to just, they wanted to make noise and kind of induce it to walk out of town, which is what it did. But they don't like the idea of a bear being in a commercial zone, let alone being in the residential property zones that are along it. So, when bears are out and they don't have anything to eat, that can be a problem. And they will get whatever they can. Okay, our next item is from the Epoch Times. This is still Sunday, March 15th. Trump strikes oil after Russia moves to, quote, cripple, end quote, U.S. shale. At a White House Rose Garden press conference, the President Trump stated that his administration would orchestrate the purchase of large quantities of crude oil to help the struggling U.S. oil industry and build up strategic national reserves. The move is expected to cost $2.5 billion. Well, the strategic reserves were put together so we'd have reserves if the price of oil went up to outrageous places, or because there was no supply from foreign countries. And I don't remember the amount that they were down. It seems to me that they were down way over 30%. And what he's doing is he's buying oil cheaply and putting it into the reserves. And that is a bad idea or a good idea, depending upon your point of view. Certainly, it's going to save money if it's the other option is to build up the reserves at a high price. But even so, the purpose of this was clearly to prop up the American oil industry. And by the way, it's important to notice that the money that was used, the Freedom Partners, which is financed, I am told, by Koch Industries and investors in ExxonMobil and other oil companies, and by the coal industry and so forth. Freedom Partners put $865 million. I think that's what they announced. It was a figure that was announced in January of 2015 to elect Republicans into the White House and Congress, with the idea that those people would be beholden to the industry or to Freedom Partners and vote accordingly, which is kind of like buying politicians, and that's something I don't like. I am myself. I voted Republican pretty much all the time from 1968, every even-numbered year until 2002. But this bothers me, and what has happened is that the people who invested in that, who got their money from the coal industry, well, the Dow Jones coal industry index is down 90% from when Donald Trump took office. What about oil and gas? Well, the oil and gas index is down over 2/3. It's down to less than a third of what its value was when Donald Trump took office. And the last time I looked, the Dow Jones Industrial Average was just a tiny bit lower than what it was when Donald Trump took office. But our traditional energy investment companies in fossil fuels are just suffering. So anyway, that's where we are. Okay, we're up to Monday. Oh, and those investors, I wonder whether they're going to be interested in backing Donald Trump and the Republicans in this next election, because they've suffered under the hands of those people a good deal more than they suffered under Barack Obama and the Democrats. Okay, we have a picture here of white roofs used for cooling. This is Sunday. Let me go back here. I'm sorry, Monday, March 16th. White roofs used for cooling on the island of Santorini. This is from Conversation, the Conversation AU, of course, being Australia. The title is "We Must Fight Climate Change Like It's World War III. Here are 4 potent weapons to deploy." And this is an opinion piece. So, they're talking as people. We are a group of experts in physics, geology, science education, coral reefs, and climate system science. We believe the lack of progress by governments in reducing global emissions means bold solutions are now urgently needed. Yeah, I think that's the case. And I think bold solutions sometimes are not just urgently needed, but they are a possible avenue to success. And when people have asked me, do I think that we can pull off dealing with climate change, I have in the past said, read about the Battle of Midway, because the Americans went out to that battle outnumbered in every category. The Japanese had 6 battleships, we had 3. 6 aircraft carriers, I'm sorry. The Japanese had battleships, but the Americans had none. The Japanese had cruisers that outnumbered our cruisers by, I don't remember what the numbers were, maybe 5 to 1. And the Americans went out knowing that this was going to be, it was going to be a tough thing to do. And every single attack by the Americans failed. The land-based bombers found the Japanese fleet, and they dropped bombs, and not a single bomb connected. The torpedo bombers from the American aircraft carriers found their fleet, and not only did they not connect, in some cases, they all got shot down. And then all of a sudden, in a matter of 2 minutes, the battle was over. Or not over, but it was basically decided, because the American dive bombers had destroyed 3 of 4 frontline Japanese aircraft carriers in 2 minutes. And that kind of thing can happen. And unfortunately, we're getting to a point where that is going to be needed. We're going to have to, and this article points that out. Okay, still on Monday, we have an item from TruthDig, and the title is "Renewable Energy Could Power the World by 2050. Virtually all of the world's demand for electricity to run transport, heating, and cooling and provide power demands of industry could be met by renewable energy by mid-century. This is the consensus of 47 peer-reviewed research papers from 13 independent groups. And from my point of view, this is really obvious. There is a thing called Wright's Law, and we've discussed this on Energy Week a number of times. Wright's Law says when you introduce a new technology, the price of that technology will go down, because when you introduce it, you're talking about a technology that has no market presence, and you're talking about the first items coming out. It's like new technology is expensive. The first computer was an expensive device. Today, if you had a device of that power, you wouldn't be able to sell it. You can buy a smartphone for well, I bought a refurbished smartphone for $20, and that thing has probably got more computer power than there existed in the United States in 1961. But the cost of the flops, floating point operations per second, gigaflops, the material, the hardware to produce a gigaflops, according to an article in Wikipedia. Look up flops, FLOPS. In 1961, it was over $160 billion. Today, it's about 3 cents. And that has been a constant decline in the costs of a very complicated technology in which there are many, many components, including transistors and integrated circuits and things like that. Well, the same thing is true of automobiles, according to an MIT study, and manufacture of chemicals, and any place where you've got a new technology, that is Wright's law. And if using Wright's law, you can actually determine in advance what will happen to the price of solar power, wind power, computers, you name it. And a review from MIT studied that and found, in fact, it worked. And Tesla, by the way, has been using that as a basis for its operations. Okay, we are now still on Monday, March 16th. We have an item here that is from BW Business World. And there's a photograph here of women carrying coal. These poor women. Look at the amount of coal they've got balanced on their heads in baskets. It's amazing. The title is Coronavirus Outbreak. Coal import declines 14% to 17 million tons in February. India's coal imports registered a decline of 14.1% to 17.01 million tons. That is TONNES, which is metric tons. And a metric ton is about 1.1 short tons that we use in the United States. In February, in the wake of the coronavirus outbreak, according to industry data, the overall trend in coal imports has been increasing until the coronavirus pandemic, and then all of a sudden it started to decrease. We're going to get more back to that again in just a moment, and we will be talking more about the coronavirus. The next item, which is from Tuesday, March 17th, this came from CNBC, and the title is U.S. solar installations shot up last year, but coronavirus could have an impact going forward. Now, this shows you the downside of the coronavirus and the limitations on coal. China uses a lot of coal for its electric power, and that electric power, among other things, is used to manufacture solar panels. A report by the Solar Energy Industries Association and Wood Mackenzie Power and Renewables says that almost 40% of U.S. generating capacity added last year was solar. 40%. And that doesn't, you're looking at just solar here. Much of the rest was wind power. The SEIA is monitoring changes to the industry that the COVID-19 pandemic could cause. Now, the word that I'm getting from people who are in the industry is that, the people I've talked to said they say the solar panels are there. They can get them. But of course, that's just a few people I'm talking to, and it really doesn't say what's going on in the world at large. It's what's called anecdotal evidence. It's anecdotal evidence is like the woman who said, I can't believe that Richard Nixon was elected. Everybody I knew was for, who was it that they were for? I don't remember. My mind doesn't work as well as it used to. Okay, we have an item here that is from Power Technology, and it is illustrated with a picture of solar panels. And the title for it is NYSERDA selects Boralex solar projects under request for proposal. Just four solar projects of Canadian renewable energy company Boralex were selected by the New York State Energy Research and Development Authority, which is abbreviated to NYSERDA, under a solicitation. You know, it's refreshing to have an acronym that doesn't mean anything. Okay, under a solicitation that took place in 2019. One project is Greens Corners at 120 megawatts, and the others were each 3 projects of 19.99 megawatts. Why didn't they make it 20? I don't know. Anyway, that's Power Technology, and that is from the Tuesday the 17th. We're still at Tuesday the 17th, and we have an item from the BBC, which is entitled "The People Cleaning Up the Oil Spills of the Amazon." And it says, for decades, pits of waste crude have dotted the Amazon rainforest in northern Ecuador. Now people are using resilient plants, fungi, and bacteria to try to clean them up. Bioremediation uses living organisms like plants, fungi, and microbes to break down several pollutants, including crude oil. I do that every day, and I've done that every day for years, so don't be concerned. That was from the BBC, and basically what has happened here is that there was oil pumped, drilled, whatever, in the Amazon, and the companies that did it just left ponds of crude oil. I'm covering my mouth so you don't get this, by the way. Okay, we are up to Wednesday, March 18th. We have a picture of pollution in China. This is from CNN, and there were a couple of really interesting items that day. This one is titled, "China's Coronavirus Lockdown Curbs Deadly Pollution, Likely Saving the Lives of Tens of Thousands of People," according to one researcher. The drastic measures enforced by China during the coronavirus outbreak have greatly reduced air pollution, potentially saving the lives of 50 to 75,000 people, according to a researcher at Stanford University. And by the way, for people who are concerned about the coronavirus, there has been some really amazing stuff coming up where they are talking about treatments and that really reduce the effects of the virus that are currently being tested on human beings in China. One of them is a medicine that already exists and has been tested for something else. I don't remember what. I don't know that that'll appear in Energy Week next week because it appeared today, but it wasn't energy that they were talking about. So I don't know. Maybe I should include something. But the long and the short of this particular article is the coronavirus is going to be very likely saving lives because of the responses to it. And today in the news, Donald Trump said that he was going to deal with the coronavirus on a wartime footing. I think he should have done that with climate change. Maybe he will. You never can tell. Our next item is titled "A Red State Template for 100% Renewables. Utah Bill Unites Rocky Mountain Power, Cities, and Activists." This is from Utility Dive. Utah got approval from the legislature made up 80% of Republicans, 80% Republican, and the legislature moved more than a third of the state's population will be 100% powered by renewables in 2030. That is a Republican, and this is a pattern that we've seen elsewhere. Conservatives are looking at renewable energy. They're looking at climate change, and they're saying this is not good for business. You know, if everybody dies, it's not usually very good for business. So let's do something about it. Well, everybody isn't going to die from climate change, I don't think, but in truth, a large part of this is the fact that renewable energy is so cheap compared to more traditional energy sources that it does not make sense not to go to renewable energy. Anyway, this particular article is from Utility Dive. And finally, there is one of those articles that Tom Fennell just loves. He loves articles that have a lot of pictures. And there is a picture here, and the title that I have on the picture is Diversity, hard hats, pipelines, waste isolation, and pumping oil. And of course, they all refer to they all refer to energy. And it's conceivable that as I think about it, it's probable that at least one of those I misinterpreted what I was seeing. But there were this is from pictures on a billboard, and this is from DeSmog. A faltering fracking industry on the verge of a bailout mixes patriotism and oil in the Permian Basin. Abundant signs across the Permian Basin, one of the most prolific oil and natural gas displays in the U.S., suggest that supporting the oil industry, that's one of the largest contributors to the climate crisis, is a matter of American pride. And in fact, I think that's the case. It is a matter of American pride. This is a type of thinking that goes back to before I was a kid. You know, the oil industry was going to, and it did. It promoted success in the United States, particularly during the Depression when people were economically in trouble. The oil industry was one of the places where people could make money and they could make life easier for the people around them. The problem that they didn't realize at that time was, of course, that the oil industry was going to have its own a price for our dependence on it that we probably would not be involved in if we knew what was going on in terms of climate change. Climate changes to the climate resulting from burning fossil fuels were first suggested, I think, 125 years ago. And by the 1930s, there were scientists who were aware of the fact that this could be going on. And by the 1960s, there were definitely scientists who were aware of the fact that it could be not just going on, but a problem. And in fact, I don't remember the exact date, but there was a group of scientists who went to President Lyndon Johnson and told him, we've got a problem. And that problem is that we're burning too much fossil fuels. And of course, it's kind of like living on a credit card. You can do it, and you can know that there's a limit, and you can just push that limit, and really push beyond that limit by refinancing and things like that. But you're just getting into a position where you're in debt. And for some people, getting out of that debt is pretty difficult to do. Well, now what we have is a debt to the environment, and getting out of that debt is going to require that we do something that these people think is un-American, anti-patriotic, and they make that into a political thing in which they are blaming liberals, blaming socialists, blaming an attempt by socialist governments to take over the world. The Russian government is dependent 65% on on its sale of fossil fuels for its international trade. They want to push fossil fuels. They don't want American fossil fuels to be able to compete with them. And you know, I'm not really into conspiracy theories very much, but I find it interesting that there's a trade war going on between Russia and Saudi Arabia. And the biggest loser in this trade war, Russia can live, according to the reports that I've read, Russia can live for years on oil at prices that are in the neighborhood of $35 a barrel. The same is true of Saudi Arabia. But American oil is coming, at this point, over 50% of it comes from sources that are considered unconventional. And that means shale oil, which is basically mined, and fracking. And that unconventional oil is expensive to produce. And when it goes to market, at least the shale oil, goes to market at prices that are well below the prices of good quality crude oil that's just pumped out of the ground, because it's of lower quality. And it has side issues. For example, it's full of sand. I shouldn't say full of sand. It has sand in it. It's very thick. It has sand in it. And the sand abrades the insides of the pipelines. So the pipelines don't last as long as you might want them to. And there are a lot of problems there. And the shale oil industry and the fracking industry are both built on a great deal of debt, which the Saudis and the Russians are both aware of. And my bet is, I don't know that they did this as a conspiracy, but my bet is that privately, the Saudis and the Russians are both saying, yeah, well, it hurts us a little bit, it hurts the other guy a little bit, but the people it really hurts are the Americans. And my bet is that Vladimir Putin just loves that. Anyway, I have come to the end of the rope, as they say, on this particular item, this particular Energy Week. There is a Energy Week final slide, and I don't have on the computer in front of me what it says. But it says, you should have a wonderful week. And next week, hopefully, I'll be able to work with Tom Fennell and get the Energy Week show operating. I think we're going to do it over Skype, which means I will do it at home and Tom will do it from his home, and then Brian and the other people at BCTV will take the Skype material and put it into a something that can be broadcast. Anyway, have a lovely week, and I hope that you come back next time, and so do we. Bye.
So this is the Brattleboro Planning Commission called to order at 6:06 p.m. on March 2nd. And are there any announcements?
I'll just make a couple of announcements. First of all, I want to let you all know, and the viewing public, that the US Census is right around the corner. They're going to begin mailing census information March 16th, I think. And you'll be able to take the census online by phone or paper copy. Please take it in some format when it comes out. And then, because otherwise they have to send enumerators out to get in touch with you. I think there's 7 questions. Your answers are confidential. You are taking the census as of April 1st, so on that date, it's asking how many people reside in your house. So if you've got roommates, if you've got children, if you've got parents, any kind of arrangement, whoever is in your house, even if, if you're renting your house, and I think you can include people like that. So please respond, it's important. A lot of federal funding gets directed to the state and then the county and the towns that way, so we really want an accurate count. So you'll be seeing and hearing more information about it, but just a heads up, it's right around the corner.
Thank you.
Cool. Anybody else got any announcements?
Do you have any others?
Oh, I had one more, yeah. Just save the date, April 25th. The Conservation Commission is planning kind of an Earth Day festival. There'll be more information coming out about that, but kind of ways that you can connect to different advocacy organizations or changes, little things that you can do in your backyard to improve better. And there will be some outreach. We're planning on holding it at 250 Birch Street, and so there's going to be some outreach about that project. That event.
And then on March 24th, me and Sue are traveling to Montpelier to present in front of the downtown board for the neighborhood development area designation. We're hoping to find out that day or soon after if we will get that designation to continue our housing efforts. So we'll keep you updated on that.
Super. Anything else? Alrighty, public comments.
Too bad.
No public. And did everybody get a chance to review the minutes?
Just to note, Andrew sent out a revised copy that had more information about the public comment that was received
There's
at
some
that meeting.
here,
So
yeah.
if you didn't see that at the end of the
Yeah.
day, that's what you would be voting on.
Do you need a copy, Tom? Or
I saw it.
Okay, great.
Got it first.
Okay,
I had one question.
sure.
That there is a comment where you say, or the recorder says, one commissioner, a commissioner said something. And everybody else has their names attached?
Oh, I see. I know what you mean. So you want the name of the commissioner?
Well,
so-
no. I was
Oh.
just curious. I actually am curious about whether or not it.
Is it something embarrassing?
No. It was just the sort of notion that some people are attributed to their comments and some people aren't, and I.
Yes, you want to be more consistent?
Well, no. I
Okay.
just, as a matter of principle,
Mm-hmm.
the last time I was in charge of taking minutes, it became clear that it was good to not say
Yeah.
who said what.
Okay.
So that the information would then just be information as
Yeah.
opposed to
Okay.
sort of
Yeah.
attributed to
Yeah.
some individual versus
Sure.
another. And I figured that maybe you two had to be cited because that was some kind of something having to do with the fact that you're officials
Staff
of
or, yeah.
a municipality. But anyway, I mean, it was
Okay.
more just a sort of question about whether or not it was useful for us to have our minutes attributed
Yeah.
or unattributed.
We had had that discussion probably a year or more ago, and I didn't relay that information, so we can fix that.
Yep.
Okay.
Do you want us to fix it in these minutes and we can bring them back in April?
No, I mean, unless
Or just
anybody
moving
feels
forward.
strong, just, yeah.
Or I could go through and I can also edit just to say commissioner, and then we could publish them Okay, all right. For next time.
There was one other thing. I feel like when we were talking about the Congress of New Urbanism, what the Planning Commission had requested was recommendations for updating the zoning. Did I remember that wrong?
Yes, I thought that was it. When we got that letter back from them?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That, we had that really great discussion, and the next step was that you guys are gonna bring proposals and changes.
Yes.
So I just
Yeah.
wanted to make sure that that.
What does it say in there?
I don't think it.
Oh,
It's
okay.
not
very
next.
clear, yeah,
All right,
next,
well,
yeah.
But
Okay.
just so that it's recorded and we're accountable to it.
I'll just add a sentence at the end. I'm guessing it's this paragraph for the
Yeah,
last one.
the second to
Yep,
last
yep.
paragraph.
Anything else? Do I have a motion to accept the minutes as amended?
I'll make that motion to accept them as amended.
Second.
All those in favor? Okay, the minutes are passed as amended. And we are on to you, I believe. All of a sudden, my agenda went nowhere, but I'm pretty sure that that's the next thing, yes.
Handout for tonight, just to help us stay a little more organized.
Nice paper.
Yeah, I'm just too lazy to go down and put good paper in, take good paper out, I just leave it in there. So, you are benefiting from my recent printing of proposals. So, I am here tonight to update you on the progress of the downtown design plan, present to you a little more details, some of the pieces that were not put together yet the last time I was here, and get a bit of feedback and discussion around a few of the issues as we're moving into the recommendations phase. And Sue let me know that you guys are working with the Just City index and criteria, and would be interested in seeing how that fits with this plan. So I did take a look at that. You'll remember, I don't know, have you guys had a chance to wander through this at all? I think you sent the link, right?
Yeah, I have.
Okay, so in the introduction, we do have a piece about what is good public space here. And there is this piece, the 12 criteria for public space. And these are based on criteria that the Gell Institute has put together. And so some of the survey work we did and stuff around the charrette, I used, looked at their framework for doing that kind of assessment of public space. But there are actually quite a few variations on this theme out there. So there are lots of different lists, you know, the 10, elements of good public space, top 3, qualities of good public space. It goes on like that. So, and it all kind of feeds back to the same sort of original research that was done in New York City in the 70s around what is good public space that William Holly White did, and then eventually led to Bratt Park. So that's actually, if you were to go back and look at the history of studying this
It all
field.
goes back to that one article.
It really is essentially, it's a field that he created. It didn't really exist before. So he went out and basically filmed and monitored how people acted and behaved and used public space. And then did a lot of publishing and talking about it and influenced a whole generation of designers after that. And so when you're looking at some of the Just City pieces, I think there's quite a bit of overlap, because it's really looking at a lot of the same issues, maybe through a different lens. And that's what you see when you look at the different types of, the different lists of criteria. It's really what lens are people coming at it from. You know, are you looking at it from an economic development perspective? Are you looking at it from an arts and culture perspective? The Just City stuff is really more of a, a social psychology, sociology perspective, and probably these GEL criteria are a bit more on the actual physical design end of that perspective, and because they come from a more of an urban design, urban planning group. So, I just looked through to sort of see what was there as an overlap, but you can certainly look at this and then look at the things that you're going to be looking at in the Just City and see, I think, more than just these overlaps. But I was committed to making this fit on my page, so I didn't continue the laundry list. But the criteria around welfare and Just City line up with the criteria around protection in the GEL set of criteria. Mobility lines up with opportunities to walk, cycle, etc. And there's even some of those pieces around identity, like authenticity, beauty, character, come through in the set of criteria too. And there were others, but it really is, I think you'll see quite a bit of overlap. And I'm trying to, as I put together the recommendations, refer back to this idea of what is good public space, and so that there is a linkage between what's being recommended and this set of criteria up here at the front too. I'm going to, what I wanted to focus on was the actual strategies tonight. There's, obviously, if you've looked through this, you've seen that the front matter of this document you can call it a document, have been filled in largely. And so there's a lot of existing condition and background and information consolidated in here, sort of a repository. There will be, in the not too distant future, but it's still not available yet, a way to sort of put in a navigation bar that's not there yet. Right now you sort of got to look at it from top to bottom, which is a bit annoying. But what is happening is that Esri, the ArcGIS software people, are transitioning from one set of templates for this type of story map to another. And we're making this in the new one because they're going to not support the old one anymore. And they're sort of moving the tools over a few pieces at a time. So they very excitedly added my ability to turn text different colors a month ago. I got really excited about that. And they added a few features a month ago that we were able to take advantage of. And they're doing updates every 2 to 3 months. So the next one is supposed to include the navigation. So I suspect that before the project needs to be technically done, you're going to get the navigation piece, which will make this a lot more user-friendly. There also, just as I assume, there's going to be a way to transfer it. That is not, I don't know when, but there will be. So even if it's 6 months down the road or whatever, we can, when it's available, we can move it from my ArcGIS account to yours. Cool. Yeah. So
that was really lovely that I saw this week.
Yes, it's fun to zoom into that map, isn't it? And look and see what's there. So I'm gonna, yes, I have to move all the way through to get to where I need to be here. If you zoom too fast, it really gets upset, and then it starts to misbehave, and that's not something we want tonight. So here we are at the strategies piece. So at this point, the strategies are organized both geographically, and then there's some that are kind of theme-based. So the first set is the way around, which is the multimodal path going from the bridge to Brattleboro Common, and that's broken down into 15 segments along the way. So we're hitting a lot of the public spaces that way by going through. So we're hitting the parking lots and the transportation center as we go along. And then it's almost like the idea of you're on tour and you come back down Main Street, and it runs down along Main Street and talks about the municipal lands and buildings along there. We looked at some of those pieces the last time I was here. There's been a little bit more filling in around that, but the bones of that you saw before. And then there's discussion of the bike lanes and the sidewalks on Main Street. And then there's going to be shorter pieces for Elliott Street and Flat Street. And then the intersection has a section in here, and that's, going to talk about potential physical changes to the intersection and the optimization of the traffic lights. Those pieces are not sitting in there yet, but they were in the presentation, the final wrap-up presentation for the charrette. So it's essentially those set of recommendations around the intersection. And I think the drawing that you saw in here for Bridge Street includes the curb radius change at the Main Street, Bridge Street intersection, which is sort of one of the major physical changes that's being recommended. Then there's going to be a piece talking about the West River Trail, and this is one that I've got down here on my discussion questions to talk a little bit about. There's sort of two options that I think could be presented in here. One is the rail trail idea of trying to get from where the West River Trail ends at the marina and connect that down through downtown. There's interest in extending the trail along the railroad. And then the other option is to look at using your existing streets to get bicycle traffic from the marina into downtown and connect to the common, so that you can then use the way around piece to ferry the bicycle traffic through and down to the Hinsdale Bridge and continue that loop. So,
sorry, is there an option on the table for the use of the trail that goes around the retreat meadows?
I don't think so. I mean, my sense of those trails, and maybe I'm wrong about that, is that they are not probably particularly bike friendly in terms of terrain.
Unless you have a mountain on.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I would also say those are outside of the scope. I mean, I know she's talking right now about the marina, but that's because that was the idea of the West River Trail, is how do you get up there?
It's an important connection to think about. So I think what we heard from the public comments is that technically the common itself is not within our downtown study area, but it clearly needs to be sort of the terminal point of the path network. And it is feasible that could then provide that connection to make a further trail link to an existing planned trail. So we've got some looking at the railroad and the feasibility of that, which is in our study area, but I think presenting another way to get there as well and to make that connect in makes sense. And, so we can talk about that. I don't have those drawings in here yet, but those are coming. And then that sort of ends the geographic clusters of things that we're looking at. And then there's going to be a little bit on parking. There's obviously a lot about parking in here. Yeah. In some ways, the downtown design plan ends up being a lot about parking because of the existing dominance of parking downtown, and and the need to figure out, it's a sort of a trade-off question. So there have been sort of there's individual one-off ideas, right? Like convert Preston to a park, or convert Harmony or a portion of it to a park, or get rid of parking on Main Street, the on-street parking. But that also needs to be looked at holistically. There's a certain amount of parking that needs to be provided downtown. And so while you could eliminate one public parking lot in terms of the number of spaces and the demand numbers, you can't do every single one of the full-fledged recommendations all the way along the way through the plan and still have enough parking. So it's a question of making some choices, and that needs to get discussed in terms of figuring out what the priorities are and sort of the next steps for making decisions about how to balance the parking, public space, green space needs.
Right here, are you suggesting that's for discussion with the Planning Commission?
I think it should be something that could be on the planning commission's discussion list. And I think it's a necessary component to kind of wrap up and tie up the plan. I've tried, as I've been writing along, to at least introduce the idea that, you know, there are a lot of ideas being presented here. You can't, and there's a need there is going to have to be decisions about which ones to do 100% of. So I think I talked about that around the Preston Park idea. And the same is sort of true of the ideas around Harmony, because there are, you know, have been ideas floated to, you know, make the entire thing green space and eliminate all the parking spaces, down to eliminate some portion of them, you know. So, and the way around piece, if you follow that through, you'll see that it requires fairly small reductions of parking all the way along, right, to make it happen. So, you know, taking 5 on-street spaces here to make room for a bike area, reconfiguration in the parking lot to make room. It's not a wholesale elimination of parking, but it's a series of reductions. And so there needs to be, as you think about what the community's priorities are going to be for implementation, a recognition that you probably can't do every single idea until the, you know, demand for public parking changes substantially. There's some other parking option.
So can I, when would we have that discussion, and how would we get the public engaged in that conversation? Because we obviously, given people's anxiety around not enough parking, even though we know we have more than enough parking, how do we make sure that if we started taking parking spaces away, people wouldn't go nuts?
I mean, it's definitely a next step after the plan, after this plan is done.
Yeah.
But I think it needs to be part of your envisioning how you might move pieces of it forward.
I think it can come in kind of pieces, and
so not to be discussed within the next 2 months.
I think so.
I don't think
Necessarily.
I don't think we're going to be able to kind of rally consent around.
Yeah, and it could, you know, it's also probably true that each of the ideas could end up with sort of a group of core supporters. You know, there's people with different interests and level of support and different approaches. So
I feel like we'd have to look at, you know, the benefits, like, so if we're talking Preston Lot versus Harmony versus, I don't know, something else, and kind of figure out what are the pros and cons of each, and kind of work through it that way, and then bring it out to the public.
Okay.
As we try to move a project forward or something.
Okay. And then also sort of in the wrap-up end of the strategies would be recommendations related to programming, and then a set of recommendations related to public art. Really more focused on funding and managing those, rather than necessarily specific, you know, recommendations for, you know, put some murals here or sculpture there, or, you know, have live music here on, you know, there's been some of that. There's been a lot of discussion in the recommendations around doing those type of activities in various places downtown, but you know, it's not going to be that kind of a strategy where it's detailed to that level. It's really more about how the town can fund and manage that going ahead. So I threw out 5 questions, and I don't necessarily mean that we have to discuss and resolve them all tonight, and I only gave them to you here now. I actually just wanted to think that these are important ones to have on your radar and to be thinking about. I'm assuming I'm here tonight presenting this. We have a May type deadline.
Yeah, we have a May.
So one of the questions I had is an administrative one, is whether you want to see me again next month with hopefully the rest of the material filled in at that point. And then there was the idea of scheduling a public presentation. So just in terms of the pieces that are left to accomplish, it probably isn't absolutely necessary that the public presentation happen before the, whatever the May cutoff grant date is. But you know, we need to have the product essentially ready by then. So these are things that I think are kind of the more critical policy points that the design plan is encountering. In some ways, we can present more than one option for a couple of these things, but should we be making a recommendation? So the bike lane question on Main Street, as it's written now, the plan makes a recommendation against doing the bike lanes on Main Street and for doing the other option, the way around option, based on that, the fact that it would be probably not possible to get bike lanes the full length of Main Street, and if you did put them in, you wouldn't be able to widen the sidewalks. Where they are pressable, you couldn't widen the sidewalks. So it's sort of a question of, it's a trade-off question again, so it's the bike lane or the sidewalk question. The same one comes up with the rail trail pathway connection and whether you even want to go into that with this. The question is also, I think, ties to where do you want to put time and energy on the municipality's part, and try to also maybe guide community activity towards the projects that you think are going to move the overall vision forward more effectively or are more productive uses. The rail trail concept has some significant challenges and costs. There may be a way to get to a lot of the benefits of the rail trail without that, at least the connection, without having to encounter those challenges at first. And there could be, energy and resources put to other components of the project instead of to a bigger, more difficult piece. So I think that's some of the choices you have to make. It's like what the plan, by setting forth implementation and trying to help structure priorities, you're kind of hoping to direct community energy and resources. Municipal, yes, but also community, the public community as well. So in some ways, I was trying to give some sense of the feasibility. Here, I have both the feasibility and the challenges. So for some of these things, to lay those out in so that people have some better information about, or some more complete information for making these kind of decisions.
I remember that we talked about the Main Street bike lanes when you were here before, but I don't remember us talking about the rail trail.
No, we didn't, because that's sort of come up since I was here last.
Yeah, actually, Stephen Dotson, who is our sustainability coordinator, just walked in. He's been doing research on the rail trail. Stephen, this is Brandy Saxton.
Hi, Brandy, nice to meet you.
So it's actually great that he walked into the room and
the rail trail discussion.
I've shared your information with Stephen. Stephen's also had some conversations with the Friends of the West River Trail. I don't know if you want to back up and take these one by one. I'm kind of anxious to jump in on a couple of them, but also want to hear from you.
Yeah, I like the idea one by one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Should we start with number one?
Yeah.
Sure. That's always a good place to start.
I think just for me going through this, the piece of information that was the most telling for deciding one way or the other on that is just that you said there isn't room at all the intersections to accommodate this infrastructure infrastructure all the way up and down Main Street.
Right, so let me get to that.
Yeah. And the pictures of the sidewalks were really like, oh, they hit me really hard. I'm like, oh boy, those sidewalks
Yeah.
are so narrow.
They are narrow.
And having had to navigate them with a stroller.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I like the idea of focusing on pedestrian and expanding public space on the sidewalks on Main Street and moving this transportation line for multimodal stuff back.
I agree with you, Jess. I know when we were doing the charrette, I think trying to play around and figure out how to fit them on Main Street was really, really challenging, and I would rather see wider sidewalks so that you can walk more than two people, you know, side by side and somebody coming the other way, or so that if a restaurant wanted to have outside seating or, you know, some sort of parklet or something, I think the social interaction would be better. I think that certainly, you know, there are some bicyclists that would use bike lanes maybe, but I think the greater benefit would be towards pedestrians.
It'd be easier to walk a bike on a wider sidewalk.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think, you know, I would like to make sure that we have a path into downtown on bicycles. We had the pop-up on Flat Street. I think that there is room on Flat Street to kind of get into downtown. We're going to be looking at it on High Street.
Yeah, that was one of the things in looking at doing the way around route, that you basically, you're obviously crossing the side street. So you're crossing over Flat, you're crossing over LA, crossing over, and there are opportunities to improve the access down if you were on bicycle there. So the High Street intersection, if you think of coming out of the tunnel there, if you turn right and you're on your bicycle, there's actually quite a bit of room between there and the Main Street intersection. So while we were focused in that on providing the cycle track from the tunnel up to High Grove parking lot, there's actually no reason it couldn't go to Main Street too, or to Plenty, right? It's not, there's space, and there's not a physical obstruction there. So that's some of the things to look at as well. And the ideas around Flat Street were around exploring the idea of making it one way and really then being able to provide that widened sidewalk. I mean, that's already got fairly low traffic numbers, so that makes it a reasonable place to be with a bicycle as well, possibly. So I think the idea of being able to bike around the back and then pop down essentially where you need to be onto Main Street instead of having to traverse Main Street to get to where you want to be would work.
Yeah, I think, Sue, you said a key term that I agree with. The wider benefit, or the greater benefit here, is to if it's one or the other, you know, bike lanes on Main Street or enhancing the sidewalks. I think my vote is for the sidewalks too. Whether it's because they're more heavily used or it's a more diverse group of people, I think there's more benefit to be had by enhancing that. But regarding the way around, I feel like when this was first brought up, I liked it because, I mean, I still do, but I liked it because I often take that while I'm walking, because I live down south of the food co-op, and if I need to go to the municipal building or the library, I'll take that back road, and it's kind of for novelty and more quiet, and for those reasons. But for bicycling, I don't think I'll ever bike that, personally, because I'm not so scared or wary of Main Street, and Main Street would probably be 1/3 of the time, because it's just a straight shot. You know, and I bike without a helmet too, you know, so I'm not everyone here, but you know, so the only thing I can think for Main Street that that I would like to is maybe, you know, does this happen every winter where the plows pretty much make the sidewalks and the crosswalks disappear? Like you can't see and that's a pedestrian thing. But I'm saying like marks on the roads.
Yeah.
Well, you know those little things that are halfway in the road that say pedestrians crossing. those sorts of things will slow traffic down, I think, and make them more conscious of bicyclists and pedestrians.
You're talking about the paint wearing off and having
Yeah,
some
some
other
sidewalks.
sort of signal.
Yeah, I don't know if they redo that every.
It does, it does.
Oh, they do. That's how
Yeah,
fast
yeah,
it wears away.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. No, they repainted, that's a
Mhm.
sort of spring
Yeah, it's kind of a
thing,
spring.
Mhm.
is they come out and repaint
Yeah.
the street.
But as far as enhancing it for bicyclists, I don't know, some signs or some sharrows on Main
Mm-hmm.
Street if we can do that. But
The traffic levels are counts are too high to do it as a
Oh, okay.
share on Main Street. There are numbers where
Mhm.
you can do it that way. I mean, I think the
So
bicyclists that are comfortable using Main Street now will continue
Exactly.
continue to do that.
Mhm.
And so I think it just opens up the potential to bicycle to people who now
Mhm.
don't have a route.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, the person who's a, serious bicyclist, transportation-oriented bicyclist will probably still choose
Mhm.
to move with traffic.
Yeah, if people aren't in a rush, or they're new to the area, or they're tourists, or if there's easy or fun, novel things to see along the way around, then I think it's an awesome thing
And-
to promote and enhance.
The reduction of on-street parking on Main Street, which is part of the sidewalk recommendations, might reduce some of the conflict for bicyclists too, because it's one less one less avenue of moving vehicle to encounter, or door opening in front of you or something like that. So. It's still probably not going to make Main Street a lovely place to bicycle, but.
So is everybody comfortable with that?
Yeah, I'm in agreement with the group for the reasons that were articulated. I think that people who are comfortable using Main Street now for bicycling will probably continue to do so. And having one of the options for a way around that for people who are not comfortable on Main Street and a bicycle would be nice. If I had to prioritize use of Main Street for something, I would say foot traffic, because that's how people get in and out of stores. It's also going to be how people with disabilities access things. So making it so there's a clear path for people to be able to do that would be the priority for me.
You couldn't still weigh in on this. No, that's, she's on that committee, isn't she?
Well, she's on the Brattleboro Coalition for Active Transportation. No, I mean, they were the ones that did the bike lane pop-up, and I think, yeah, I mean, I'm not sure that they would have an issue. We had spent some time talking about the difficulty of biking on Main Street and some restrictions or constrictions and stuff, so.
It's also not to get sidetracked, but it's also you discussed the number of trucks
Mhm.
on Main Street in here and the
Oh, yeah.
incentivizing of having larger trucks going through town, which I know is one of the things people
Yeah, that was a
have
great catch.
mentioned many
Should
times in
invite
the
the legislators
surveys.
to one of these meetings.
I wouldn't want
Just
to
say, look at
Main
this great
Street with those
recommendation
trucks.
to change the rules of the state highways.
That seems like a no-brainer, we should,
Yeah.
we should.
It's just something-
It's federal, it's not state.
No,
Oh.
it is a state.
Oh, no, really?
It's the state limit is higher
That's a lot.
than the federal limit on the state highway.
Okay.
So it's,
Yeah, okay.
you could either get the feds to raise theirs on the interstate, which seems unlikely, or get the
Okay.
state to lower theirs on the state highway.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I've always
It's-
reviewed, I've always.
Yeah, it's one or the other.
Oh,
Yeah.
so if the state lowers it on state highways,
If
then
they
that
match
would
the
mean like
feds,
certain
there would
heavy
not
trucks
be-
just kind of aren't even allowed then?
Well, no, it would just eliminate the incentive. I mean, there's certain kinds of, I mean, that's why you have certain types of loads, like log trucks, for instance. They're very heavy. And so you can load them more if you're gonna take them on the state highways than if
Right.
you're gonna load them and take them on the interstate.
Which is why 9 out of 10, I haven't done a scientific study, but it seems to me like 9 out of 10 of those trucks that go by are logging trucks when you're
Well, let's not
watching them.
forget that Sir Sosimo's down
Right.
on 142. It's
Yeah.
hard to know what's local and what's not.
Yeah, it is, you'd have some, you obviously would still have some local traffic through as well, but there's, there are certain types of loads that right now are more likely to be found on state highways throughout the state.
Well, maybe it's an interesting implementation step, though, to talk about lobbying the state legislators, because we've always talked about it in terms of the federal rules.
Yeah, and the differences amongst, it's actually interesting to look at across the states. There's, if you really want to geek out on this, you can go look this weight limit, truck weight limits across the states. You can go look at this on state highways, and you can see that they are all over the place. Some, align with the federal ones. Some are significantly more. It depends. If you're in Texas, I guess it's a very different, economic and infrastructure model
It
too.
would be interesting to know what other towns who share Route 5 as their main street, which is a fair number of towns in Vermont, thought about that. And I'm sorry, I know I just took us way off topic. No. But I'd be interested
It's
to.
something we hear all the time.
To
Yeah,
hear
and
if
it's-
that comes up in other towns that also use Route 5 as their main
And
street.
Route 7 and Route 2.
Yeah, that's a good example
Yeah,
too.
yeah. So I mean, it is definitely something that you see, and so you might notice. You can start noticing now that when you see a log truck on the state highway, it's usually filled up more than a log truck that you see on the interstate.
Okay.
Well, it's interesting, I mean, the total, not to mention the kind of noise that it makes, but the wear and tear on the state highways and the
There
funding
is
that
that.
we're getting. I mean, look at Route 9. I think it's a mess. It's way overdue to be rebuilt, and yet we're allowing these heavier loads. There's a lot to balance there.
Yeah, this is an interesting one to think about, but.
So
there's
so
that
we
one.
did one.
We
What
did
about
one.
two?
So number 2, so I haven't obviously written this one yet, and there's no need to make any sort of recommendation on this if you don't want to. But then again, I thought if you did want to think about this and offer some perspective, what you might think would be.
So I'm wondering if, Stephen, would you be willing to talk a little bit about the research you've done and conversations you've had?
Sure. So where this segment stands between the bridge and the museum is that Friends of the West River Trail has presented the problem to safety officers, both for the federal level. The Northeast Federal Safety Officers come and walk the trails or the track and identified that there's a safety issue here. And now we've moved through the railroad safety person into their real estate branch, and they have drawing that lays out on the map where the proposed trail would go, and we're trying to push them to grant an easement or some sort of right-of-way or some lease agreement that could enable that trail to go in. I and others in the planning department have skepticism about where this trail is running exactly and how Friends of the West River Trail plans on.
Can I ask, are they putting it on the water side? Is their vision is
side.
it's on the water side?
Indeed.
Do they think that are they ignoring the second track and hoping that they will not have to measure off the second track for their setback, but off the primary?
No, the second track, center of that track, 11-foot offset is what
They came back with 11.
yeah, or
From the railroad?
That's what the
or-
ask is 11.
The
the ask was 11, but the trail itself is farther away from that on 90%.
Taking that West River and attaching it here and going.
And
back.
and I can share drawings too if people are
Wow.
curious of seeing. Are
Yeah, but
they
it's
looking at it right now?
No, she's looking at it.
Yeah, I'm looking at the map that's.
Oh,
here.
sure.
Not this
Yeah,
map.
no,
So it would come here,
Yeah.
cross Putney Road.
I can pull it
No,
up.
it would come.
Let's
up
get to
here,
us
kinda go
to a map
under-
situation.
Yeah,
So
I
I'm
can
gonna pull up
I can
Google
point and
Maps.
grow.
I just need to
Under the
get to a
railroad
bridge.
bridge.
Up
share.
onto the sidewalk
And
and
then
down.
hit the West River.
So.
I was on the workaround, walk around, make around, whatever that thing was.
Yeah.
Sounds like a song.
Way around.
The way around, yes. There's a simple name for it. No, I can't get it back to where it was. Go back.
So then would
There's no
would it continue down along the Connecticut?
Until the Whetstone Station, and that would be a place for parking and
Oh, nice.
yeah.
And how would it interact with the summer residents that are in that area?
Down by the river. I think they would have a much more direct route to downtown, and that they'd be able to get back and forth from where they live to downtown that much quicker, like any resident.
Hopefully more
And safer.
safely, yeah.
And there will be more people along that area, which means it's more better kept, and people, fewer nefarious things could happen there. I'll say this, that I think it's less of a challenge at this point to get the easement. I think the bigger challenge is going to be them designing where the trail runs and figuring out how to manage all the different pieces of the floodplain and the different.
Permitting.
Yeah, and the actually engineering of the trail to make it work for that location.
I was looking for the files I sent you.
Would it be a
Steven
dirt
has
track?
seen
It's
the
not gonna
files.
be.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to be an impermeable surface, right? I think it could be, I don't know, maybe a gravel or some sort of rough, but that part hasn't been crossed yet. There's a need for a bridge to go over a stream at certain points.
There's a lot of grade issues.
Yes.
Because if you haven't walked along the railroad tracks, it falls off again to the water. So the railroad tracks, it sort of like comes down a cliff, there's the tracks that are flat, and then there's another dam along a lot of it.
Yeah.
Walnut Street or whatever.
Yeah.
Roughly how far would it be from the active track?
So what they've been working from is there's on the west side of there's an active line, then there's a fence, and then there's an inactive line on the riverside, right? And then we've been going 11-foot offset from the center of those two tracks.
Oh, okay.
And then even further is where the trail is based, but that 11-foot mark is the bare minimum that they think they could get away with ever. However, we did
Where
see.
did they come up with 11 feet?
Jason Cooper.
I think it's kind of federal, like, there's
As far
been
as I
meetings
can
with
find.
rails, with trails.
Yeah, as far as I can find, it's 15, but okay. We'll give them their 4 feet.
Okay.
But you said it's 11 feet off of the center, so track 1, track 2, they're going 11 feet from the middle, or 11 feet
from
off
the center of the second.
Second.
Of the
So
track.
that may end up being 15 feet dead center from both, right?
No, they're not. They're 15 feet apart from each other. From center to center, they're
Okay.
15 feet apart.
Okay. So, yeah.
Okay.
Don't know where that number came from, but.
Yeah, the one I gave you the example of in the Massachusetts one, that the fence was at the 15-foot mark. And so that's the other thing, is that it would require a fence as well. So there's a lot of.
How are we paying for that?
I know that there's
Friends
a
of the
lot
West River
of.
Trail.
They have money.
I don't know these things, but they continue to be gung-ho for this. I think they could raise money rather convincingly for this project, though.
I know that there's a lot of challenges to this. I am not in favor of taking it out, recommending against the trail, because I think that having a trail along the river is an entirely different experience of, rather
It's
than
very
using the way around in One-Tasket. I mean, I love to walk on One-Tasket, but they're really kind of two different
It's
things.
achieving the connection. It's not giving you the waterfront amenity.
Yeah, no, and all the benefits
We're
that
never
come with
gonna get
trails.
the waterfront amenity, right? I mean, because the railroad's gonna always keep that property.
Right, but you might get a right of way or some sort of easement or something to have a trail there. I mean, I think that's.
Right, but the trail,
we should
yes, I'm saying
acknowledge
the
that-
trail is the best we can do
Right, right.
in order to get to
Because
the
it's
river.
active, yeah.
Is this an either-or
It's not,
conversation?
it's,
Okay.
so the question I have, because we did on the question of the Main Street bike lanes make a recommendation, because it is kind of like there isn't room for both. The rider sidewalks and the bike lanes, we make a recommendation in here. Sue had asked that we incorporate, because of the work you guys are doing, the rail trail. My thought was, if we're going to incorporate the rail trail, we should point out that you could actually get the connection that you need over the existing street network without the rail trail still. But there isn't a need necessarily to recommend that the town focus on one over the other.
In any of the public outreach, did you, I mean, I just feel like anytime I talk to people, they said, get us close to the river, we wanna have the river, we wanna have access to the river. I mean, it just seems like
Comes
that's
up a lot.
Yeah,
Mm.
this would answer that. question.
I think it helps revitalize a part of the town that's kind of forgotten, and
Yeah.
people are pushed to the margins there. If you bring more people in, it's going to revitalize that area, it's going to make it feel safer, feel more alive.
I think when you think about it in context of the Hinsdale Bridge becoming a pedestrian and
Right.
kind of creating this
Right.
trails hub down there, I know it's challenging, but I wouldn't want to recommend against it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I like that there's already community energy and leadership around.
Mm.
So it's like, it can actually happen, maybe.
Right.
And why not get behind that?
And it seems like it would also play right into the museum development if that's going to happen as well.
I do want to say, I don't dislike the way around path. I mean, people are using that on foot anyway. I use it. You mentioned you use
Yeah,
it.
this
I
is-
see people doing it. Yeah.
Yeah, this would be an addition.
This is,
Yeah.
yeah.
This is
Yeah, I think it'd be nice to keep both on the table.
but what was the, well, this is separate from that though. But what's the Wantastaquit Drive proposal, like what would
So
that
you could
entail?
come up from the marina.
Right.
You just have a short distance to make up on the main road.
Well, I know,
And then you get onto
I
Wantastiquit.
know what the route is, but what would it entail the town doing?
You
Putting a
could,
sign up?
basically it's a sign and some, maybe some
Saying, hey,
sheriff.
this road already exists, but it's a good one, so take it
So,
around there?
Probably
Yeah.
a crosswalk improvement.
Crosswalk
Okay.
improvements.
Which
and-
is
Yeah.
not so easy because visibility is poor. when
It
you
is,
want
it's
it.
not the bestest crossing point, but, I mean, there's all, I don't know how they're thinking they're going to get, across by the substation with the rail trail plan.
Right,
But
I
you,
wonder.
whatever that plan is, you could actually still do that and still come on into.
No, I think that's the idea. You would
Right.
come up and
Under.
then come under.
The
Under the
railroad.
bridges
Under the
from-
bridge.
Both
and then you
bridges.
Come up on the other side.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so, I mean,
So
there's,
so you stay on the west side of the driving bridge, on the shoulder?
That's what Jason Cooper's talking about. Just for the record, that's what Jason Cooper's talking about.
so there could be other ways to get onto the I can never say it, Wantastiquit. Wantastiquit. Drive.
Sorry,
Let's just face it, I'm not
a QU.
I'm not from Brattleboro. I can't say it. There are ways to get, there could potentially be a way to get on there if you could get around the substation, around the backside of the substation or something like that, right? So you could put the crossing further down the hill or something than where it is. So that there is some possibilities there that could be looked at. But basically the traffic levels are so low, it's just a residential street, that it is actually appropriate to be a sharo. So you could sign it to be a sharo, and then it comes up through. I think then you go on to Harris or North or something like that. You come out. You basically come out right at the common.
Yeah, you come in.
It's a pretty common neighborhood to walk through.
It is.
I know I enjoy it when I go downtown, so.
Yeah.
So I don't think the neighbors will have much of an issue with all the pedestrian traffic. Because there shouldn't
People
be much
walk
of
there
a
all the
difference,
time.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So,
So I mean,
Yep.
even if that's an interim improvement to make the connection, to help get people from one end to the other, it's well, they raised the millions of dollars it's going to take to build the rail trail. So that's there.
Maybe when we have the Green Mountain Power people back again talking about the redesign of the substation, we can ask them about that.
Oh, well.
Okay.
So do you feel like you have direction on that?
Yeah, so we'll lay out the options, but we will not, we'll avoid making a recommendation.
We don't want to recommend against the rail trail.
Yeah. So, the next one talks about, how far, as I'm starting to work with Andrew on the implementation program, how far down the path of talking about the money do you want to go, I guess?
Yes.
As far as you can go.
So there is obviously the improvement district taxes that could be used to further the recommendations of the plan. So that's something that the implementation program could look at, is how those monies are allocated and suggest some, perhaps not, some distribution of them amongst some of these goals.
And do we have some idea of what that distribution looks like now?
They have, I think it increased, I think it's around $80,000 that is collected from the downtown property owners in the district. And they are all DBA, Downtown Brattleboro Alliance is their funding. So, yeah, I mean, I don't have it with me, but they have a distribution of it for programs that they do.
So in some ways, it's this plan making a recommendation about how the DBA allocates its resources, which are technically the municipality's resources.
So, yeah.
Well, but the municipality made the decision that DBA is their downtown.
Right, right. So it's sort of a weird line, I guess
It
is
is
what
a
I'm
weird line.
trying to point out.
Well, wait a minute.
Does the DBA ever like justify their spending and stuff and like
Yeah, every
have
year.
some
Every year.
It's approved by representative town meeting.
Right.
It's on the ballot.
as a separate
As a-
separate ballot question? It's standalone or just part of the
I
15
believe
million?
it's standalone. I think it's.
Yeah, that's been contentious.
So if, well, what if the, I mean, the DBA hasn't been much of a participant in this process? Have they?
We had early discussions with them.
Yeah.
So would you characterize them as enthusiastic participants who would say, oh, great, we have a plan, now we're gonna implement it using our money?
I don't have any evidence to support that.
Well, I don't think that I would want to be an organization and be told how to spend my money. I mean, I think we'd have to have those conversations with them. I don't think it's fair to say, here's our plan, and you should take 50,000 of your operating funds and do it.
Is there a follow-up plan with them to share?
Not right now, but definitely there's a plan to share the information. I guess for me, I feel like those conversations need to be had, and I think that taking even DBA out of it, I don't know how I don't think the support would be there for the property owners that pay that tax, that they are responsible for infrastructure betterment projects, just them. I think they benefit the entire town. I mean, as it is, the whole flower program, which, is, people enjoy the flowers in the, all 4 seasons or 3 seasons, and, visitors come to Brattleboro and recognize it. It's primarily paid by those downtown property owners, so I think there's a bigger discussion of what is the benefit and what does downtown bring to the entire community, and is it fair that there's just those property owners paying?
But they've also had a program the last year that activates public spaces.
They did?
And they've brought in musicians and artists and community game leaders and paid them a small amount of money to perform or do their thing.
So that's the sort of thing that could come out of the recommendations is, to provide support for that type of programming, how to, basically recommendations about how to allocate some of those resources amongst the competing priorities, so.
I should also, I just do want to say I am an ex officio member of the DBA board.
Okay, so I guess I need some clarification on this point 3 then. Is some portion of the improvement district taxes, is that money, basically is that DBA money? Or is there other improvement district taxes that we might be able to play with? In other words, so this recommendation is essentially doing what you said, which is this is going to say, DBA, you should do X, Y, Z, and here's our plan. And so we should tell you not to do that, based on what you just said. We won't tell them what to do.
The DDA gets 100% of the improvement.
That's how it's been allocated up till now. So us putting forward a recommendation would be, we're suggesting you not give DBA.
Yeah.
Right.
Full funding.
You see what I'm saying?
We're suggesting that you use.
Because it wouldn't be DBA spending the money to implement these things.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
So, all right, so rather us recommending to DBA, we're recommending to
the town.
The town, give us some of that money and we're gonna
Right.
execute our plan.
I mean,
And I guess, to me, a piece of that would be like mission-based. Do we think that the improvement district taxes, the DBA is really focused on economic development and economic vibrancy and activity, focused on the small businesses downtown. And I think that if we were to think about making a recommendation of a different use of those funds, then it would need to come with a different motivation for activating a space, right?
Right.
Particularly, I think one of the things that you identified in here was this sense of safety and not feeling comfortable, not knowing the weird people that are downtown or the people that are panhandling. And I don't know if that might fall under an inclusivity sort of program or investment that might not directly relate to the economic development piece that the DBA really is focused on.
I wouldn't say the DBA is just focused on the economic development. I mean, it's property owners in the downtown, so there's residential as well. So it is a quality of life in the downtown. There is a large focus on economic development because we want our downtown to be successful and the stores successful, because that's good for everybody. But I would,
Okay.
just be careful. I wouldn't just say that they're
I didn't know that it included
economic development.
residents.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, residents can be members.
yeah, my understanding is that DBA does allocate some of those resources towards things like programming and
Yeah.
supporting community events and programming and arts and things like that. But probably right now there isn't money necessarily being directed to the actual physical improvements, perhaps, that could be used. So like, say, fixing sidewalks. Right.
No,
So
DBA doesn't. I mean, that's tax,
none of that
right?
business
That's
improvement
that
district
is
tax
the
money goes to say fix sidewalks.
Yeah.
But that is under the umbrella of what you can do with business improvement tax or district money. That's one of the things that you could spend that money on legitimately. That's enough. It's an improvement to the area, right? So it would qualify. So that's the kind of question to look at. So as we're looking at identifying potential funding sources for some of the recommendations in here, do those tax dollars, are they on the table to be something to be talked about as to how they're spent?
That seems like such a bigger conversation. I mean, that
It is a bigger, and I wouldn't want to have it without having DBA.
Right, I mean,
in
the
room.
DBA ought to be here and probably other stakeholders as well. I'm curious about, it seems to me, I guess I'm curious why you only pick the improvement district taxes as opposed to all the other potential sources for income that.
Well, I feel that those are legitimately on the table to be discussed in the plan. This is the one where it's a question of whether you want to talk about how that money is being used now. I mean, I think we can legitimately say, yes, the town should be allocating more just property tax dollars to sidewalk repair, right? Without having a policy discussion around that to the same degree, I guess.
It seems to make sense to have these in there because people don't know necessarily that money, where that money is coming from and where that money is going. And as long as the DBA isn't going to get shirty about us talking about their money.
No, that's what happens sometimes. Yeah, feels like that.
I don't disagree, I just never heard that word.
Oh.
I'll look it up later, so
Yeah,
take up
okay.
any time now for that.
Okay. No, because it does seem to me, any kind of public conversation is an opportunity for people to be informed about various different sorts of things. And $80,000 is not a small amount of money. It's nice to know that money is there. And in the off chance that the DBA would like to collaborate with us on taking forward some of these recommendations, then that's worth having a conversation.
It's worth having a conversation. I mean, we can definitely invite the executive director here. I will tell you that $80,000 is not their entire budget. They fundraise, they seek grants to do their work as well. So as a downtown, having a designated downtown, you are required to have some sort of organization that's, providing these certain types of programs. That is a requirement of the designated downtown. I think that maybe some things that are on the table would be, what if the downtown district was expanded? There's been some discussion about that, we looked at it the last time we were, no, actually it was a while ago. Should the designated downtown be expanded? Maybe that brings in more tax dollars, maybe it gets allocated in a different way. But I just think
So do you think
it's a big discussion that would be.
take it out of the plan? So I'm getting a distinct impression.
I would rather have DBA here to kind of make the argument as to why. I don't want to speak on their behalf, but I just think it's a tricky one.
And I don't necessarily think this is something you have to answer tonight. I think as we come around to look at the recommendations in the next round of looking at this, that I'm just highlighting this as a potential policy area where there could be some issues to be resolved.
Great, super. Shall we go on?
And I think I would just add, it's, if the planning commission wanted to take that discussion up with the select board when DBA is submitting their, they submit the budget, it gets approved by the select board, there's a whole process for it. Just need to think about
Is
that.
there any wording anywhere that says what improvement district taxes have to be used for?
No, no.
I'll look that up.
Well, there is some statutory requirements around what they can be used for, or regular. And probably isn't statute.
It's the state, right?
It's the state.
So the state has the rule about you have to have a designated downtown improvement group. I don't know what the term is, and there's some rules about that.
Yeah, if you look at the authorizing language for the taxes, I think there is some.
We might have an ordinance as well that.
List of what you can use them.
I know we definitely have a downtown improvement district ordinance.
Okay, that'd be good to see.
Wow.
Yeah.
In statute.
But what's nice about you identifying like this particular money source is that it makes it really tangible. Instead of saying, the town should invest in doing better sidewalks. And then throw that on the town to figure out. I like the tangibility of some sort of sourcing money plan.
Yeah, we probably need more than just this one.
Yeah, it's clearly not to fund the.
No, fund very much.
Yeah, so
that's municipal government, that's finding grants, that's using the downtown transportation program to, get funding for new sidewalks and stuff like that.
Is where we're landing on, it seems like where we're landing on three is not necessarily to make a recommendation, but that we do want to keep it open for discussion and to include DBA in that discussion. I think that's a good idea.
Great. So, are we ready to go on to 4?
Yeah, so I bring up 4 because one of the things that Andrew and I talked about when we talked about how the implementation the strategy piece, the next steps in here is going to get put together, is one way to think about it would be to run through sort of and organize it by who's responsible, basically, to carry out some of these elements. So, what are you looking for from, in terms of how Public Works is, what they might prioritize downtown, recreation, might do with some of the public spaces downtown, how the policing strategy is set up for downtown. There's a lot of places where you could make more specific recommendations on municipal either work investment approach.
Given the nature of the conversations that have gone on in this town for the last year and a half, it seems to me it would be extraordinarily presumptuous of the planning commission, or maybe I'll just say personalizing this presumption from me, to start telling the police or the maintenance departments sort of how to carry out their work. I mean, it seems like this is sort of similar to the last question, and if we wanted to move forward, it might be worthwhile for us to say, well, we kind of like some of these ideas, let's talk to the people responsible in those areas about how feasible these things are, what their thoughts are on them, as opposed to telling, I mean, I wouldn't want to, you know.
I think I would push back a little bit on that, because with the full town plan that we have, there are definitely jobs assigned to committees, assigned to departments. And that was part of the whole planning and implementation. Like, it's not just a plan to get people interested and excited about the vision of our town. It's actually to accomplish these things. And I think that, I mean, as the structure exists with the town plan, it's not like we're treading into new territory necessarily by including some recommendations there.
So I think there's probably a fine line. So if we're talking about vegetation management, you know, I'm much more comfortable saying, okay, we have departments in town, or, you know, we've got a tree warden, or whatever, we've got this process that we can work through. I do not think we should be here telling the police department how they should be staffing and where they should be sending police officers. I think that is out of our purview and is not any, you know, I don't want to tell them how to police downtown.
Yeah.
I think there's been enough discussion about how they police in downtown that I just don't think that.
But just like you wouldn't tell somebody how or when to water plants and what sort of fertilizer to give them.
Exactly.
You would say, we want some plants, can you take care of that? The best way that you know how. I think there are some safety and feelings that were identified in here that we can say, hey, community members feel like this is a problem.
But
here.
Those recommendations, I mean, we've heard those both in the plan and also in the daily newspapers about, you know, some people feel anxious about the underhoused population wandering the streets. Other people feel like it's not an issue. And I mean, I gathered, I mean, the police and the select board have been going around and around in circles in the respectful way to make sure that as many people as can be made happy by what they're doing. And I guess that's what I'm concerned about, is this sort of notion that we get the feeling there are a lot of people had strong opinions and they responded to our survey about it's icky, it's grungy, I hate it, I'm not going there anymore. Why would I sit in those spaces? They're unpleasant. And how do we make a recommendation to sort of, I mean, we should make a recommendation to say that we should have more pleasant spaces, but how to accomplish that pleasantness, I think it would be nice to have a conversation.
Yeah, I just think, I agree with you. And I think there's ways we can address those things other than policing, like crime prevention through environmental design, more lighting on some of the side streets, brightening up the transportation center that Brandy has pointed out in this plan. And I think if we highlight those, we need to highlight the programmatic ways of making downtown safer than having to police it, when obviously there, like Sue said, there has been those discussions. There is a police officer, I believe, or one or two that are downtown a lot of the hours, and there is Project Care. And I think if we can highlight what this plan is trying to get at, really in this plan, and then the priority, if that's a high priority, maybe that's a way we could do it.
I mean, I agree, this is a public design plan, like it's a design for the public spaces.
Yeah, no, I'm responding to the language here that says town departments and or policing.
It's maintenance and or, so I wanted to get the policing one in there because there is some language around the, you know, patrol, approaches to patrol, basically.
Right.
So it is kind of the question of how far beyond physical design do you want to go with the recommendations?
And I guess that's where I think that there's so much work that's been going on. I mean, it's sort of similar to the parking study. There's plenty of parking, but there are still people who say that we don't have enough parking in this town. We have to decide that those people just are always gonna feel like there's not enough parking, because we know there's enough parking and we're sort of moving ahead. There's people who think that the town is unsafe. Everybody's trying to work to make it safer. We're just gonna have to move ahead without telling the police what to do, assuming that some people who are always gonna feel unsafe, because we're always gonna feel unsafe. Rather than, I agree with more lighting, all those sorts of things, the classical music and the alcohol.
Yeah, just.
But I wouldn't put recommendations for maintenance activities by town departments and or policing.
I wonder if there is a set of positive recommendations we could make on policing. For example, when there are rallies or parades or walks, or encouraging more support or other, I'm not sure.
I think that they are professionals, and I don't feel like I'm in a position to tell them how to police. They're very prepared, they're very professional. They've got their protocol. I'm not sure the planning commission is the right place to be putting that out there. Well, actually, I'm sure that the planning commission is not things.
So I think that, if I'm understanding right, the question is really how to focus this effort, right? This report that we're coming up with, and I think, I'm not sure I'm totally like closed. I'm still open to a persuasive argument, but I think where I'm landing is I think I would focus on programmatic things like you were describing earlier in this report, and not focus the energy as much on I don't know what to call it. What did you call it? The recommendations for activities by town departments. I would maybe not focus as much on that stuff, so not as much on maintenance or policing activities, and focus more on the programmatic things like the lighting or the increased visibility in areas for as ways of improving safety in terms of things that feel to me more closely aligned to what the Planning Commission's mission is.
In that, I hear work for Public Works, I hear work for the Rec Department, I hear work for the Town Arts Council. So we'd be making recommendations for those groups.
Yeah, I was thinking more about the safety, and maybe I misunderstood the question, but I was focusing my head on the safety question.
Oh, you said programmatic, sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, the plan obviously requires people to do work. There's no question about that.
And maintain.
And yeah, I mean, but it's more, I think, sort of telling them where to go and how to do their jobs that we want to shy away from. There's also, I think, the plan as written can go towards making sure those people who say the place is unsafe we've heard that, and we can talk about, eyes on the street and this sort of Jane Jacobs sort of thing. We make these public spaces, we have more people out here, they're gonna feel safer. It's not necessarily about having a cop there. It can also be, we do these programmatic things, and that way I think if people feel, they do need to know that we've heard that, so the plan has to reflect it in some way, but I guess it should reflect it not in a way that sort of says we need more.
I think in the point I was trying to make before with the public gatherings and protests and things like that is that sometimes it can be a burden on activating space to have the police say, yes, but you need an officer there and you need to pay this fee to have that happen.
That's true.
So that can be a burden on activating space, and that would be something that a policy that they could change or a value system that they could amend to support more public activity.
That's interesting.
Well, I need to check that, because I'm not sure, not every use of public space in that manner requires a police officer, so I think it's, and the town has certainly waived fees. The climate change march last year, there was no fees on that. You know, there's a rally coming up, I don't know, in Plenty Park that, you know, was small, doesn't need, you know, so I guess I need to understand when it is that some safety protection is required.
Maybe I can just offer a question. From what I hear here, I think what you guys are really wrestling with is, does this plan change anything in public space and in this design that should be made aware to these departments and would change the way it's maintained or policed currently? Is there anything that should be brought out as, this is different, it may need new consideration from such and such and such and such to handle it differently? I don't know that there is that in this plan, but I think that's the question that this is trying to get at. Like, is there something new here that's being presented that changes the physical space enough that we need to say, we need to point at it and say, hey, think about this, because this just changed in how we maintain our physical space and police it. I don't know that there is. That would be where I plan. But I also think your question's valid, but I don't I don't know that, I don't see the design process so much playing into that question. Like, I think barriers to using public spaces is a really important concern to take forward, but maybe it belongs in different communication or a different effort. I don't know. I'm new to this as well, so I get to play the new guy.
But it's I mean, the point is well taken. I mean, because I think, I don't know that we can anticipate that these spaces are going to be dramatically transformed in such a way that it's going to change the way the police and the maintenance department needs to do their work. I mean,
I think there's basic maintenance that maybe, you know, there's been some discussion of pruning back.
Yes, say like the riverfront area, so the community effort to clear the riverfront here. I think I have photos of it.
Yeah. I got the
See?
poison ivy
People
cigars
clearing,
to
right, people clearing out the bank. That hasn't been kept up.
Right.
So that's, you know, has grown back in substantially over to.
So this is an example of you wondering, should we state that in the plan, or
yeah,
not,
it's sort of.
not
I'm
push
trying to
buttons?
figure out the tone and
well,
the
I think
structure
when
and
it
how we're
comes
going
to
to move
vegetation and maintenance in public space, I think that is okay to mention that nobody is currently doing that right now. Is it Public Works? Is it Rec and Parks? Is it some other group? I think that's perfectly. I think that is perfectly legitimate.
Sorry. Because I just remembered that when we did that, there was a big question about whether or not we were supposed to be doing that, and if we were hurting, you know, the
cap.
Yeah, something. So I think that there's a chance that in fact we were, and that's why the maintenance department said, well, we're not going to keep that up, because in fact we need all that growth in order to, well, anyway.
We need all those invasives.
Okay. All right.
No one needs the grapevine.
Yeah.
Nobody needs
knotweed.
grapevine. Yes. There's no knotweed there yet.
Okay.
Yeah, just
Plenty of poison ivy.
Yeah, so I think that's good, and I do hear, you know, if it is the barriers to public space, I think then maybe that works its way into a recommendation. I mean, you've talked about your experience putting on arts events and, you know, that the cost can be a barrier. And so if we are trying to program these public spaces, then maybe there's a recommendation that the town should look at its policies or ordinances and that. Like, I think that is
Just not take away the benches.
Yeah, I'm okay with that being in a recommendation. There should be benches, you know, I think those are all the public space programmatic things that
Who's going to take away the benches?
People say that's happening.
They have
Places downtown over the years.
It's a solution to loitering. You take away the benches.
I mean, I see this plan as like not directing one body, but directing the town as a whole, like the departments, elected officials, town officials. You know, that's how committees, that's how I see these plans and just the plan process and plan creation in the first place. It's, you know, it's not, some plans, maybe they tell direct groups what to do, but in this plan, it's more about downtown. How can we make these changes without directly saying that Public Works has to maintain them, or, you know, I feel like there's ways we can use that kind of language to say, look at what we did in the past, you know, we would love to, you know, how can we recreate these efforts to maintain invasives?
Or it's, you know, it's either recreating or it's saying this is really important to us and we think that we should prioritize this kind of stuff in the downtown or elsewhere.
Sure, yeah.
So that gets us to number 5.
Yeah, so I thought just getting a sense, if you have walked through what's written so far, just what folks in the room see as priorities. I'm willing to share what I think are priorities, and then
why don't you kick us off? That would be good.
See where we go. You know, so if you're thinking about, as we're thinking about the implementation matrix, one of the things we're going to do is sort of sort them in terms of importance or priority or time frame. And
so we're doing matrix.
Yeah, huh?
Okay, we are doing matrix.
I don't know if it's going to be a matrix. I just call it a matrix. We have a bit of a challenge, which we have to get through here in the design plan, is that the design plan, the story map thing doesn't accept a table very well. And so we normally do implementations in this table format. So we're hitting our heads here to figure out.
The town plan definitely has one.
Yes, this is a real planner problem. But anyway.
Well, another thing that I like kind of spinning off this question is, what do you guys think of like short-term and long-term priorities?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? In terms of like things that might take a little longer in terms of getting funding, like redesigning Harmony Lot, or something quicker like adding better lighting to downtown, for example.
So basically synonymous with easy and easily achievable and more complex.
Or exactly, kind of. What do you think of that idea? I'm curious because I've been thinking about it lately. So.
Yeah. So I mean, having worked through.
Four sector grid of
it's
what's
to see that.
easy and fast and what's
could be helpful
and hard.
For prioritization. Just, obviously some things are going to take longer to implement.
Yeah, is any of the commissioners prepared to articulate a priorities? Yeah.
I don't know if something jumped out at you as you looked through that you were like, we should get on that right away, or that's like, I think that's sort of a critical first step, or anything of that nature.
I didn't feel ready to.
Well, you can think about that until we meet again.
Can you throw some options out there? I mean, I have some floating around in my head, but maybe it's just because they're the ones that I remember.
Yeah. So it seems to me that, you know, the impetus for doing the plan was the change to the bridge. So the work around the intersection in Bridge Street, that seems to be, those are big projects and expensive projects and complex projects, but those seem to be kind of priority pieces, I would think, there. And then I come back to the transportation center. It seems to me that the transportation center and getting people to park there is critical to doing anything else that follows.
That's a good point.
So some of that is, you know, some physical changes. It's trying to shift public opinion, and it's not going to be easy to do. You know, if you look at the parking numbers in that facility, it's horrible. And the only way you're going to get the cars off the surface parking and off the on-street parking and into the garage is if there is a very significant public perception shift in the use of the garage. So it seems to me like that. It probably actually, I think they're gonna fix the elevator, right?
Yes, the parts have been on order.
Yes. So that is like, there are some things there, and I think, you know, the conversation around lighting of the interior lighting has been bounced around.
DBA has had lots of discussions about placemaking, you know, not only the Ask the River art, but, you know, some art on the different levels of the floor, like that was seen at the pop-up, you know, active community alley and activating the transportation center some more.
Yeah. So that seems to me to be a pretty critical step. And then, unfortunately, just circle back to just the basic maintenance, just cleaning and trimming and tidying and maintaining what's there now. Because there's actually a lot of really good stuff there now that could be better utilized, and start to create a more it's as much a public perception problem at this point as anything, and so those aspects to me seem like they're pretty important piece of the puzzle, and they're not hard to do either. I mean, in terms of the short-term easy question, you've got the resources, the town has the resources to do it. It's a commitment of the resources question, I guess.
Yeah, tacked onto that, I'd love Harmony parking lot to be a park and the rail trail to go in.
I would love bigger sidewalks on Main Street.
Oh yeah, that too.
Are we putting a hyperloop in there too? Like we just.
Oh come on, now you're being.
I'm sorry.
What's a century plan?
I'm supposed to be long-term strategic.
Yeah.
I think the whetstone pathway too is, I mean, some sort of redesign of the space that is there that doesn't function very well.
Yeah, maybe that's something that we should actually talk about a little bit, because that's one that's got sort of two very different options ahead, and sort of two very different ways to think about the space. And I'd be curious to see what your response was to that. They both came out of the charrette, but we had feedback from people. In terms of what it would take to do this, to make this into a good public space. So there were really these two competing ideas. One is it's a path, and it should just be people moving on it, and it shouldn't be a gathering space so much. And so there is the this design idea, which really takes a bunch of that plaza space away and puts green space there. There was also a lot of sentiment, if you remember, in the public survey responses and people who came through, that people would like to see more green. The hard surfaced places in downtown are not particularly popular. We can say whether we think this works or doesn't work, given how those spaces are supposed to function, but a lot of people expressed an interest in seeing more green. So this really just makes it more of, this is a pathway approach. Yes, there might be some seating to overlook the river and that type of thing, but it's not sort of envisioned as that public gathering space. And then, let's see here. I don't.
But it serves as such a great public gathering space right now.
Yeah, I don't actually have the drawing in apparently for the other one. We did start on. So the other one.
Is that sarcastic?
No, it was
yeah.
totally
Yeah, there are some good.
boom boxes and people making music and
Yeah.
people selling stuff.
I'm gonna just check and see if it's actually down here, and I didn't drop it in yet,
But you
or
think this
if it
will
ate it
enhance
again.
it, or
Every now and then
muddy
this
it?
thing eats a drawing. You put something in and it goes away. So let's see.
Is this section, this is
I
owned
thought
by
maybe
the
that's why
town,
you
not by
bring
the
that up.
village?
Yes, it is owned by the town.
Because you had thoughts about that.
I should probably go within 15 minutes and looking at the times.
Okay.
Well, I don't see it sitting right here easily, so why don't I'll just, so anyway, the other plan takes a different approach, where it takes the parking that's here in front of the entrance to the store and shoves it down there. So taking out this walkway, so you push the parking that way. You still end up with fewer parking spaces, but you could sort of figure out how many you could
think
manage to do away with. I think
10 or
I said
7 you're taking out?
seven or
Yeah.
so might go
Yeah.
away. And that would allow this whole space in front of the store to not have any parking, so, and then really extend the, whetstone pathway that way, so it interfaces with the front of the store a lot more. I mean, if you notice that that part is paved,
Yeah.
as if it's meant to be a pedestrian
Mhm.
zone, right?
Mhm.
But it really, given the, parking and the, let's see, where's the, do I not have the area? Okay, I don't know that, but anyway, to really sort of make that more of a pedestrian plaza space with the cars, yes, would still be coming by, but, it wouldn't be the parking.
It wouldn't be the
component.
parking and all the movement.
All the movement
of the cars.
going back and forth there. So, if you could think about the co-op could extend their outdoor seating for their cafe across. There could be, you could still leave it hard surfaced. You could have food truck or food cart type activity. That kind of thing could fill into that space instead of using it for parking. And in that way, really open up the whetstone to the pathway to the front of the store. There's something, the difference in the elevation and the cars is just enough to really make it kind of hidden. By the time you're in this corner, yes, you are visible from the parking lot, but you're not really highly visible, I guess I would say, if you're in that area because of the slight difference in the elevations and then the parked cars. So in some ways, that goes back to that whole surveillance and public visibility, and so all those kinds of changes and the opening up of the vegetation in there as well, that's also interesting, this vegetation along the back rows. If you go back and look at some of the earlier air photos, it's pretty obvious that this stuff in earlier actual photos, even when the store was just built, it's obvious that this stuff has grown up an awful lot in less than 10 years. Basically, probably since Irene, there was probably a change to the how much sediment there is down there and stuff got pulled in and stuff. There's a lot of that. Basically, everything that's on the riverside is young for the most part, and is bushing quite a bit at this point in terms of blocking it around.
That area, that parking area strikes me as accident prone too, but maybe it hasn't been. But I wonder if anyone's heard of car accidents being frequent there.
In the parking lot?
The first
row.
The first row.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, I mean, there's times when I walk, cars come in, and I'm like, should I go or not? Yeah.
But I think I'm cognizant of the time. So I want to know how we want to go forward. Do you have some?
Yeah, I did. I had this really novel thought that I wanted to share, but related to this. Was there ever the thought of us, maybe it's kind of a sacred cow, but a taboo thing to bring up, but that we have public spaces that are so underutilized and that relinquishing them, selling them, would free up resources to apply to a better spot? In the same way that we are entertain the idea of relinquishing some parking spaces because they're excessive or unused.
That is not something that's necessarily, it didn't really come up in the discussions we've had, I guess, from the community, but it's certainly a valid idea. I think there was some thoughts around Harris, wasn't there, of trying to get some buildings back?
Nothing serious. I think it's plan or fantasy that Harris would be a great place to put some housing.
Oh, good.
Plan or fantasy.
Okay. It has a nice view.
It has a nice view. Nice flat parking lot. Like, we always thought that would be a great place for when Melrose was being closed. Like, oh, that'd be a great place. Who wouldn't want to live downtown?
The other question, the question is, what would you be able to relinquish? You wouldn't be able to relinquish the riverfront area because of the pollution issues with that.
Maybe some really strange building could go in at Plaza Park.
That's got, I think, I haven't tracked it down or looked it up, but there is some historical.
It's on the National Register now.
Because of the fountain?
What?
Wow, really?
Or more
Yeah,
than
it
that, the
is.
wall that
It
goes
is.
around and everything.
Yep, it's part of the
Downtown district.
downtown district, and yeah, so
That's amazing.
Let's see with a
I
whole
would
new
give
eye
some
now.
thought to your any
Yeah.
consideration
Yeah.
of selling public spaces.
Because if it's so hard to find funding and stuff for additions, and there's
There's always
things,
precedent. We
and
can have
there's
that as
things,
an option.
things we have that don't satisfy, then we're saying
There
cycle
could be
things in
an
and out.
adopt a park.
Right.
Museum, take that malfunction junction park again. Do something cool with it.
So, outside of selling off some of our real estate, what's the, do you need anything else from us this evening?
I need a decision about whether you want to see me next time in April, or if I don't know what else you've got from an agenda perspective and things like that. So,
Well, we have the pressing issue of we need to work on our zoning, and before we work on our zoning, we were gonna have our values conversation and get that out of the way so that we could make more rapid decisions on our zoning, because we've had our values all set.
We are, I mean, the only thing I would say is that we are on a deadline. The municipal planning grant is up in May. I'm not exact, I think it's the end of May, and then I've got a month to kind of close it out. I don't have the exact deadline, but.
I don't know the exact.
So
thing,
your
but I think
recommendation
it's
is we do this again in April?
Well, my yeah, I mean, I think if you want more time with Brandy and we want to be checking in on our work, then
Yes.
maybe we can do more than one thing at a meeting, I don't know.
I mean, there's also the question, wanted to do another time slot too, if you had other agenda items.
Would,
Or if we wanted to do a special meeting to do values or something like that. That's an option too.
would,
Now that you
would another meeting with Brandy, we would still be looking at the draft.
Within another month, I should have the strategy stuff done.
So it'd be like a final draft.
It'd be a final draft
And
version.
meeting in April would be a final draft-ish version.
Yeah.
Would that be a chance to maybe gently invite some other people in to take a look?
Sure, absolutely.
So maybe not that we are having those conversations that we talked about potentially having, but at least including
Yeah, the DBA and
the
some
DBA,
other, maybe.
rec department, I don't know.
Right,
They would
the
come.
maintenance, people who are in charge of maintenance, it seems like
Rec department.
rec department. yeah.
Not as a presentation of a final anything,
But just as a discussion as we try to
this is
finalize
where we're
things.
at. What do you
I would
feel?
say if we take that approach, we should not have anything else on the agenda.
And the one issue might be to think about, if we invite people who haven't looked at it at all before, they're going to need some time in advance, probably, to have the option of familiarizing themselves. So that affects sort of how quickly I gotta turn this around.
Well, is there a chance that we can, we meaning the two of you, introduce those people to this?
Yes.
Before that?
Not just what's on Brandy, like when is that? When is the deadline? Should we do this in April? Should we do it in May?
Well, I don't know that we should push all the way into May, but if you thought you had too full of an agenda to take it on, you wanted to push this into a little later into April, that could assist with the,
Well, it all
Having-
depends on
having
the
it more
commissioner-
complete so
commissioners,
before people look
whether or
at it.
not you guys can do it 2 meetings in April.
So the only thing I will say is that I am on vacation the week of April 20th, and I would want to be here for the discussion.
And then I'm on vacation the week before that.
Yeah, we do.
Okay.
But
I
I
don't,
think we
as
can
long
still
as one
have a
of us is
meeting the
here.
week before.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't have to be
But
here.
we could, I mean, the DBA and the rec department could see this.
yes.
And
This is
and
live,
go
so-
a long way
yeah.
towards.
And
getting
it would
the
also
briefing.
give them a feeling of, okay, this is still in
It's still in-
progress.
Yeah, and then,
I don't have to
and
have
then
a
if they
full.
see the finalized, whatever you've got in April at the same time we do, then we're actually really collaborating with them instead of saying we're sort of just bringing you in when we've already chewed it.
So I can share
Six.
them with those that we want to bring into the discussion.
Okay.
So,
Yeah.
is that okay?
Yeah,
I feel
no.
like you were trying to push for a later April.
Well,
meeting,
I was just
so
worried that if you want
Right.
them to look, but if you're happy with just having them walk through what's here now, you know I'm like.
Well, because I think it's going to be a discussion. I'm going to show it to them and
Mhm.
explain where the conversation went and,
Yeah, so I do keep adding things, so.
Yeah. I know.
Every time you look at it, there might be some new stuff.
And I think that it was really helpful for us to react to it with having some guiding questions to
Okay.
react to, so.
So you can keep those in the back of your mind, because as I've gone through it, those seem to be the more pressing policy questions.
Indeed.
So as we go forward.
Great.
Okay.
All right, so are there any other issues? Anything else? Nothing else for tonight? Is there a motion to adjourn?
Sure.
You can make this.
I'll make it. Move the way adjourn.
I will second the motion.
Are all those in favor?
Aye.
The meeting is adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning. Nice to see you. I'd like to call to order the special meeting of the Guilford Select Board of March 16th. And I'd like to recognize our public. Hello, you courageous folks. Nice to see you. The rules of procedure are on the table of this, where the select board is sitting. Those rules govern how the public interacts with our select board. Basically, they are rules of courtesy. If you have a question or a comment, you address it to the chair, and I will recognize you. And your questions and comments should be brief and to the point. Are there any additions to the agenda?
I don't have any.
All right, I don't have any. Are there any changes to the agenda order?
None either.
Okay, then we will launch right into what the essence of our agenda is this morning, a very important one. Guilford's response to COVID-19 and its presence in our state and potential to be in our community. And I'd like to hand over those responses to Peter Root, who is our Emergency Management Director. Thank you, Peter.
Thanks, Richard. So yeah, as Richard said, I'm at this meeting today as the EMD, not as the town administrator. I have been in quite a number of meetings and conference calls over the past week. One of the first ones was last week, and with that I've also been coordinating with the Guilford Volunteer Fire Department, with Jared. I've also been in contact with Richard Davis, our health officer, who unfortunately couldn't be here today because of other obligations. One of the first main regional meetings occurred last week at the Brattleboro Fire Department, and those who were jointly putting the meeting on were Brattleboro Memorial Hospital, the town of Brattleboro, and the state health department. And first and foremost, they wanted to encourage everyone to not panic. Obviously, we want to have a good measure of concern, but also to know that everyone possible is doing their best to address this situation within Vermont and within Windham County and here in Guilford. Local responders have been coordinating with the state, first responders, Rescue Inc., the various fire departments and the hospital, and are ensuring us that definitely the hospital is prepared for this. They have rooms set aside, they have supplies. The various first responders are also working on preparations and locating supplies, which I'm sure everyone knows are in short supply. Coordinating with the state to secure those supplies, and the state is working with the federal government and manufacturers to get those supplies to us. One of the big points of caution is there's a lot of incorrect information spreading around on the internet, and in a situation like this, we need to be really cautious. And with that, some of this information will be posted on the town website later today. But to make sure we are reading up-to-date and correct information, we're encouraging folks to only look at a few specific websites. Brattleboro Memorial Hospital has a really great section on their website addressing this topic and their preparations, as well as what residents should do. I'm not going to read out their website, it's a little bit complex, but I'll have a link on the town website. The state of Vermont also has many pages dedicated to this. Their website is healthvermont.gov/COVID-19. They are updating the site a minimum of daily, oftentimes multiple times a day. It's a very great resource just to have an understanding of what's going on. The other website that is being updated multiple times a day is for the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. And there's unfortunately another long link, but I will share that later on. For anyone who's interested as far as tracking this and see what's going on with COVID-19 worldwide, Johns Hopkins University has a really amazing tracking device that they have created. One point to note, though, is that there are several fake websites that have come up mimicking the Johns Hopkins website. So make sure that when you look at the link, that it states jhu.edu. If there's a different domain name, such as .org or .net, that is likely not the Johns Hopkins website. And the reason this is of concern is these websites are injecting viruses into your computer via your web browser. So the state just announced this morning, just for residents to be concerned. Many of these websites also don't have security certificates, so they're saying when you look at the web address, it says HTTP, whereas you want it to say HTTPS. So just a couple of things to be on the lookout for relating to the Johns Hopkins website.
Excuse me, Peter.
Yep.
Will you be posting that fake news alert on the town website?
I will, indeed.
Okay.
Indeed. And hopefully most people should have heard by now that a majority of Vermonters, a majority of Guilfordites are at very low risk of getting this disease at this time. Those who may potentially get it are also will have very mild symptoms. But we do need to be cautious of the elderly and those who are currently ill. And Governor Scott had a press conference discussing this on Friday, and there's another press conference later today that I would encourage you to watch. If you don't have television, you can also watch it online. Vermont Public Television offers a live streaming service in emergency situations, and it works very well. In the part of not panicking is one of the key points that health professionals are noting is that this is a fragile virus, and you don't need to stock up on hand sanitizer and things like that. All you need to do is use warm soapy water and wash your hands for at least 20 seconds, which is roughly the equivalent of singing happy birthday to yourself 2 times in a row. In 20 seconds, washing your hands is a lot longer than you think. In this work, the town I'm encouraging the select board to work on what's called a continuity of operations plan, which is a plan to ensure that whatever the minimum services that are needed to keep the town running are in place should something happen to any elected official or any town staff member, anyone from the town clerk to myself, to the assistant town clerk, the assessor, one of our highway crew members, or even a select board member. And so we're going to be working on that hopefully later today, just to make sure that we know what is essential as far as serving the residents of the town and what can be put on a temporary wait.
Peter, can I just add that Peter will be using a form that is from the state about the continuity of operations. So it's a standard form that we have to fill out, naming the things and the people that will come into play and to keep operations continuing.
Yes. At this time, if you are feeling ill or if you have been caring for someone who is feeling ill, we kindly ask you to avoid coming to the town office out of respect for enabling us to continue our jobs, but also just for your own health and safety. Let's see, if you have questions as well, please call your doctor, or you can call Vermont 211 to get answers. You don't, before you go, if you are feeling ill, before you go to the doctor, please call your doctor and speak with them over the phone. There is, contrary to a lot of what we've been hearing on the internet, there is no drive-through testing at this time. Some other countries have drive-through testing, but we in Vermont do not at this time. And you cannot just request a test. You have to be displaying the signs and symptoms of COVID-19 in order to get testing. And as with any medical issue, that must come through your primary care provider. They must order the test. So we would encourage folks to be in communication with your primary care provider if you are feeling unwell. So later this week, we are on Wednesday evening, we're having a meeting for all of the individuals who are volunteers for the town's Emergency Operations Center. At this time, we are not opening the EOC, but it is a consideration should the situation get worse in either Windham County or in Guilford. And we are monitoring that every day. And I am in communication with Jared and others as is needed. That's roughly the situation for the time being. And one thing I think I would encourage the select board to consider is to whether or not we should cancel any public meetings being held at the town office aside from select board meetings. And relating to that, the Vermont League of Cities and Towns is currently working with this Secretary of State's office because of open meeting law. Open meeting law is a state statute that requires all meetings of a public body to be held in the public, even though we can have individual members of that board be remote, like Richard is at the moment. A minimum of one person has to be in a public location in order to allow the public to be present. And as of Friday afternoon, evening, there has been no clear solution to this problem as of yet. And because of how state law is written in Vermont, we must continue to abide by it until we have been notified that there have been any changes. Because of that, I would encourage the select board to consider whether or not we should cancel commission meetings of whatever form it is, as well as we have several community groups that use the town office for public meetings on a monthly basis, and consider whether or not it's prudent to cancel those. At the moment, the most recent information from the CDC is to limit meetings to a maximum of 50 people. That has changed since Friday. Friday was 250 people, and that's what Governor Scott announced in his meeting, and it may well change further later this week, and we will find out as time passes.
Would that take a motion of the select board if we wanted to cancel public programming, if the select board wanted to cancel public programming in our town? That would also include the programming of the library?
Yes.
The library puts on a number of programs. So do we need a motion for that?
I would say yes, to be certain. I would strongly encourage you to have a motion. And considering that the library is a public library, I would encourage you to include the library.
Can I raise a couple questions before we advance this, I guess?
Yeah, no, I think it should be open for discussion first.
Okay, a couple of things. I mean, first of all, is the library currently open or closed, just out of curiosity?
The library is open.
Okay. All right. As far as commissions go, I mean, I think generally I'm in favor of just delaying them or, whatever we need to do. But I do have a specific request from Michelle Frizzy from, I think you're aware of it.
Yes, I was going to bring it up too.
It's in relation to the town plan.
Yep.
There's a forthcoming public hearing for feedback, and she feels like the town plan should not be sort of put into play until the planning commission has that opportunity to have public feedback. So I'm not sure what she called me. I think she might have said the same thing to several of us.
I've spoken with her as well.
She spoke to me too.
Okay, and I mean, her thought was to just accept the current town plan until we have, the chance to do the new one.
I have a question
correctly.
about that.
But there may be there's some sort of deadline we're working against, and I'm not sure what the fallout sort of repercussion is of not moving our new town plan forward.
So the overall repercussion could potentially be that we wouldn't have a town plan in place, which could then affect a number of things, particularly related to funding, grant funding. So we would be in a much better position to re-adopt the existing town plan and then to make amendments to that at a later date so that all of this work that the Planning Commission is doing won't be for naught. When I spoke with Michelle on Thursday morning, things were looking like we could still have public meetings. Obviously, a lot has changed since Thursday morning, and we don't know what's going to continue to change. I think that her initial thoughts are good, that we should move in that direction for the time being, just so we can have it in place.
Yeah, I like that idea, Peter. Another option that we can consider is, which other towns are doing, is to have a conference call, which basically becomes a town meeting, where folks can have a numbers call in and they can make their comments about the town plan and have questions about it. I'm not advocating that. I'm just putting that on the table as what other towns are doing in regard to commission meetings in Vermont.
Tom, did you have something you wanted to say?
Steve, maybe you've spoken with folks at the Wyndham Regional Commission there, but with the planning process, there are these deadlines that are, at this moment, there's no flexibility in them simply because it's there's many things to think about, and this is not high on the priority list. So the option of going ahead and re-upping the previous plan, potentially with some amendments, is a way to get around that. There's the expectation that there might come some changes down the road, but since we don't know, we should move ahead, I think,
And obviously, we're hoping that we will get support from Wyndham Regional, presuming we will, as well as VLCT, to work with the state on situations like this relating to the town plan, which we have very specific deadlines and steps that must be taken in order for the process to happen, and how we can work around that. We don't have any answers yet, but we're not alone in this position at this time.
Right, so let me just clarify for myself and maybe other people who will be watching this. We're all dealing with this certain new reality that's an interruption in deliberations, or at least face-to-face deliberations. So we might advocate for a change in the timetable. Maybe that we'll get a positive response about it, maybe we won't. But it seems reasonable not for everybody to be sort of fudging the situation, like using an old town plan just to have something in place, rather than acknowledging that we need more time for deliberation. That's the end of what I have to say.
Go ahead, John.
It strikes me that at least the only tool we have right now is it's not necessarily a fudge, but the only tool we have right now would be to adopt, re-up the town plan, which would then give us more of the space that we need, while at the same time advocating at the state level for some softness in some of the deadlines or readjustments.
So we would have a two-pronged approach.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Sarah has her hand up, Richard.
Okay, Sarah.
Hi, everyone. I came in my role as your state rep, so I just want you to know we're taking it really seriously at this state